Okay, it's 9:01, 9 a.m. Let's go ahead and call this meeting to order. Let's go ahead and begin with the flag salute, please, and that'll be by Supervisor Hernandez.
Ready? Salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So can we get an acknowledgement of posting, please?
Salute.
Okay.
Second.
We have a first, we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We have a 4-0. Okay. Let's go ahead and go to,
Want to have the assistant clerk call out on Zoom, a special comments
for
on that?
items not on the agenda, yes, for any public comments, items not on the agenda?
No, Madam Chair, just for, if there's anyone that would like to comment what the process and protocol is, I'd like to go ahead and invite up our assistant clerk.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Good morning, board members and community members, members of the public who are present in chambers and who wish to speak during public comment periods. Please fill out a speaker card. If you wish to make a comment through Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. We recommend that you upgrade to the latest version of Zoom to make sure that you can participate through public comment. Each speaker will then have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Do you have any hands raised?
Madam Chair, we're on item D, presentations and recognitions. I know we have a special guest, Anna Caballero, and Senator Anna Caballero, and she will be available at 9:15 to present for our sheriff retiring. But we do have a Board of Supervisors plaque that we can probably start off with.
Okay,
And then we can call on her at 9:15.
okay. We're going to have Supervisor Hernandez do the presentation then.
Did you want me to go to the podium, Madam Chair?
If you would like, yes.
I don't want to speak behind the sheriff. I don't want to have my back to him.
Supervisor Hernandez, my recommendation is to go to the other podium and then invite the sheriff, so you'll be side by side, if that's okay.
Yep.
And we'll invite the sheriff up next.
Awesome. So, can everybody hear me? Yeah. To everyone in the audience, it's an honor, honestly, to present this to Sheriff Thompson. I've known him not just as a sheriff, but as a resident of our community, someone that I think has a deep love for our community, and public service, I think, extends into his position as an officer of the law. And I think that means a lot, right, when it comes to the application. It's such a sensitive topic, especially in today's day. But I think the sheriff has showed, or that his focus has always been on not being partisan, on making sure that his focus is on protecting the public safety. I know that building a team is a lot of work. You know, I'm a small business owner, so I in a small way, I understand that. I know that our community has been the beneficiaries of good service and ultimately public safety being the focus. So I just wanted to thank you, Sheriff, for your time in our community, for your service in our community. We hope that you're still a part of our community even after your retirement. May God bless you in your retirement years and your family.
Thank you, Supervisor Hernandez and members of the board and members of the public. Certainly serving for 33 years in this capacity has been a tremendous responsibility and a tremendous honor. And serving more so as your sheriff these last 10 and a half years has been just an incredible honor. And many people in a role such as mine may feel the authority or the power in their position, but I've only ever felt the responsibility, and it's a very heavy lift. And it's at this time and at this age, it's time for me to set some of those responsibilities down and to commit myself to my family and my grandchildren. And certainly, I'll still be here serving the community in some fashion or another right after a nice long vacation. Thank you so much. It's just been a tremendous honor to serve this community and serve with this board. Thank you.
Thank you for your service. So in the interim, can we go ahead and go to public
We'll
comment?
go to public comment, and then at 9:15, we'll divert
Okay.
back.
On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello and good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Vicente Vega, and I am with SEIU Local 2015. We represent IHSS caregivers. I'm here today because I believe that home care workers deserve health insurance and better wages for the work that they do. IHSS workers have been taking care of our most vulnerable populations in the county, making sure that they are able to stay safe and healthy in their own homes. At the same time, I have heard from so many workers who worry about their own health and well-being due to lack of health insurance. This pandemic has shown us the dangers of having people be uninsured. So right now that we are in the process of negotiating a new contract is the time to invest in our workers. I would also like to point out that our workers have also worked to help help the county receive funds from the American Recovery Plan. IHSS providers have been making calls to senators and Congress members to make sure that we receive that funding here in San Benito County. Right now is the time to respect and better the lives of caregivers who take care of so many in our community. And we ask again for you to support us and address the needs of home care workers during our contract fight. Thank you so much.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Ellen Leitonen. I live in District 1, and I'm currently serving on the Community Action Board for San Benito County as the board chair. I know some of you are new to the Board of Supervisors, so I wanted to give you a quick synopsis of some of the activities that we are involved in. Our Community Action Plan is focused on assisting our more vulnerable populations with resources to obtain skills, knowledge, and opportunities towards self-sufficiency. These populations include our youth, the homeless, and low-income families, to name a few. Our mission is ending poverty by empowering people. Since January, our Community Services Workforce Development has provided 341 hotel vouchers, 100 rent or leasing payments assistance, 506 utility payments, 44 food vouchers, 2 air conditioner cooling units to low-income eligible applicants. We're also currently putting together a youth advisory committee as a way to better serve the needs of our local youth and involve them in the process. I'd like to take the opportunity to personally invite you to the grand opening of the Transitional Housing for Homeless Individuals at the Home Resource Center on Thursday, July 8th from 10:30 to 1 p.m. There will be a ribbon cutting ceremony. I want to just tell you that for the past 4 years, I have felt very honored to serve on the board with members who care so deeply for our community, as well as alongside a very committed staff that's talented and works tirelessly. Our CAB meets monthly on the second Thursday at 5:30 p.m., and I'd like to encourage you to join us as often as you are able. Thank you so much.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good morning, supervisors. It's great to see everybody out there. Um, this is Valerie Eglund, Samuel Batista with Reach San Benito Parks Foundation Board. At this time, watching and listening to the budget hearings over the last couple of sessions, we have been very grateful to see how much support is being given to the RMA director and Mike Chambliss in working for the grants for the regional park and for all the ways in which you provide for the community. So thank you very much on our behalf. That's it.
You have been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. I am an interpreter for SEIU Local 2015, and I have 5 members on the line. Señora Lidia Canales. Señora Lidia. Diga. Sí. Hello, my name is Lidia Canales, and I work for IHSS program, and we are asking medical insurance for the workers because we are important people to continue working in this field. Okay, señor Edergardo Blas. Good morning. My name is Edergardo Blas. I am a worker for the IHSS program, and we're here asking that we do get in medical insurance and get a raise in our wage for the workers because sometimes it's the work is good, but we need more wage because of the hours. And that's what we're here so that we can get support in our wage. Señora Belén. Señora Belén. Sí. Señora Hilda Farias. Señora Hilda Farias. Good morning. My name is Hilda Farias. I am also a worker for IHSS program. And one of the things, right, that I love my job, I love what I do. One of the things of being a person of service for others that have disabilities, well, we do it even better and we appreciate life. And well, to know that this work is extremely important because one day each one of us is going to need one another. And I've been working here since 2015. And so we do ask for your support for all of the supervisors to have better wages and to also have medical insurance because everything is very expensive. And well, we also help our children in our university that go to the universities. And so please take that in account that truly we need your support. Thank you so much. Señora Josefina León.
Madam Clerk, she was speaking for 5 people. Can you see if all 5 spoke?
Hello, everyone. My name is Josefina León. I work in the IHSS program. And today we're asking that you invest in our wages and our in medical insurance for the workers for IHSS. Know that our work is extremely important for the community and to keep us safe and healthy to continue to support those people that need it most. With our work, we also support families because that way they can go and work assured that their loved ones are in good hands with those people that are taking care of them, that are healthy. And in my case, I work also with my son. And for my wage, nothing goes towards my retirement to a pension plan. So I would like a wage that's a little bit higher so that I'm able to have some sort of savings for myself or some sort of retirement plan for myself, because in this way I can't do it, and truly the wage is a bit low to take care of our family and our children and school. It's a bit hard. So that's all from my behalf. Señora Belén, si nos puede escuchar, señora Belén. Thank you, board, for your patience. I am trying to connect with another member who lost service. At the moment, I'm unable to connect. Thank you very much from the interpreter and the members of SEIU 2015.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Estrella Esparza Johnson. I am a proud caregiving professional with the IHSS program here in San Benito County. I provide care, 24/7 care for my 11-year-old son and have been doing so for the past 5 years. I am here today to ask you for your support of our current wage increases and health insurance for our workers. We are hardworking, productive, politically active, volunteer members of our communities. We are in all your communities in San Benito County. We, as we said with previous providers, we provide care for families, for our own families, for families outside of our homes. We take care of the elderly. We take care of people with different abilities. And in addition to just providing for their daily care and their ability to have a productive and fulfilling life experience every day, we also, because we know them so well, we are able to speak on their behalf to people like you. And we do that every day, every week, every month. And we have done this also throughout this unprecedented time of the pandemic. We have been there, frontline, essential workers, taking care of children, people with different abilities, and the elderly, making sure that they are not forgotten, that they are cared for, making sure that they get to their doctor's appointments, making sure that they have all the food and shelter and supplies that they need. And we do most of that work, even though we are paid for some of it, most of the additional work that is required because we are committed to caring for our individuals. We do that work that is unpaid. All we are asking is to be paid a fair wage and to be given the other opportunities that other employees have, again, to safeguard our own health, our own safety, to be able to provide for our families at a living wage level, and be able to put aside for our own retirement. Thank you very, very much for considering our requests. Please, we ask for your continued support. Thank you.
No more comments on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. So let's go ahead and go to the next item unless.
Madam Chair, if we can hear anyone from the inside the chambers, there might be some people that might want to.
Okay, so if you have a speaker card, go ahead and bring it up, please, one at a time. I saw the gentleman raise his hand with a hat, so come on up. Yes, yes, to this podium, sir. Can we make sure it's on? Thank you. We're all learning together. This is the first time we really have in-person and new staff other than Supervisor Hernandez, so bear with us.
Thank you, board. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. My name is Eric Brem. I live at 7100 Yellow Hills Road in Tres Pinos, part of the Stonegate community. I'm also on the HOA board. And basically I wanted to address, on March 23rd, our blue valve allocation was approved by the board to be a...
I think this may be, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, is this an agenda item that's on the agenda?
Oh.
I'm so sorry, I was running down notes.
I'm sorry.
You'll have to wait until that item.
Absolutely. Very sorry.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Is there Is there anyone else here in the chamber that would like to speak to an item not on the agenda? Okay, come on up.
Good morning, board.
Good morning.
Thank you very much for having the chambers open. I first have to say that it made me a little sad this morning when we stood to speak the Pledge of Allegiance and my son looked at me and said, "Mom, I don't remember what it is." We're making decisions in our community and we really need to think about them. Everyone is welcome everywhere, especially in these chambers. We need to look and understand and be cautious of the decisions that we are making and how it is affecting the next generation. I'm proud that my son got to see a retirement of a sheriff. I want to teach my son why we should be grateful to live on this land, why our American flag means something, and why it stands for everyone. We are not a community that discriminates. We are not a community that segregates people. I grew up here, and not once did I ever see color of skin. I have friends from all walks of life. I want my children to experience the same. That's why I live here. This is my home. My children will not be discriminated against for their medical beliefs or their spiritual beliefs. And I will fight for that. I will continue to show up, and I will continue to use my voice respectfully because I believe we are one. We must act like it. Pay attention to the decisions that you make. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Was there another speaker in the chambers?
Delilah?
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Dalila Epperson, and I wanted to speak on behalf of all the mothers and the parents. We have been fighting against racial discrimination, and it's actually against our color, not our character. It's against the color of our husbands, the color of our family, not knowing who we are or our background, not understanding that my parents legally immigrated here 1 generation ago through Ellis Island. I'm Italian and Sicilian. We understand our rights. They're inherent by God. And we understand that the Constitution is supposed to protect those rights along with the amendments that go along with them. We've been seeing those rights getting taken away from us involuntarily, our choices taken away from us. If you look at Italy now, the government is extremely corrupt. And I go there, I go back to see my grandparents and my cousins every chance I get. Their rights have been taken away. They are a socialistic country. We don't want that happening here. So I come and I speak on behalf of all the families that understand that our rights are being taken away one by one. Our choices are being taken away, and it's not right. And I hope you're hearing that. I hope you're seeing what's happening in the education system. This critical race theory that's happening. It's heartbreaking. And it's extremely frustrating because our choice as parents are being taken away there in the education system. California has mandated that critical race theory has to be a class taken by graduation. No choice. We spoke at board meetings, town halls, school boards. Didn't matter. The mask mandates, not law, but still not given the choice. and now we're throwing around vaccine mandates. Stop and think. Don't take these choices away from us. We fought hard for them. My father, Marine Corps, Vietnam vet, a lifer, 3 tours in Vietnam, actually. So I thank you for your time, and I thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Any others in the chamber who'd like to make a comment?
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. Elia Salinas. I believe CEO Espinoza, it was a month and a half ago that I told you that the street light for the pedestrians, so that you can notice the signal so that you can cross the street, was not functioning, and it's still not functioning today. I know that the city was contacted because it's under the cities, but I also contact the city, and it's been at least 6 weeks. And people walk across that, and I'm one of them, with confidence, because one is working, and you don't, until you get to this side, the south side of the street, it's still not working. So if anything can be done about that as the board, you know, it's for your employees as well as for the public. Another matter that I would like to talk on is it was back in 2018 that the Supreme Court stated that elected public officials could not block people on social media, all social media, so I'm not going to have to name anything. So I encourage you all to, you don't need to respond to any of your constituents or anybody, but you should not block because it is against the law. So, and I want to say it's kind of cool to finally see the public being able to come in here. I mean, they've been able to come in. So today is not the first public meeting. Today is a meeting where people can choose to wear or not wear a mask, but the fact that it has been public, the board has been welcoming the community for quite some time. So thank you very much.
Ms. Salinas, before you step away, what was the location of the street light that you mentioned?
This one right here in the corner.
Oh, this one right
south.
here?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, shame on us. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Any other public comments? Do we have Ms. Caballero, Senator Caballero on the line yet, or
Yes,
not yet?
we have our staff, so.
Okay.
we'll go
So
ahead.
then, if there aren't any comments in the chambers, then we'll go ahead and go to Senator Caballero and have the Sheriff come on back up.
Where would you like me?
Ray, where would we like him?
Either one's fine. You're good there, because it's
Okay.
going to be remote. So we have Vanessa on the line. Vanessa?
Good morning, Board, Supervisors, and Chair. Unfortunately, the Senator, she's actually in session right now and was called up to present a bill, so she sends her apologies for not being able to join you this morning. But we do want to make sure we, on her behalf, extend congratulations to Sheriff Coroner Darren Thompson, San Benito County, for his many years of law enforcement. During his distinguished career, Sheriff Thompson has left a remarkable legacy and has been true to the ethics of law enforcement service and continually demonstrated honesty, integrity, professionalism, and leadership in all of his varied assignments for the past 33 years. The Senator would normally present a California State Resolution to the Sheriff in person at the Board of Supervisors meeting, but due to her commitments in Sacramento, that was not possible this morning. On behalf of Senator Caballero and Assemblymember Robert Rivas, it is resolved that Sheriff's Coroner Darren Thompson of San Benito County Sheriff's Office to be honored on the occasion of his well-earned retirement, commend for his superior record of dedicated and highly effective law enforcement service, and extend sincere congratulations and special public appreciation. So again, on behalf of Senator Caballero, I want to extend best wishes for success on your future endeavors.
Thank you, Vanessa, and please send my regards to the Senator and the member of the Assembly. I have longstanding working relationships with both Senator Caballero and Assemblymember Rivas, and it's been an honor to serve alongside them throughout the Central Coast for the last these many years, certainly longer with Senator Caballero, but please tell her that I'm much appreciative of this acknowledgement.
Thank you. We'll be presenting a resolution in person to come. Thank you.
All right.
So thank you.
Okay. I thought someone was coming up, but I guess it's not. Okay. So then if there aren't any other public comments, we'll go on to item F.
Eric, I'd like to invite Eric Taylor.
Eric.
This is department head announcements, and Eric Taylor has a department head announcement regarding a status of the riverbed cleanup. Wanted to grab you before you left.
Thought I got out of here. Yeah, so we're still working collaboratively with Granite Rock and with Sandman Corporation or Star Concrete. Both companies are engaged with us. They're both interested to help out. We're just getting through the logistics of whether or not it's going to be a joint operation. And I know I'm probably sounding like a broken record at this point because we've been speaking about this for a while. But it is happening. Both are very eager to get started for their own, to clean up their own property, to be honest with you. And really the lion's share of the encampments that are down there are on Sandman's property, which is pretty much between off of Apricot out towards the 4th Street Bridge, which the majority of those parcels fall in the jurisdiction of the city. Interim Chief Charlie Bedolla is working really closely with Sandman. We actually had a meeting with them, I think it was last week, and they want to make some improvements down on their property anyway, just to make it easier for us to get down there in the future and just police that area the best we can. And I think I've spoken a little bit about this in front of this board, but I do have I do intend to add a specialized assignment position to our office to specifically patrol the parks and the trails in this community so that we don't find ourselves in this situation again. And whatever questions you have, Supervisor Cosmic.
Madam Chair, I just want to thank you and just keep up the good work, and we'll get through this sooner than later. Thanks.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It's been rough, and I appreciate everybody stepping up and trying to help out. And for the community that doesn't know, when we did a little bit of a sweep, quote unquote sweep, and some outreach number of weeks ago, is the first time that we really had a really collaborative effort. We had behavioral health was out there with us, community outreach was out there with us, probation went out there with us, public works was helpful. So I think we're on the right track to all work together and come to an agreement on how to do this. But really, it's some of our private partners that need to step up and take care of their own property.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Captain. I appreciate that.
All right, I'll be back.
Yeah, appreciate that. Madam Chair, I did want to make a comment. On May 25th, I did reach out to the city manager concerning the crosswalk light here, and he is aware of it. That is city infrastructure. The county does not do any of the work on that, so I wanted to be real clear with that. I will reach out to him again today and make sure that he gets it done. And just request out of him. So I just wanted to make sure that your board was aware of that. I would like to invite up the clerk of the board, Jennifer Frechette.
Good morning, board and Madam Chair. Just wanted to announce that on the regular meeting minutes of June 8th, there was 2 small edits made after the agenda was posted under presentations and recognitions. In item 27, I edited the motion. It has been provided on Novus. There's a copy in the back for the public to view, and I have also provided you a copy as well for your consideration.
So for clarification, that's item 9 of this agenda, but item 27 of the minutes. Yes.
Minutes,
okay.
Yes.
So noted.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I also want to invite up Benny Young, our RMA director. I just wanted to say a few words. Benny Young will be leaving us at the end of the month. And Benny has been great. He's really come on and really stepped up to help our small county. I think originally the plan wasn't to be an RMA director. The plan was to be an assistant director, and he was gracious enough to step up and take on this really big burden at the time. Unforeseen occurrences happened in that office, and he was able to really help us out and step up. So I want to thank him publicly for all the work that he's done the leadership and bringing staff in to shore that office up, and just the overall managerial skills that you have. It's been a real privilege having you on board, Benny.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, if I may, I just want to make a couple brief comments. First of all, thank you, CAO Espinosa, for those comments. And thank you, the board, for allowing me to serve the citizens of San Benito for the short time that I have. I'm deeply appreciative for that. And thank you also to the staff of the Resource Management Agency, some of whom are here in the room today with me. You have a very committed professional staff there, and I'm deeply appreciative to them for the support that they showed to me over the last 8 months. And I wanted to make sure you're aware, and I know you are, of the confidence that you have on that team in the RMA. And I believe that they're in very good hands, and thank you for your support for them and what they do. I'm a committed public service professional. I've done this 47 years. I've worked for 4 cities and 4 counties, mostly in Arizona, but 2 counties here in California as well. And it's an honor and a privilege to serve in the roles that we have as public service professionals. I think it's a noble calling. Some might even say a sacred calling. And it has been my deep honor and privilege to serve the citizens of San Benito, even for a short time of transition, due to the unfortunate loss of the previous RMA director. And I hope that my service to you and to this community and to the Resource Management Agency will be of some small benefit in some ways. I wish you all the best, and I am hoping and praying for the peace, the prosperity, and the well-being of San Benito County. Thank you for allowing me to serve.
Thank you for serving. They were difficult shoes. They were difficult shoes when Harry Janice passed away, and so I thank you for stepping up. I didn't think we are going to lose you so quickly, but I understand family calls and responsibility and retirement. But I appreciate you saying that we're in good hands with the staff that's there, because that's. I'm just concerned. RMA does so much for the county. It's a very crucial department, and so I'm glad to know that you believe we're in good hands. Thank you. Anybody else?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Benny, I appreciate all the work that you've done. I was definitely bummed when I heard about you stepping down. Maybe it's for selfish reasons, but I know you've been a big part of that regional park project. There's been a lot of good things that have happened because of it, right? The acquisition of more property, ultimately the lease agreement. All that took a lot of work, but I'm still just as excited because I know we have someone that's very competent with Mike Chambliss to help facilitate that process and all the other needs when it comes to the duties of the RMA department. So, but I'm happy that you are with us for the time that you were with us. You've done good work. Thank you. That's all I have, Madam.
Madam Chair. Thank you. Yeah, I'll keep it brief. I just want to thank you and best wishes to you and your family, and I wish you the best. And I thought you did a really, really, really great job in the short time you were here and accomplished quite a bit for such a short period. You have a lot to be proud of, so thank you.
Madam Chair, Benny, it's been a pleasure working with you for a short time. Of course, a number of us up here are new to the board, as you were relatively new, but I just found you not only very competent and incredibly professional, but just a real gentleman. Pleasure to work with. As Supervisor Hernandez just said, I'm very sorry to see you go, but I certainly understand. And yes, I think we have strong, very competent leadership behind you, so that's good news. But anyway, I wish you well deserved. Remember, I come to Tucson occasionally, so I may try to track you down at some point and buy you a beer or something. But anyway, congratulations on your retirement. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Benny. Okay, so we'd like to invite up Michelle Rubalcava. She is our lobbyist. I'd like to go ahead and have her. She's going to say a few comments.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members. You guys can hear me okay, right? Okay, there
Thank you so much for having me over to present again. Wanted to give you all an update on what we've been doing for the county thus far. When I first came on board to represent the County of San Benito, I quickly made myself known and introduced myself as your advocate to the offices of Senator Ana Caballero, Assembly Member Rob Rivas, and additional members. I also reached out to CSAC, which is the Statewide County Association, and RCRC, which represents the rural counties here in California and Sacramento. And so started to develop those networks within those organizations to let them know and make them aware that the County of San Benito now would have an advocate here in Sacramento to assist them and to add in efforts on a statewide effort. In addition to that, we have been advocating specifically for county priorities in the budget. As some of you may know, the state budget was a constitutional deadline of June 15th. The legislature did pass a budget and send it over to Governor Newsom to meet their constitutional deadline. However, the only thing that was passed was operational costs. And so there is no agreement right now between the governor and the legislature on what a statewide budget will look like. This presents opportunities for the County of San Benito. That means that some of the projects that we've been advocating for are still alive and well, and we are still engaging members in Sacramento to make sure that they can be funded. Some of the projects that we're working on include Wright Road, a pavement rehabilitation project, also Shore Road, which is another pavement rehabilitation project, a stream crossing over in Uindira Road, and then the Riverview Regional Park Accessibility Project. On behalf of the park project, we do have engagement by our elected officials, Senator Caballero and Rob Rivas. They each submitted what's called a member's request for that funding, and all of those requests have not been acted on yet. We anticipate that the legislature will be working on budget trailer bills well into August of this year, and that is for a host of reasons, mostly related to COVID and delays in getting state revenues into our coffers. So there is a lot of things going on right now for the County of San Benito specifically. I have also been engaged with CSAC and RCRC on the cost associated with the recall election. We have been advocating for more flexibility for the counties. We understand that the Newsom administration's desire to have an earlier recall election is problematic for counties. And so we are advocating to have that recall election date pushed back. In addition, we know that the way the bills are currently drafted request that it be held as a general election. That also presents some concerns for counties, San Benito included. And so language is being discussed and negotiated to be able to consolidate some of these elections and costs. In addition to that, there's always conversations on homelessness and how to get more money out to San Benito County for those responses. It's still a very important topic here in Sacramento, and we continue to engage on that topic on behalf of the county. I'm here for any additional questions if needed.
I had a question, Madam Chair. Yeah, thank you, Michelle, with that update. Since all these things seem to be pending, is there any possibility after the close of the budget, if you could come back and give us an update? I know you're doing a lot of good work. I could hear it. And even with that member request, I think that's a pretty huge deal. But yeah, just so we don't lose focus, if there's a way if you can bring that back to update us, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. And just so that you are all aware, the legislature will be on summer recess between July 15th through August 16th. And so depending on when your board meeting is in August, it might have to be the September meeting.
Okay. Maybe we could pencil it in with Ray.
We can work on that.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Just a follow-up question, Michelle. Are there any areas that you would like to have any of us up here on the board reach out to the senator or assembly member, either Rob or Anna, to speak on specifically to help you in your efforts?
So we have been working with the CAO's office on the broadband measures that are moving through the legislature, and I know that RCRC and CSAC have reached out to me as a San Benito County advocate to see if we can have additional calls placed into Senator Caballero and Assemblymember Rivas so that then they can talk to Tony Atkins, who's the pro tem in the Senate, and to Anthony Rendon, who's the Speaker in the Assembly. So to kind of elevate that ask. So I'm more than happy to send a quick email to Ray on the ask. And if people are willing to make a call to Assemblymember Rivas and Senator Caballero on behalf of the broadband proposals, so that then those proposals are elevated to the leadership in both houses, I'd be very happy with that. And I appreciate your offer. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that would be great. If you could pass maybe some talking points on to Ray, and we can take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. We appreciate that.
Thank you,
update.
Michelle. The investment in your services was well worth the endeavor, so thank you very much.
I'd like to invite up Gracie, Management Analyst. She has a quick update with regards to grant writing.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, and members of the community. As the board expressed in previous meetings, they expressed that they wanted a grant writer on behalf of the county. It is our recommendation that we go forward with collecting quotes from respectable agencies and bring an item back to the board at a future meeting. We have allocated funding towards grant writing services, and we're currently just seeking out respectable agencies at this time.
Just wanted to provide a quick update to your board on that. And in light of the pressing matter of funding out there, we wanted to move this along as soon as we can. So, yeah.
Madam Chair, question. Are we looking, different alternatives? Are we looking for an in-house or possibly hiring a firm that would be doing grant writing for us?
Currently, we're looking not in-house, we're looking for agencies.
Okay, thank you.
So would that be like an RFP process? That's my
Well,
question.
and that's the reason why we're notifying your board. If we go through an RFP process, that could take 3 to 4 months, if not longer. Our concern, I think the concern of the board that was shared to staff was timing and getting somebody on board, because when those monies are allocated, we want to be ready for that. If we wait too long and go through the process, we may miss funding that could be available to the county.
You'll bring that
But
presentation
we'll
to
go
us before
through
you.
quotes, and we'll go through the normal purchasing policies that we have. Going through the process, it's just there's different avenues you can go, and this is still one that we're going to be following the rules on. Yep.
Yeah, and I think that's smart. Remember that as part of the Relief Act, we have over $12 million that's coming to the county. But in addition to that, if you read through, there's a significant amount of money available in other areas that are available through grants. So we really need to pursue those as well. Thank you.
And just to add one more thing to that too, we're going to be making sure that Michelle and the grant firm are talking the same language, understand who's doing what, so that way we're highly efficient in obtaining funding. So,
Madam Chair?
thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, and I just want to make sure that once we get into the process, that our departments are involved and that we have a good, solid priority list, and it's not just hanging out there, and make sure we're dotting those I's and crossing those T's on that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. We will make sure that happens. We had a few more, so bear with us. We have a lot going on. So one thing I wanted to highlight, I know your board had requested if the DRC report was out for behavioral health. I wanted to make sure that the board and the public were aware that the DRC report is out, and it's on the Disabilities Rights of California website. So that's where that is at. and it's under San Benito County. The other item is that we plan to bring back a discussion concerning the rocks in front of the building. That was brought to our attention, but that will probably be in August. I wanted to make sure that the board knew that we're working on it. There's a lot of background information that we're trying to obtain, and so there's just still some work that needs to be done. The front of the building, there was a concern about the rocks, and so we wanted to gather information concerning those rocks and bring it back to a full presentation to your board. So that'll be in August. Just an open discussion.
Madam Chair, and I just want to say I appreciate that. We should at least explore that issue and get down to the bottom of it. And you know, just to be frank, if there is any interpretation that's offensive, I think we should get rid of it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Supervisor. And that's what we're working on. We also have our PIO on the line, David Westrick. He has a quick announcement concerning social media and agendas. David?
Yeah, I just got online. Sorry about that. So the board asked, the chair asked last time if we could make sure that all of our agendas are posted prior to all of our meetings. I've done that, and I think the plan going forward is to post those as soon as the clerk of the board actually gets those to me. So we've worked out a communication program, and we'll get those on as soon as they come out, actually. It'll help transparency with the board and with the public as well. And my only other suggestion I would do is actually offer those agendas to the media list that we have as well. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Madam Chair, since we have Dave on the line, a question for you, Dave, and maybe Ray here. A while back, we talked about the need to expand what the public information officer might be able to get into. Obviously, this is one item as far as posting the agenda, but I'm still real interested in seeing us do more education with the public. Specifically, what comes to mind is the landfill is a big one. It's a very important issue in our community. And frankly, there's a lot of, not surprisingly, a lot of misinformation out there. Till I got into this job, I didn't really know anything about it either. I know there's something online on our website, but I think we could do a much better job in terms of educating the public, like I said, the pros and cons. I know we're in the middle of the EIR, but that's a big one. The other area that comes to mind, and I know there's others, is again, more education on revenues. We just got, going through the budget process, but again, many people simply don't understand, the revenues that come into the county, how little we get from property taxes, and the great need for revenue in our community. So those are two in particular I'd like to see us continue to pursue. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for those thoughts and your concerns and your recommendations. I can tell you that we've had multiple meetings with the PIO and staff on those items. I know that we have a draft, and maybe David can highlight kind of where we're at on publishing, but the budget is really important. The public does need to know and really understand how the county is really funded and operates. David, can you provide an update for us on that?
Yeah, we're working on a final draft right now with Gabriel. I frankly was actually shocked at the revenue stream when I saw it when working with Gabriel. So I think it's information the public needs to see. It's important. As far as the landfill, I agree. I serve at the pleasure of the board, so I'm happy to do whatever I can to help increase education in our community. Another an item I think that we need to also look at is next steps for our regional park as well. So anything I can help with. I've also offered assistance to our incoming Sheriff Taylor. So anything we can do to help public and obviously increase transparency is what we should be doing. Thank you.
Madam Chair, just a quick thought. Let's not forget about the roads. Yeah, so that's number one for me. As far as PIO, I think I would like to see a list at some point. I know our RMA folks are aware of my interest in seeing a list of a priority list or schedules, and then put it somewhere online that's very accessible, and keep promoting the heck out of it. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
since Supervisor Kozmicki had mentioned that, just so that way there's clarity and no redundancy, I know that, which I agree. All I'm saying is, you know, that's actually kind of a motivation, and one of the things I was going to mention is COG is intent on getting more engaging with the public, with education elements, doing some kind of to a certain extent, like a marketing approach to let the public know, because there's so many variables when it comes to roads and allocation of funds and the laws that apply and who has what jurisdiction. So there's a lot to digest. So maybe there could be some kind of whatever the PIO is doing, I guess, is my point, to coordinate with those departments that are professional in that environment, so that there's more clarity rather than confusion.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think that both Supervisor Hernandez and myself serve on COG together, and there was this presentation at our last COG meeting. I know we have a presentation coming up from Mary later, but that's a really good idea, is that, you know, most people don't even know what COG is. I think most people at least have heard of the Board of Supervisors, but so we're ahead in that area. But I think, you know, COG is looking at doing a marketing approach, and we may want to consider something similar in conjunction with working with Dave and the county, because there is such a good need, great need. So that's a really good thought. Thank you.
Thank you, board members. So we've documented that, and we'll work on those items. I got 2 more items. I'll be brief. I know that there's been discussions about the rules and procedures of the board. We will plan to bring that back. I just want to make sure the board is aware of that on procedures. We're going to be looking at possibly having the 5th board member when we present it, but if that's going to be pushed way out, we'll bring it out. We'll bring it back sooner, and then we'll do a one-off with the new board member. The last item that I have on my list here is masks. So obviously, the public can come in maskless. There's no social distancing in the chambers itself. However, for staff, we still have to wear that. HR is working on it. I'm hoping by today there'll be a message sent out to employees, and we'll be able to take our mask off as soon as we attest. So just wanted to give the board that. We may be able to do that today, this afternoon, possibly. So it'd be great. So back to you, Madam Chair.
I appreciate that. Okay, so then that'll take us to the board announcements. Let's go ahead and start off with Supervisor Kozmicki, and we'll go our way through, and I'll go last.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to try to be quick here. Meetings ahead. A meeting with on broadband with the high school district superintendent Sean Tenenbaum and Wayne Norton from the Rotary Access Committee, and I thought that went really well. 3CE, if you are one of those folks that has community choice energy, there's fairly substantial overhaul to the rate design that you may be interested in. I took part in that meeting, and there was an alternative recommendation from the advisory committee to push more of the investment in the available revenues toward programs. I supported that alternative to the staff recommendation. Unfortunately, I had a medical emergency with my family and had to leave the meeting right before the vote. It turned out to be 6-6 on the advisory committee versus the staff recommendation, and so I'm doing what I can to bring that back if possible. The Seniors Council could not attend due to 3CE, had a Monterey Bay Air Resources District, the budget on that, Integrated Waste Task Force had that, and then the Fire Safe Council. I met with the Fire Safe Council on Thursday night, which led to an item that we'll be seeing later, an alternative ordinance for our fireworks situation. Event-wise, I went to the San Juan Aromas ribbon cutting for their solar energy program that involved with ENGIE, very successful sustainability program with Aromas San Juan. I want to congratulate them on that. The jail grand opening, the behavioral health ribbon cutting, the City of Hollister. I just want to remind folks the City of Hollister Pride celebration is this Saturday or Sunday, June 27th. And then congratulations to all the graduates out there, and congratulations to the city of Hollister on your new dog park, the Bark Park over by the airport. Just want to encourage people to use that. And then issue-wise, we've had issues with the Deanza Trail break-ins over there, and I'm again just very happy with what Mike Chambliss and RMA have worked on with me on that, which is putting in cameras that are going up over there on the trail on 20-foot poles with signs. So specifically, thank you to Mike Chambliss, thank you to Reach San Benito. And basically, I used the very small supervisor's allotment that was left over. So thank you to Anthony Botello for not spending all of that. And other than that, recommendation-wise, I would like to request that we consider a new agenda policy that all agenda items with contracts from departments, contract renewals in particular, that they include data on the prior year's dollar amounts or historical data that gives as a requirement on the agenda that gives us an idea of where we're going from to where. I just feel like in some cases we haven't had that perspective, and I'd like to see that as a staple on our agendas, along with a summary, even if it's just a brief line of recruitment efforts if the department is exempt from requirements for RFPs. Thank you very much.
That last item was awesome. Thank you. I concur with that. So you have 2 votes.
So what I would
any
like
contract, we want history. We want who the previous contractee was, to make sure that those, because you have 3/4 of us are new, and so we don't have that institutional knowledge. Because when I look at an agenda item, I'm digging to find, who had it prior to this, how long have they been here, are we renewing? And I look at all of the amendments to make sure. So if it's already there as a matter of course, then we don't need to dig if it's in the agenda transmittal item. Agenda item transmittal sheet. Yes.
Yes, Madam Chair and Supervisor Kuzmicki. Yes, I think what the best thing to do is in the staff reports, we actually have canned locations. So when you look at it, you see highlights. I'll ask the clerk of the board to work with the company that we are in contract with, Novus and Granicus, that actually recently purchased them, on developing some bullet points or requirements that staff have to fill out. It's easier as a reminder, I think, because what happens is it's not. The department heads are not the ones that always fill out the staff reports. It's maybe their staff members, and then it can be even staff members even below. So sometimes some folks may know what needs to be done and others may miss it. And so I think by having it as a requirement in the actual staff report that they need to fill out, it just makes it easier. They just got to fill it out. So we'll work on that on the back end to make sure it's easier for staff to fill that out.
Madam Chair, one other comment on that, if I can. It might, in some cases, and again, I think we're trying to work toward not having to pull as many items on the consent agenda, and I think that's what we're getting at. The other thing is sometimes, and today might be a good example, but there are a number of consent items that are all from the same department. And they're all, they're separate items, but they're separate, cost items. But maybe it would be appropriate at times with department head to send an email to all the supervisors explaining big picture, what we're looking at here. This is, again, I'm just thinking in the interest. I try to make phone calls to the department head. Sometimes there's not time to do that. But the more information we had, I don't want to put too much burden on the department head, but then it will avoid us having to pull it, which then takes more time from the department head. So anyway, thank you.
And I'm going to highlight that I know administration, myself, as well as staff has requested, we need more background. We have a new board. They need most staff that are in the trenches and doing it every day, they just know, okay, and all I need to do is put down this recommendation. And a lot of times I think staff need to realize that they need to provide the big picture, what has happened, what's happening in the past, what's happening now, what can happen in the future with that. So we'll do that. I'll actually add that in there as well, a big picture line item as well.
Yeah, final thoughts I would say with what that was mentioned. I'll go into my quick, but in general, that's literally the whole thesis of having rules and procedures become a consensus builder, right? Because it allows for easier digestion of information, easier, the process on how these agenda items are put together. The ask from the department heads, which are sometimes a little ambiguous. So I'm hoping that this becomes a pretty robust conversation, how we manage the information and ultimately make sure the public has the ability to digest it. Because I know for me, it's really important that it should be very easy to explain. And I know it's complicated a lot of times, so it's hard. But if there's at least that focus, then hopefully it creates good understanding for the public. And by default, I think it creates better outcomes. So anyways, but to my own report, I attended the COG meeting. They're going to have a presentation today. They have a Measure G toolkit. In essence, the whole purpose of that is that the Measure G toolkit is going to inform the public on Measure G and the application of the funds. So more with that with Mary. But we did have a budget meeting yesterday. It was a pretty long, budget meeting, very focused conversation. Economic development was a big part of it. It was pretty robust. So, and we did have obviously the sheriff department doing the what's it called? Where we did the ribbon cutting. Sorry, it's off the top of my head. It was just reminded. So anyways, really important day. We have a new jail, and it was dedicated to Curtis Hill, which, I have a lot of love and respect for him. So anyways, those are my only comments, Madam Chair. That's my report.
Oh, that's your
Yeah.
report. Okay. Supervisor Tiffany?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few things quickly. This past week was a very busy week. I had the pleasure of attending an RCRC group of meetings and events last week out of town. This is the first. I think for most of us, we've gotten so used to Zoom. This was the first time that, other than Board of Supervisor meeting and a handful of other meetings, first time I've actually been someplace in person out of town. For those of you who don't know, RCRC is a rural counties group. 37 counties of the 58 are part of RCRC. A very important group that advocates for counties like San Benito, and broadband is a big one. That's where we're working with them on a grant. But there's others. I just mentioned that two of the key areas, or 2 to 3, for RCRC, and this is maybe even more so important for some of the other rural counties that have large forested areas. But there was a lot of conversation about wildfires. And of course, later today, we're going to be talking a little bit further about that. We've been talking about that with fireworks and coming back on the agenda today. And wildfires are a huge concern for all of us, for all rural counties. And then the other big area that RCRC often looks at is water, and specifically, of course, currently the drought, the lack of snowpack, et cetera. And we're going to be touching on water a bit later here today as well with one of our CSAs. So those are 2 big areas that were discussed at the RCRC meeting. Couple of other things that Supervisor Hernandez has already brought up. Had a COG meeting, Council of Governments, which addresses all roads in the community, which of course is very important, specifically addresses Measure G, and Mary Gilbert's going to be speaking to that later. But in addition, we had a presentation on the progress of Highway 156. And I'm sure if anyone has any questions, Mary can address that today as well. But the exciting thing is that Highway 156 is finally moving forward, and actually construction should be starting later this year. So after many, many years, that's exciting news. Also, and this is on the agenda coming up, but COG works on RENA, which is coming up with residential housing units. for the community. So we'll be talking about that further. A few other things I was going to mention. Attended an AMBAG meeting, LAVCO meeting. Supervisor Gonzalez and I have been spending a lot of time on behavioral health. We're both on the Behavioral Health Board, working both with Alan and Gabriel in terms of getting a better handle on behavioral health finances and other things, and trying to make improvements in services. And I just wanted to thank both Alan and Gabe for really deep dive in terms of better understanding the finances for behavioral health, which is not easy. Because I was gone this past week, I missed the new jail ribbon cutting. Curtis Hill, or Kurt as I knew him since I was a kid in grammar school, we go way back from the same class, and we've grown old together. So congratulations to Kurt Hill and the new building, and of course congratulations to the retirement of our past sheriff, and welcome to our new sheriff. Exciting times in that area. I'm really looking forward to working with Sheriff Taylor. And then lastly, I'll just mention that I will be joining Supervisor Kosmicki for the LGBTQ flag raising City Hall on Sunday. That is, I guess, assuming that you're not a new father. In the meantime, it looks like we got through. Keep your fingers crossed for today. Get through today, so then all bets are off. So, but anyway, I will be there on Sunday. So, on behalf of the behavioral health and the county, at least from my part, and that's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't get my report from earlier in the month, and so I'm going to go ahead and just do from our last meeting on May 25th. So there's a considerable amount. So though I wish I can be brief, sorry, I can't and I won't. I've attended many tourism ad hoc meetings with Supervisor Hernandez and staff, and each of us, Supervisor Hernandez, CAO Espinosa, and myself, we each were assigned certain areas in terms of business that we want to focus on, to make sure that when we do get the stakeholders together, we will have a full array of businesses and entities that are involved in the tourism ad hoc. So we have our next meeting, I believe, late August, first part of
there's one
we have
tomorrow.
We have a meeting internally ours,
tomorrow.
but then we have one outside where we're going to be inviting the stakeholders. Okay, and so I have people asking for that date. So if we can kind of finalize that date, that'd be great. I also met with Nora Conte from the Sumner County Library, and we were looking at. I told her, in a perfect world, what would you like? Where would you like to be located? And so I have an idea of where she'd like to put the new library. So it's just a matter of now getting funding and making that happen. I, as Supervisor Tiffany said, I have attended, meetings with behavioral health, multiple meetings regarding the funding and where the funding is going, and any kind of reserve being set aside or being lost, reverting back to the state or the federal government. And my answers were resolved. So thank you very much, Gabriel and Alan, for giving us the time that we needed. I've also been involved with the river cleanup. Again, multiple meetings with the Tracy at Health and Human Services, Enrique Ariola, Captain Taylor, CIO Espinosa, County Council, and looking at all the options to make sure that what we're doing regarding housing, moving them out of the river, and finding the services they're going to need, that we all stay within the confines of the law. So it is an ongoing project that is not going to be solved overnight. I also attended the Seminole County Office of Ed acknowledgements for Employees of the Year. That was a great occasion. Unfortunately, I had to be at in Sacramento for a graduation, so I multitasked and Zoomed in, and so it was interesting. I attended the Memorial Day event at the IOOF Cemetery, Buena Vista Road, in addition to the one on at Vets Hall. Let's see. I met with the owners and the developer of the Buena Vista Road property. It's a project that the city had pushed aside and didn't approve. It went to LAFCO, and it passed at LAFCO this last Thursday. And it is going to be designed specifically, Colin, workforce housing. And so you'll be pleased. I didn't want to share that or blow your thunder yesterday's meeting, but it's in the works. There are people out there that care and want to make sure that there are homes, and I can't call them affordable homes because they're going to be closer to market rate, but they will be the type of homes that the professionals will want to live in and can afford. So keep our staff here employed and housed here. Met with County Council on various reasons. I attended the Bedeville ribbon cutting. I attended the intergovernmental meeting, and I encourage more residents of the community to attend those meetings. They are broadcast through Zoom, and they are meetings that cross all jurisdictions in terms of San Benito County, City of Hollister, City of San Juan, and any issues that cross over the boundaries of one, two, or all three of the areas. So I find those meetings much more interesting than this one here, because we're getting aspects from the other. I can't say the deliberations are exciting, but the content is. And so I would urge more people to attend the intergovernmental meetings. We have them monthly on Thursday. For about a year, there were no meetings being held, but they are at this point meeting on the third Thursday of the month, I believe, at 4:30.
First.
First?
I believe it's the
Okay.
first.
It's just on my calendar. I attend. Okay, so the first Thursday of the month, of the month, 4:30 to 6:30. I attended the internal ad hoc committee regarding broadband, and we are working on that. Thanks to Supervisor Tiffany and pulling in the RC broadband, we are formulating a local task force, and we identified the key players that need to be involved. And so unfortunately, because there were so many people and entities that wanted to be involved, we had to limit it to one individual from each entity. So when word got back that they can only have one person, they weren't all happy campers, but they have to understand it has to be a manageable number. And with all the individuals and providers that wanted to be involved, we just couldn't, open it up to everybody. So that is the late August, early September meetings that we will have. And so we need to finalize a date for that one too, so I can get that information, CAO, to individuals who would like to partake in the next meeting. I have been stating late August, early September on that one, so let me know when we have a finalized date. I participate on the CSAC weekly updates. They're on Mondays and Thursdays, and so I listen to them on a regular basis unless I have a conflicting appointment. There was a scheduled mobility partnership meeting, but it was canceled due to the shooting, the massacre at VTA. However, in the interim, they did share a video on YouTube regarding the Highway 101 and 25 interchange. I found it very, very valuable, useful, and had a lot of information, so I shared it on my personal page on Facebook. But if that's something that the PIO can also circulate, that would be awesome, because it tells the path of where the 101 interchange is going to be diverted to Castro Valley Road. It'll come off near Santa Teresa Boulevard. It's going to impact Gavilan College, unfortunately, but that's something that they need to resolve. But it'll be a nice flyover, and we won't have that backup on Highway 25 exit. And the accidents, the stops, and any kind of issues, they will be resolved. It's going to take time for it to be resolved, but there is a great plan. So if we can share that video, that would be awesome. So YouTube. I've had a really busy month. I'm sorry, people. I attended my first AMBAG meeting. I don't even know if it was in May or June. Sorry, it's just been a long month. I attended my first LAFCO meeting as an actual person rather than an alternate, as a voting commissioner, as opposed to the alternate. And we went ahead and we approved the project out there, the Whittle property out there on Buena Vista Road. I was so happy to be part of that because, again, that goes back to the workforce housing that I'm so happy to be a part of. I met with Zeke Lopez from Bulldog Boxing when I discovered that their site was being inadvertently in the path of progress, and they had 30 days they have 30 days to move. I've been talking with members of the city, Council Member Rick Perez and CAO Espinosa, to find out what we can do. I know that CAO has been talking to Brett Miller, they're the city manager, and so we are working together. And this morning I received a phone call that it looks like the problem might be in the works. They are talking with the lessor of the property that's located across from the cinema and where the dance studio is. There is a nice covered area that it looks like they can enclose. So Rick Perez was meeting with Abraham Prado this morning to see if that will work and see what they can do to get the city to help out and resolve the situation. So unfortunately, that will only be a temporary 1-year site. The landlord only wants to give it for 1 year, and so the problem is not resolved, but at least there's a temporary halt, and their location will then be within proximity of their previous location. So it's a temporary fix, but at least it's a fix. I'm concerned about all the individuals who are participating in this program. He's had 3 generations go through his boxing club there, and at the time, right now, there's 40 participants, but sometimes it gets up to 100 plus. So we want to make sure we do not lose that bulldog boxing. I've also met with members of the community regarding the broadband. I said they really do want to make sure that we put our money where our mouth is, and they would like to be allocated some of that American Rescue funds. And I know that's a conversation that's in the works. I also met with the chief of police and our new chief of police and Hollister, Councilman Rick Perez, regarding the parklets and the issues that are going on at the parklets here in downtown Hollister on Main Street. I love that people go out there and want to show their cars and gather together on Saturday nights, but it's become a situation where now the business owners are concerned about the safety. There's drugs, there's alcohol, there's underage drinking, and my perception is there's a lack of law enforcement. There's a lack of show of force. And so I met with the PD along with, we invited Captain Taylor, but his schedule didn't permit him to attend. But between Councilmember Perez and Chief Reynoso, it seems like they have a game plan. And so we want to make sure that downtown Hollister is inviting to families to go and enjoy the festivities, or even just a Saturday night. But we need to make sure that the car enthusiasts are going to be responsible for their own members. And so we're working on something. We don't want it to be an adversarial situation, but we definitely want to make it safe for the business owners as well as the patrons. And at yesterday's budget meeting, we had Captain Taylor share with us what his plan was for the community policing. And this is exactly what we're talking about. Get out of your car, park your car, walk the beat, get to know your neighbors, get to know the residents of the community, talk and walk, so that whenever residents of the community see a police car or a sheriff's vehicle, it's not like, oh, there's a police. It's like, hey, there's a police. And it's a friendly relationship, so that when anyone is in need of services, they will feel comfortable picking up that phone and making that phone call. And then just a reminder, on Friday, our new sheriff will be installed at the Veterans Memorial Building. So everyone come on out and share in the festivities. And I think that's all of my report. Thank you. So that takes us to the consent item. Okay, so with the consent item, we will allow members of the public to speak on any item on the consent item. If you're speaking to one item, you'll have 3 minutes. If you're speaking to more than one item, you will have 5 minutes, and you'll have to adjust your time accordingly. While you guys are looking through the agenda, the items that you'd like to pull, are there any members either from the public or from the chambers that want to speak to a consent item?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Adoption of the resolution in San Benito County, Department File number 130, contained within Agenda Item 43, is a great first step to be in alignment.
I'm sorry, sir, that is an agenda item right now. This is items that are on the consent, and that's an action item, I believe. Am I correct? Yes. So we're going to have to wait for that, your comment. Sorry. What item is that, just so? Okay, item 43, sorry.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name.
Thank you. This is again with Reach San Benito Parks Foundation, and I believe it's number 31 on the consent agenda concerning the regional park and that seeking, moving toward finishing the grant, getting that out is extremely important, and we're behind that 100%. And if I can revert just a moment to one of the public comments, that the importance of getting a grant writer in the county, the money that is just being lost because we're not pursuing grants. We can have so much more money for parks and recreation in San Benito County. I see these grants come up and fly away because we have no capacity to move toward getting them. It costs money to get a grant and time. And so the dedication of the Board of Supervisors in moving toward that is deeply appreciated. Thank you very much.
I believe that was for item 31.
31, I just saw that, yes. So she was correct. My mistake.
No more comments on Zoom.
Okay. From the chambers? Sorry, Elia.
So I'm going to speak on item 15, 16, 19, 29, 33. That's it. I would like to know with regards to it says to receive an update on AB 1869. So the public has to go look for the report to get the update. It's not going to be presented to the public or to the board themselves with regards to criminal justice fees. And I'd like to know what kind of a loss that is going to be to the county. That's item 15. Item 16 is why I believe it's very important to find out what is going to happen with the supervisor's position, and it should be it should be public, and it shouldn't be going through the consent item. Item 19, I have no idea why this is going under consent. This is the American Medical Response.
Madam Chair, we are out of order. I would like to pull some of these items myself, and you would have more time to speak on those.
Well, we'll let her speak because this
That's
is
fine, but normally
if
we
you
pull
wanna
first and then.
That's true, you do. You're out of, and Supervisor Hernandez spoke earlier with regards to having procedures. So normally the board.
I understand, but as board chair, I am running this meeting this way. I thank you for your advisement, but I'm running it this way. I'm trying to get the members to allow them to speak. So that way, if they're asking us, and can we pause the time on her, please? And she'll probably need about 30 minutes extra, or 30 seconds extra, because I'm taking her time. But anyways, I'm trying to, because we have so many items being pulled and it delays us our ability to conduct the meetings. I am trying to, and again, as Supervisor Hernandez says, let's put an item on the agenda so we can talk about procedure, so we can vote on that procedure. We haven't had that yet. So right now, bear with me, I'm working through it. So my intent is to invite you to come up and speak, and as you speak, if we hear an item that you want pulled, your passion will motivate one of us to pull it. And I had a question on a few that you already did, so I'm jotting them down. But I want to hear from the public, and then we can act accordingly. So I will stop talking and let you continue. But
Madam Chair, really quick, I think what, if I'm not mistaken, Supervisor Convicts mentioned is when the request for pulling the items happens, that if there's also concurrent pulling with the board, then we make a motion to support, obviously, the ones that weren't pulled, and ultimately allow the public to speak, and then we speak. So it's more procedural. It's not even So that was, just to clarify, I
Okay.
think, right, if I'm not, yeah.
I'm sorry, I wasn't clear on that. Is it, if you could clarify, I think the question is whether or not the board, right now the direction is everyone speaks on consent agenda. If the board wanted to allow people to speak on the consent agenda items that are pulled, then that would be a motion of the board. But otherwise, the chair has the authority to say that all comments on consent agenda are going to be made at this time before the board pulls it.
As I said, as the chair, procedure or not, I'm making this. But as I stated earlier, I want to embrace your suggestion that we go back and look at the procedures. Supervisor Medina, he ran the meeting his way. I'm finishing up his tender, but I am not him. I am doing what I can do because I'm trying to get open dialogue. I want everybody the opportunity. So if we hear someone saying, can you pull this item, and we did not pull it, we can then pull it in addition to the items we wanted to pull. So I thought I was trying to be fair.
Quick clarification. We pull them, we put them on the regular agenda. So we're pulling items from consent, we're putting them on the regular agenda, therefore the public has the right to the 3 minutes. That's a standard.
If it's more than one, it's 5.
Yeah, I mean, that's, when we pull items from
And
consent,
we
it
as a
goes to the
board have
regular
not voted
agenda.
on that 3 minutes, 5 minutes yet, and I do want to
Yeah,
give you all that opportunity, but that has not happened yet. So in the interim, I'm just asking that you bear with me, because I think I'm the chair, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so can we continue?
Madam Chair, I just
Yes.
may add, just so everyone's aware, item number 49, we're going to have this open dialogue, and then we'll have some sort of consensus from the board at that point.
Yeah,
So.
my apologies, Chair, you're right. We're gonna have the procedural rules clarify, and until then, technically, it's not very, there's gotta be grace up until then is my point.
And you have to understand, I'm dealing with a recent death in the family, so I'm not really myself right now, okay? So I'm just asking you to bear with me, please. Sorry, Ms. Salinas, we will give you an extra 30 seconds on that.
I'm not trying to be challenging to you, Madam Chair, okay? But as the supervisors both mentioned to you, the procedure was, and I know you're trying to change it because you're trying to move the meeting along. With all due respect, that is what you're here for. Is it doesn't matter how long the meeting is. You're here to listen to the public. You're here to listen to your constituents, whether it's in the positive or in the negative. So I will skip. So here's the thing. I have to speak now for my 3 to 5 minutes, and then you may have something to say, and this happened the last meeting, is that then I can't come forward after you're reporting and why you're going to vote on something. I should be allowed, the public should be allowed to speak as items are pulled either by the public and or by yourselves on an individual item basis, and not making me stand up here and speak for 3 to 5 minutes on all of them, not knowing what you, the supervisors, are thinking about, whether you're going to pull it or you're not going to pull it. And for instance, this AMR should not be on a consent. That's my opinion. It should be on a regular agenda. There's, if you will recall, Madam Chair, the public defenders was on a consent. And thank you. Because of you helped me pull that item, and it's important. This America response is important. So the discussion with regards to pulling and not putting in 5 minutes to speak on something without knowing what the supervisors are thinking, and maybe I agree with what the supervisors, and the public doesn't have to get up and speak if they agree with you on what's going on. You have items here that are 2.5 million. Approval. We just went through the budget yesterday, and then you've got under consent 2.5 million for public health. I think I can't even remember who it was. Let's see. 4 leaf item 29. It's going under a consent item, just like it did with public defenders. You're automatically approving a contract, and then also in this renewal, it's an automatic succession of renewing the contract for 1 year until 2024. Why is this not on the regular agenda? And Four-leaf, again, are we compliant that we keep using four-leaf? Is there nothing out there that we can't do an RFP and find out if there's other competition companies out there that can come and represent San Benito County? A lot of people have complaints. A lot of people that are building here in this county have complaints, and it has to do with four-leaf. So let's listen to the public, and let's bring this up in a public forum instead of through the consent agenda. Item 33. Why is the county paying almost $600,000 for a private company to clean county buildings? That's $600,000. Can the county not find employees in janitorial services so that we can save money? So, I mean, telling the public that they can't pull items and not be able to listen to you after you pull items, these are the reasons why I'm here, and these are the reasons why I'm so passionate that I should be able to speak after you guys make decisions. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other members of the, in the chambers that want to make a comment on a consent item? There none? Okay, how about on Zoom?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments on Zoom.
Okay, so in terms of the board, what items are there any items that you'd like to pull? So we'll start off with Tiffany and we'll work our way around.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And let me just comment, this is a difficult thing. There's 41 consent items today on the list. So so I think there does have to be a good balance in terms of trying to address the concerns that were just raised, but also and it's not just our time, it's the staff's time.
Yes.
And so I think there has to be a good balance. With that being said, I would like to pull item number 15.
Okay, 15.
Item number 16.
16, good.
And this is actually reflecting upon the comments just made, item number 19 and 33.
Okay, so 19 and 19 and 33. Okay. All right. Supervisor Tiffany? Oh, excuse me, Hernandez. I was looking at Hernandez and I said Tiffany. Sorry.
Item 22, Madam Chair.
Just 22? Okay, 22. All right. Supervisor Kosmicki?
14, and I didn't hear if Supervisor Tiffany said 16, but if not, 16 is.
Yeah, 15 and 16. So I'm sorry, Supervisor Kosmicki?
14.
14?
I think he said 15 and 16.
He said 15 and 16.
But 14 as well.
Okay, so Ms. Salinas, it looks like most of the items that you had concern are going to be pulled, okay? So, and you had the same concerns I had, so I'm right there with you. Okay, so I would like to, okay, we addressed already item number 9, which was the change of the minutes, so I don't have an issue with 9. I wanted 19 to be pulled also. I wanted 15 and 16 to be pulled. We're good. Number 29, I highlighted it, but I didn't have an issue with it, but I will pull it for Ms. Salinas so we can discuss it. I didn't want to pull the contracts for the RMA, but I know maybe for clarification, Mr. Chambliss, I see that you're here. Maybe what I will do is pull the first of 5 contracts. So I'll pull 35, and in pulling 35, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you can address the 5 contracts. Can you do that? So I will pull 35 just for the sake of clarification what the 5 contracts represent, okay? All right. So for clarification, we have, and correct me if I miss any, item 14, 15, 16, 19, 22, 29, 33, me on 35. Was that it? Whew, okay. So can I get a motion on those items not pulled from the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We have a 4-0 on the consent. And so let's just go ahead and take them one at a time in order. So item 14, let's go ahead and start with that one.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
simple question. Why can't we do this in-house?
It's expected to be a 10-day arbitration with expert witnesses. We do have qualified staff in-house, but having it with outside counsel allows counsel with expertise, and they will also be able to dedicate a partner, an associate, and the support staff to develop this trial. It's going to be a complex arbitration, and that was my recommendation, to have it with outside counsel. If you wanted to discuss that, as it is a pending litigation matter, I could take it into closed session and have a further discussion about that before you approve this contract. It's not time sensitive. It could wait until July.
Yeah, I would like to at least have further discussion. I know a prior staff report mentioned Reed was qualified, I believe, if I'm remembering this correctly from earlier last week, and then the
Yes.
staff report was amended to a much shorter version of that, if I'm recalling correctly. So yeah, I would like to at least have further discussion on that.
So I could place it in, I could, please, if that would satisfy the board, I would, you can pass this item, like continue it till the July 27th meeting, and I can place that matter in closed session. You don't
I
have.
would like that, $125,000. You know my issue with this outside legal stuff, so yes,
Yes,
thank you.
okay, that's fine.
So then, do we need a motion or just the
No, you
suggestion?
don't need a
Okay, so
motion,
then
just-
number 14, we don't need a vote on, we're good on that one. Okay, then the next item would then be item number 15, and I believe that's Joe Paul Gonzalez. So 15, 16, you have both of them, sir.
Right. And Madam Chair, I had number 15 pulled. If I might, Joe Paul, I understand, maybe you can go over this a little bit, but in particular, I had a question about the line that says, based on summary reporting information available currently, this amount may be as much as $5,900,000. That caught my attention. So could you explain that in more detail, and is that really the amount of money that we potentially are going to be losing, and is that being backfilled by the state? Thank you.
And then before you answer that, I did my homework on that, and I realized that the governor signed it into law on September 18th, 2020. So those loss of funds, we have no control over. So it's not like we're just giving them up. It was from the state. So I'll let you continue, but those were my concerns too.
Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, before you today is Auditor Controller, Joe Paul Gonzalez. This item is AB 1869. This is legislation that was assigned by the governor, as you mentioned, Madam Chair. It's effective July 1st of this year. And the reason why it was brought forward is because the courts brought it to my attention, actually just last week, that this legislation affects basically the debt associated, with, that needs to be paid by these, unfortunate fee payers, that is now basically extinguished. As it relates to the fees that are associated, that are collected by the probation department and the sheriff's department, the public defender doesn't collect them here, but they do in other counties. These are no longer fees that can be collected. That number, I knew it was going to catch your attention, but it's the only number that I had any sort of source information from that is brought over from the courts. This is a running total of debt associated that the courts, impose, and that maybe is maybe payable some of it to the county. At this time, it's the unraveling of all these fees. It would take much more than the few minutes that I had in order to prepare this item. And this item is before you because it affects the county's budget. It affects those departments that have been collecting these fees. The legislation, however, backfills the amounts of those fees that have been that will be collected in this next fiscal year. So that was, the main impetus behind putting this item before the board.
So just follow up. To be clear, we're not really losing $5.9 million here?
It's not likely that we're losing that, all of that. It's just that there's no definitive number that I could point to and say, hey, this is the exact amount or a rough amount of that is debt that is, basically prior year's debt. And this is debt that, once a fine is imposed, that fine stays on forever until it gets paid, unless legislation like this, forces the forgiveness of that debt. And so, once we make a determination here locally of what that amount is, that's an item that we could come back to the board and ask that the board extinguish a specific amount.
Just to get a better handle, in general terms, was a large percentage of these fees being paid, or was a large percentage of it not being paid?
No, a large percentage was not being paid, but that some of it has been paid. As you can see, potentially the budget of the probation department could be affected up to $70,000. It's and that the sheriff's department was about $45,000, but again, the bill provides
some backfill.
The backfill.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So my thought is what's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, Joe Paul, is laws have changed. There's an imposition on the court system that basically requires them to collect these or to set collection of the fees, which is basically you can't impose something that, if you're imposing it, you can't really collect it from folks that can't afford it. So there's a forgiveness of those, and I'm assuming, but just even reading the text of the bill, it sounds like a big part of the focus is now indigent populations that can't afford,
right.
And ultimately, I think the decriminalization element is part of it. They change the laws. There's less burdens on the process, so that ultimately now that you're just cleaning up the books is what it sounds like.
Pretty much, this is a kind of a cleanup, item before the board.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I just want to underscore, this is all about the disproportionate impact on low-income residents. That's what it sounds like to me.
Yes.
And I wholeheartedly support, I don't get into state legislation or national stuff, but this just makes a lot of sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Kosmicki, for saying that. This kind of sets up what we call that, debtors kind of prison, in terms of those that can't afford it end up behind bars until they can, come up with the funds to be able to release, whether it's bail or any other penalty. And so, thank you for your understanding on that. Are we okay with item 15? Okay. So, question for clarity, Ray and Barbara, shall we wait until we hear all of Joe Paul's items, then approve them, or one at a time? What's the preference at this point?
One at a time, I think, would be fine, and it's up to your board and you, Madam Chair, if you want to open it for the public as well.
So then what is the will of the board on item number 15, the County Clerk, Auditor, Recorder, Register of Voters, J.P. Gonzalez, to receive the update on AB 1869, elimination of criminal justice fees?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve that.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so we have a 4-0 on that one. So, Joe Paul, you may go ahead and continue on item number 16.
Item 16 pertains to the vacancy of District 1 and how that vacancy is filled. Your board at the last meeting asked that if at all possible, to provide information and a resolution if necessary to be able to consolidate a vacancy election if it be, with the statewide recall election, if that election was going to occur on November 2nd of this year, which would be the only reason, the only possible way to be able to call for filling of the vacancy by election is if it's at a general election. And so at the last Secretary of State's meeting that all the registrars participate in and election staff, my assistant clerk recorder, register of voters, Francisco Diaz was also on that call. The Secretary of State informed us that, there had been many discussions held with Secretary of State and with the leadership of the Association of Elected County Elected Officials, election officials, and with the chairs of the Assembly Election Committee and the Senate election committees. And after those discussions, it was pretty clear that they wanted to actually have the recall election as early as August. And of course, for the elections department, that's a near impossibility.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a recipe for failure. So what was, agreed upon through compromise was that the absolute earliest date that the recall election could take place would be September 14th. And the Secretary of State, who herself was a longtime legislator before being appointed recently to the Secretary of State's office, had informed us that be prepared for September 14th recall election date. It's not set in stone yet because the Secretary of State doesn't call the election. It's the Lieutenant Governor who will call the election. But the machinations behind state government are such that if the Secretary of State is telling us that prepare for that date, that's for all intents and purposes a done deal.
Okay. The reason why I wanted to pull this item, I totally understand what you're saying. I understand the logistics that we can't coincide with the vacancy for Supervisor Medina's position because of the dates and so forth. I totally understand that. And you explained it rather well last time. And so I accepted the fact that we are possibly looking at an appointment for as long as 18 months with an election for the final 2 years of his term. But I do know that the three supervisors up here had wanted it to be an election for the entire duration. And so, Ray, this is to you. I'm rather concerned that this was on the consent item because 3 of your supervisors told you they wanted to talk about it and they wanted to even have potentially a special meeting in 2 days. And so I don't know what Supervisor Medina did, but as chair, I think I need to be more participating in your setting the consent item.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. I take full responsibility for that. It was on the regular agenda, and when we were, at the last minute preparing these items and scheduling them, I moved it to the consent agenda because of the.
Because you knew it was a done deal.
Yes.
Right, and I understand that, but you had 3 supervisors telling you they wanted to go for an all-out election for the entire duration of Supervisor Medina's vacancy. And I understood that you couldn't, so I was surprised to see it. And my bad, the death occurred on Friday. I didn't look at the agenda until yesterday. I kid you not. And so when I looked at it yesterday, what could I do? It was published, it was there. But I don't want to micromanage, but we just need to make sure that we as supervisors have the opportunity to see what's going to be on the consent item, and something that shouldn't be, this one shouldn't have been. So I don't know what else the other supervisors are going to say, but I'm going to say that I hear you, I feel you, and I was expecting a robust conversation, so let the conversation commence. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I totally agree with you. That's the only reason why I was going to pull it. I think the decision is basically made for us at this point, but I absolutely think that this should not have been a consent item. Thank you.
Sorry, everything seemed to be rushed. I would say the main element to me on why I think it'd be good to talk about it is the implications of the actual recall itself. Because I'm hearing that, which makes sense, that the state's going to pay for it because it's too much of a burden on the local counties. But under that assumption, if the states are paying for it, how is the process going to be applied? How is the local election department going to be involved with that process? What is the authority of the local elections in managing that process? Because I want to make sure my strong conviction is that we make sure that our public is engaged in that process so that way they feel they had an honest and fair election.
The AB 152 and SB 152 legislation kind of is setting the parameters for how this election will be conducted. So,
AB 862, what was it?
AB 152.
AB 152.
And SB 152, they're the same number. Such that under normal circumstances, a recall election would be a special election.
Yep.
And a special election has much less, many less requirements than a regular election. It would have been less costlier to have a special election than a regular election. But this legislation calls that no, counties, you must treat this as a regular election. And that was, that created just a storm of protests from election officials throughout the state because no one was expecting that. And, we need a lot more time to prepare a regular election than we do for a special election. One item, for example, is that in a special election, when everyone receives a vote by mail ballot, in this county, because the requirement is such that one vote center is required for every 60,000 voters, we would have had only, we were required to only have one vote center. So the first floor of the Hall of Records is our designated vote center. But a regular election says, well, you must have one vote center for every 15,000 voters. I'm sorry, for every 10,000 voters. And so we have to have 4 vote centers in the county. So if you can imagine a county like LA County, what that means, it's a significant burden, and for this reason, the election officials and the Secretary of State lobbied very hard to not have an earlier than September 14th special election. And some counties are stating that that's not even good enough. It's too early for us because we're small. We prepared ourselves. We recently hired a person to be chief deputy clerk recorder, David Quick, who is from San Mateo County. And he's had some experience there in their elections office. He's a person who served 8 years in the military, so as a systems person who's, we're very glad that we got David into the office, and he will be a very helpful for us to be able to reach our commitments associated with election preparation.
Madam Chair, thank you. First off, this is a travesty. There's 3.5, and this is nothing against Joe Paul at all. This is, 3.5 years left on a term, and it just doesn't, I don't feel good about it at all. I'm a big believer in elections for obvious reasons. And I just want to, if there's any miracle out there that happens with timing, I just want to hopefully we can bring this back. If for instance, there's some decision made, which is very, very likely not going to happen in the next few days or whatever, wherever that timing is. I know you said it basically by the end of the week. It sounded like, as far as all the deadlines and all that. I think it's clearly a big enough issue that we pull the plug on whatever decision we make here today and reverse course and look at an election if it's at all possible. The other thing is, my recommendation is that we at least explore, and correct me if I'm wrong, that as far as potentially becoming a charter county would be the only way that we would be able to potentially hold a special election. I know Ray's probably not excited about this, but this is such an enormous issue to me that here we are on the Board of Supervisors. It's meant to be an elected position. I don't feel comfortable at all with the governor appointing a supervisor to the Board of Supervisors in San Benito County. He has no idea what's going on here with these issues, our issues locally. It's wrong. And so I would like to at least explore what it would take, if it's at all possible, to put us in a position to never have to be in this spot again.
Supervisor Kosmicki, I understand your sentiment, and I think the way you do it is you change current law, Election Code 25060, which says, hey, the governor shall make an appointment when a vacancy occurs on the Board of Supervisors. And so if that law is changed and the other relevant election code relevant to the filling of a vacancy is also changed so that it's not necessary to have a general election, that solves the problem. And so perhaps if the board feels strongly about it, that they should pursue the change in legislation with the CSAC and possibly with our own lobbyists.
So it sounds like, Joe Paul, you're talking about, if I may, Madam Chair, basically trying to encourage the state legislature to change that law. I mean, is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that is an option to the board, is to...
I kind of defer to agree with Supervisor Kosmicki that if we have an option that we can trigger locally to become a charter county, maybe that's the opportunity. I know it would be a huge lift for staff, but at the end of the day, I mean, there's been a lot of consequences with decisions made from Sacramento that have been hard to mitigate at the local level. I could rattle off a bunch of examples, but I think when it comes down to this election, one of the things that I was going to ask, and listening to Supervisor Kosmicki, which I appreciate his comments, is if this happens, which it sounds like in September, our chances are slim to none for this governor to appoint, right? Because there's a process, right? And if 4 to 6 months, even 4 months seems to be tight with that September timeframe, and we're what in almost in July. So July, August, September, that's 3 months. So if we're expecting him to appoint in 4 to 6 months, I doubt he's caring about the considerations or concerns of San Benito County when he's about to be ousted, or it's a possibility if he ousted. So
well, let's not put words in his mouth, okay? We don't know if he doesn't care. We don't know.
Yeah, it's just, my point is if we do nothing, then by default, nothing happens. The outcomes are more thrown to chance than they are to decision making. That's my point.
I think the onus is more on the responsibility of the supervisor who walked away from his responsibility, and he should have timed it better. But that's another conversation. We can't throw that on the Board of Elections. I'll let you continue talking, but you just...
I appreciate your sentiment, Madam Chair. Yeah. I mean, my point is, it's not even about a partisanship sentiment. It's more about what are the consequences of now the situation that we're dealing with. Either we make a decision to try to pursue an avenue that's going to correct the course, or we allow it to just happen according to what the governor does, and which is again back to chance. And I'm not a big gambler. I've never been.
Is that a conversation that we can have, that we will have any kind of ability to affect change in that sense?
I can tell you that staff can work with auditing, the elections department, and come back to your board with this item.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Would that be fine then? Okay.
Yes.
All right. And then I guess as a charter too, since that's been mentioned by more than 2 supervisors now, just.
What would that look like?
Yeah, what would it look like in terms of, I have no idea. I'm totally
Yeah,
ignorant to that.
we can work on both those items.
Okay, thank you. All right. So on this item, since.
Madam Chair,
I'm
let me-
sorry, I didn't give you that opportunity.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think all of us up here would much prefer to see an election. I think it makes all the sense in the world. Unfortunately, we are where we are. And the law is pretty clear. Unless we can change the law, which we're not going to be able to do, obviously in a short-term situation. The idea of looking at a charter county, I think let's take a look at it. It does sound like, I mean, there's a reason why I think most counties by far and away are not charter counties. So I think it's real questionable whether that makes sense, but we should look at it. But once again, we certainly couldn't become a charter county in time to deal with this situation. So, although I don't, I understand the frustration, we have an obligation to make a decision here. And I think there's only one decision we can make today. We don't have really any other choice, and that is to call for, a governor's appointment and hope that his office reaches out to not only our local representatives, Ana Caballero and Robert Rivas, but also possibly other people in the community to get some local advice, and hopefully, there will be a strong appointment, and hopefully it will be as soon as possible. I mean, I think we heard it could be 5 or 6 months, which I think is ridiculous to wait that long. But anyway, again, those are my only comments. I hear all of you, but I think we have only one decision to make today. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I agree with you, Supervisor Tiffany. My only recommendation is this is still going to be a public application process.
Yes.
So if we can make sure to clarify that to the public so they understand what the process is for candidates that would consider this position to be able to apply. The only other element is I agree with you. So it's this decision, I would say, is to appoint or to allow the governor to appoint, nonetheless concurrent with the sentiment of considering other options like a charter county.
Yeah, no, I agree. I do think it's important. The public needs to realize, from what I understand, it's the governor's office decision. It's not ours. So even, we're going to pass a resolution. My understanding is we don't even have to pass a resolution. Right. He has by law, he has that ability to make that decision. I'd like to think we can as a board and the public can give some input, whether it be through application process or what have you. I just don't know what the logistics are, and I guess that's something we should look into once assuming we pass the resolution, we can find out what we can as far as what the next steps are.
Yes, go ahead, Maureen.
Yeah, I just wanted to share just some input. I think our local legislatures, they obviously are key advocates for our county and have a relationship with the governor's office and the governor. And they listen to you as the board and the public. So that's why I think it's important that this board provides direction, I think. And I think they'll listen to that and they'll address that. So I think that's ultimately why this is on the board agenda today, to provide some direction to the local leaders to move forward or not move forward with it. And I think they'll hear that. If you do not move forward with this resolution or move forward with this, they'll also hear that. And I think that happened in your case. I think there was at our last board, when you came on board, Supervisor Tiffany felt that it was better to go through the process and not have an appointment. And the local legislature, everyone heard that at the state, and so then they backed off and they just waited for the election.
Right, and just to be clear, because the public may not fully understand this, the reason why, in my case, it did work out to be an election was because there was a general election coming up.
And you had a window, a
a
very
few months
small
later.
window.
Right, right. Otherwise, I would have been or not, a governor's appointment, or someone else would be sitting up here, and I would be at home relaxing.
Minding your own business, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
final point, ultimately, I just want to make it clear that the liability lands on us with not having some kind of momentum in how to fill this position. At least that way it's clear to the public that we're trying to get it filled. If the governor doesn't appoint, then we still made the attempt. I don't like the idea of him appointing, but nonetheless, at least we made a decision. Ultimately, we're trying to come up with another course of action going forward.
Mhm. And I'll go ahead and just put the final note on it that, in all likelihood, it will be an appointment. We have not been given the process yet of when that application period is going to be open. So I would urge everyone out there to contact Assemblyman Rivas and Senator Caballero and put your concerns known that you want that application process to be stated clearly. You want to know when the window is and so forth, because again, it's your seat, your representative, especially those of you in District 1. We are doing what we can as supervisors, but we are bound by the law on what we can do. There will be a general election in a year and a half, November 2022. So it'll be free reign for anyone who wants to go ahead and apply, pull their papers for a candidate for that position. But for now, the interim between that point and today is going to be an appointment. So what is the will of the board on item number 16?
I'll make a motion that we approve the resolution to ask for a governor's appointment to fill the open supervisor seat.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, I have a second. So first and a second.
I hesitated second.
Excuse me?
Second. What's that? I hesitated second, but a
Oh,
second.
the motion is to
Yeah.
adopt the resolution. Thank you.
And Supervisor Hernandez clarified it's a hesitant second, but it's a second. So we have a first of a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And that's a reluctant aye, 4-0, okay? Because we know that this is not the best solution for us. Thank you, Joe Paul.
Thank you.
All right, so that would take us into, we voted on that one. You know what? I have not been giving public comment, the opportunity for public comment. Shame on me. Is that what we did previously?
Yeah,
Okay.
that was done already.
19, item number 19. Ms. Salinas, I agree with you. I have an issue with this 5-year contract. So who do we have for AMR on this one?
Chris.
Hello, Chris.
We have Chris.
And Chris was so kind to give us a pre-meeting in advance of this agenda item coming forward. And I was not happy with the 5 years either, but I was not on the ad hoc, and they had an ad hoc committee agreed it should be 5 years, so.
Good morning. So on the phone, I have Dr. Gillarducci, who is our EMS medical director, and Michael Esslinger, who is the director for AMR.
Thank you.
Do you have specific questions, or do you want me to?
Well, this was pulled by me and both Ms. Salinas, and I know that she has been, as she said earlier, an advocate, passionate advocate, to make sure that there's transparency and so forth. And Ms. Salinas, I know that you gave your comments previously, but can you come on up and tell us some of your brief concerns, because I share them, but I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for letting me speak. So yes, in February of 2020, AMR was approved a 20% increase. And as you all know, nobody gets a 20% increase, yet the county was able to give AMR a 20% increase. And you're giving them a 5-year contract. I know that it's supervisor at the time, Jim Gillio, tried to see if there was some kind of alternative to try to get another company to come in. For doing an RFP. I have it's a monopoly. American Medical Response it's a very, very wealthy, privately owned corporation. And they get this 20%, then they come back and they give us the story, well, we have to pay our employees and all this stuff. And then yet when I talk to EMTs that work for this, they don't get paid that much money to justify the fees that they're charging. There's an absorbent amount of fees that are charged from one block away. I remember Supervisor Kosmicki, there was I think you mentioned something a while back where someone was giving like a $7,000 bill or $4,000. I don't remember the number, but it was an absorbent amount of number where they only traveled a short distance. There's a person that I know that got had to go from Hazel Hawkins Hospital to Salinas, was transported by ambulance. And there was no local ambulances, and this was during COVID time. This happened in December. And he was charged less than $1,500 to go from, and they came from San Mateo County to Hollister to take him to Salinas. And AMR was charging thousands of dollars just for something around the corner. So they have a monopoly. They've got us around the throat, I'm going to say, I guess. 5 years is a long time. And they've been here for a long time as well. That's all they squeezed out, this company has squeezed out a lot of mom and pop ambulance companies. They still exist. I would like to somehow see, this is a contract already going to get approved, and I would like to see somehow Santa Clara County has their own ambulance company. I know I've discussed this with our local fire department, and I've discussed this with some law enforcement, that they could be trained. And the fire departments, I saw them during Christmas time, when my friend was needing an ambulance. I saw the work that those ambulance people, that the fire department did. Not the ambulance. The fire department got there first, then the ambulance. The firefighters are trained and can be trained more. So I think we should consider, with all this money that's being spent, I would like to see somehow the county be able to have their own fire department. Emergency services. Thank you.
Well, I'll start, probably be a little out of order, but AMR is in our neighboring counties, including Santa Clara County. It is managed by Santa Clara County EMS, so their ambulances stay owned and operated by AMR, but they are managed by the county. So it is the same ambulance company that's here. We rely on our neighboring counties a great deal for mutual aid, for backup coverage, and we do have some employees that are actually dual county, which means they work in other counties and here. So we rely on Monterey, Santa Cruz, and San Benito counties for regular support, as does the whole state of California. We have mutual aid agreements. So that's kind of one point. AMR, Hollister Fire, they are, all the firefighters are EMTs. It is not the same level of coverage that's on an ambulance. They are paramedics and EMTs on an ambulance, so a paramedic can do much more in their scope of practice. So that just gives you a little idea. They do work together. They work very well together. Hollister Fire is a first responder. They usually are there first because their stations are more strategically placed throughout the county, and there are more of them. Fire is there. They start the care. Paramedics roll up, complete treatment, and transport if needed. This contract is specifically for 911 coverage. So if Hazel Hawkins has a patient that needs to be transferred out of the hospital to another facility, that is not the responsibility of the 911 contract. That is what we have other ambulance providers approved in the county for, and they come in from outlying areas to provide that basic level of service to transport the patient to a facility, usually to a higher level of care. Other topics that were brought up. The contract with AMR is for 5 years because of their investment in the county with ambulances. Purchasing 3 new ones is quite costly. And as far as the rates in San Benito County, as explained in the packet that was attached to the agenda item, our payer mix for patients paying the payer mix in San Benito County for Medicare and Medi-Cal patients are 72%. That is huge. So that's a flat rate that AMR receives per transport of about $400 versus the $3,200 I believe they're charging or billing insurance. And that's standard for medical care. That's just the way it is. So with a 72% rate of payers paying substantially below a base rate, that affects our bottom line. So the investment in the county is, what they're asking for is 5 years, which is very reasonable. And we're hoping for approval. Other counties have gone out to bid, most recently Monterey County. It's about a 1.5-year process to do that. It costs up to usually $80,000 to $100,000. Dr. Ghilarducci's been involved in Santa Cruz counties extensively, and the only bidder for Santa Cruz County was AMR. In fact, nobody submitted a bid for Monterey counties because of how the contract was written. So they're in negotiations to extend AMRs until they can revise their proposal and go out to bid again for another very large sum. Other counties have gone to other providers. Santa Clara County signed with Rural Metro about 10 years ago, and Rural Metro went bankrupt because they could not handle the financial background or financial, the payer mix and the largeness of the county, and it cost Santa Clara County about $10 million. So looking at the background of the company is very important and how deep their pockets are, and we know AMR is very financially stable. Even though they have operated at a loss here, they're able to do so because they're so large. And can ask Dr. Ghilarducci if you can speak a bit on the RFP process and your experience, if you would.
Yeah, thank you, Chris, and good morning,
Dr.
Chair and the rest of the board. Dr. Ghilarducci here.
Hold on a moment.
Yeah, I've been involved in
Can you stop him?
Dr. Ghilarducci, can you hold on just a moment?
Okay.
The board has a question.
While he is getting ready to speak, can we go ahead and get the PDF presentation up? Because there's a few bullet points that I would like for the public to see. There are some offsets to this 5-year contract, and that was kind of why I wanted to pull it. When it's on a consent item, we don't see the details, and the details are important. We have the air and ground membership fee or program that's going to be coming online.
Correct.
We have the fee forgiveness program that the public may not be aware of, and then we have the compassionate care program. So is it possible for us to get her PowerPoint up so that she can go ahead and highlight those? And I personally do not like the 5 years, but as I said, I was not an ad hoc, and the ad hoc communicated with AMR, and I have to stand that they did the best for the county. And Ms. Salinas, you are correct. It is a monopoly, and they do have us by the throat, and so we have some offset. It may not be the best, but it is some sort of offset. So you can go ahead and let Dr. G go, speak, Dr. G go, and then while we're getting the program ready. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, no, thank you, Madam Chair, of course. I'll be very brief. You know, I've been involved in EMS in California really since I became a firefighter in 1982, and then later as a medical director since 2003. I'll just point out, just by way of background, that EMS is really unique, you know, the sort of third arm of emergency response. We have police, we have fire, and we have EMS. EMS is unique in that it has traditionally been self-supported or supported only through insurance billing, and typically does not have any kind of public funding. And over the years, we've seen that insurance payments have diminished, the cost of providing these services, and the level of services increased. Back when I first started as a firefighter, virtually nobody was a paramedic. Providing paramedic services is very expensive. And so the combination of those things, including commercial insurance payers refusing to pay the bills and passing those costs on to the people that have to call for an ambulance, all of those things have conspired to make it a very difficult thing. I'm involved in, as Director Mangano mentioned, I've been involved in many RFPs over the years, including the Rural Metro RFP in Santa Clara County, Santa Cruz County recently, and we'll be reviewing Napa County's RFP on this coming Friday, as a matter of fact. I will mention that Napa County went out to bid. They had a single bidder, and that is AMR. Santa Cruz County went out to bid. 3 or 4 companies showed interest. It ended up being a single bidder. Monterey County almost had no bidders. That is, nobody was willing to provide ambulance services in Monterey County. Fortunately, AMR chose to go ahead and bid for that, and Michael Esslinger can give us more detail if you're interested. So it's a strange marketplace, if you will, for emergency medical services. They're expensive to provide. The revenues are minimal. Typically, these are done without public support. Those fire departments that do their own ambulance service usually are restricted to very large municipalities, and they pay a substantial amount of taxpayer funds to fund that. It's much more expensive to have public employees provide this service than it is for a third party, like a private contractor is in this case. So it's a challenging situation going forward. I'll leave my comments there. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll go through my presentation that was included in the packet. AMR is across the United States. The darker blue is where they are. They're also in Hawaii, if you want to go there. They are in all our neighboring counties, as I mentioned, including Santa Clara, Monterey, Santa Cruz, but they're throughout the Bay Area, which makes it very convenient for mutual aid. We have used our mutual aid many times. Most recently, we needed 10 ambulances a year ago in December to evacuate one of our nursing homes. And we requested what we call a strike team through the state, through our region. And we received 10 ambulances between Santa Cruz, Monterey, and Santa Clara counties. So it's very helpful to have neighboring counties. AMR has been the 911 provider since the early 90s when they purchased Stevens and Paletti. Their performance and compliance has continuously met or exceeded all the contractual requirements. We are requesting a 5-year contract that can be extended for up to 2 additional terms. So it could be a 10-year if we agreed to terms, and that's mutually agreed upon. The coverage and deployment will remain the same with 2 ambulances 24/7, 365 days a year, and a 3rd ambulance on weekends, holidays, and special events as deemed by the county. Response times are not changing. And here's a map of our response times. We have rural, urban, and remote wilderness. Our call volume for 2020, we ran just over 3,400 calls with a 96% compliance in all zones. They have a 90% compliance requirement, and then as a state requirement. And then just to give you an idea of 2020 over 2019, we just were up slightly, even with COVID, there was just a slight increase of call volume. So with the new contract, there is a requirement that AMR provide a new online compliance utility for QI, and it's called First Watch, First Pass, and it automates the process of compliance. It actually scans the patient care document that's completed partially by fire and then by AMR, and it will highlight system ways the system can be improved or the chart can be improved. It will also highlight different mechanisms that we set to follow, specifically cardiac, or it could be CPR, how often it's performed in the field versus first responders, et cetera. So we're looking forward to that. We also have the requirement of the 3 new ambulances within the first 6 months of the new contract, and 2 of the current ambulances with the lowest mileage will be used as reserve. Our contract does require 2 reserved ambulances, so there's always 5 available. Our transport rates were increased in 2020. These are the rates that the board did approve. These will remain the rates for the new contract. At this point, they do have a right to request an increase based on the CPI index, and that formula is outlined in the contract. We are also introducing, and we're excited about these 2 new programs, a fee forgiveness program and a compassionate care program. They are both application-based to the patient that receives the bill. If they are uninsured and unable to pay that, they can apply through AMR for either a reduced or a from a low fee to up to 100% of full charges, depending on their cost of living and the application status. So these are brand new. We will be implementing these with approval of the new contract on July 1st. We are working on a membership program. This will be introduced to the board within the next 24 months, and it will be an annual membership program similar to what the CalSTAR membership currently offers. It will be annual. We anticipate presenting it within 24 months. There's a lot to be rolled out. Marketing is a big part of it. We will be relying heavily on our PIO and getting it out to the county, but it would benefit medically necessary ambulance service that is provided by AMR to the citizens of San Benito County. So that's a very exciting program that we're hoping to put together and work with. We've already started discussions with AMR Corporate on how we can offer that.
Do we have an amount for the annual fee yet?
We do not. That's all part of it.
Okay.
So as I mentioned, our insurance payer mix is the highest in the state here. Actually, I believe, and AMR, correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, but I believe it's the highest in the United States, but a 73% payer mix by government insurance, which is Medicare and Medi-Cal. So that's a huge hit because it is a per transport revenue of $478 for Medicare and $331 from Medi-Cal. So it's 73% of our population that we're transporting is paying fixed rates.
So compare that to what the base rate is.
Correct.
So the base rate was what, 3,400? Okay, so our AMR would be charging
They would be billing your private insurance $3,400. And it pays accordingly, typically at 80% after your deductible based on your coverage.
So if there's a Medicare patient, those are the rates that they're getting. Medicare,
Correct.
$478, Medi-Cal, $333.
Yes.
So there's a significant loss per call they're going each time.
Correct.
Okay.
So it's a huge hit to any financial model.
And 70-something% is the crux and the bulk of their clientele.
Correct. Yeah.
Well, if I could add something really quickly.
Absolutely, Dr. Gillarducci.
And you mentioned it, Chris, that that is on a per run basis. There is no revenue generated when the ambulance is sitting waiting for a call. But obviously that's a service that we need. We need to have an ambulance that's ready and available at a moment's notice. So that is another part of the financial constraint there.
Absolutely. And then Kaiser has their own contracts for ambulances. So if you're a Kaiser patient and you're transported wherever you are, that is billed at a different rate. And that payer mix is in the contracts of only 2% in this county. Our current contract has a subsidy of $15,000 over the 5 years that was supposed to increase to $178,000. However, we only signed a 1-year contract, but we've extended it for several years. So we have been at the $15,000 subsidy to help offset that payer mix. We do have a CSA 36, that's our benefit assessment unit. It's charged county-wide per parcel. And the funds are specifically designated for EMS. We will be using that to pay the subsidy that is required to achieve the profit cap maximum. So they are requesting in this contract $178,000 per year as a subsidy. This is the current model of their financial plan, so they are showing a loss when this is their first quarter profits for this year, profit and loss statement. So they were showing us a decent loss, which is what nobody wants to incur. The $178,000 payer subsidy is based on the payer mix unchanged and normal wage increases included in the expenses. So that we're expecting to remain the same. And again, this is all based on the 2020 payer mix showing 73% of government payers.
Okay. Now, I have a question for you on the Agenda item transmittal sheet, you have contracting issues, and you stated about the insurance. Is that with regards to the question that I asked, if there's any way that AMR can work more closely to local residents insurance?
No,
What is that?
That's a contracting language, Barbara, that you added about the 30-day notice. If they terminate, if they change their policy.
Oh, yeah. As far as, are you asking about the one provision about insurance that I've noted in the staff report?
I see the note, but no, I was asking specifically, was there any way that AMR can work more closely with?
That's a Chris question.
Yes,
Okay,
more
yeah, it
closely with
doesn't
the.
relate to what it isn't the same. We have asked that. They do have agreements with most policies. It just depends on what your coverage is. Some policies don't have ambulance coverage, so basically citizens need to be aware of their coverage. That's why we're coming back with a membership program to try to offset that for people that don't.
Well, I'm glad to see the fee forgiveness program as well as the compassionate care, and I look forward to hearing the presentation on the membership. At what cost? I'm hoping that it's affordable.
We're committed to that within 24 months to coming back to the board with a program.
Okay.
But we're very excited about the compassionate care program, the QI program that they'll be adding, and then the membership program that we're committed to bring.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
No questions. I just, a couple comments, but whenever, go ahead. I appreciate the presentation, and I do think it was important to have us all hear this again, but again, it does sound like there's some enhancements, which is great. But the reality is, it's kind of like our last discussion. We may ideally like to see other people compete, but there's just no one else out there. And so, the decision's pretty clear. I've been in business. There's a reason why there's no one else out there. You look at these numbers. Why would you want to be in a business where you're going to lose money? So with 73%, coming from government payers, it's not a profitable business. And I gather AMR is, the reason why they are a monopoly, the reason why they are so large, is they are across so many markets. I suspect that they are able to amortize, their costs and make a little bit, in each situation to make it, profitable for them. And as it is, we have to pay a subsidy. So, while I understand the frustration, it is the way it is. As far as 5 years, yeah, it seems like a long time, but again, being in business, unless they spread it out over 5 years, it doesn't work for them, I'm sure. So that's probably the shortest term that they can make it in order to have it pencil out. So anyway, in my mind, I think we need to go forward with this. Thank you.
You can go if you want.
Go ahead. Madam Chair, thank you. So is there an out at all in the out clause at all? Or we're in? Okay.
It's our standard contract, so
Yeah.
yes, we can terminate.
Okay.
If we hit the, based on specific reasons. They have to breach the contract, their compliance,
Yeah, it's for violation clause.
performance.
I could recall, it's not a it's not a no fault for terminate for any reason. It's a breach, major breaches.
Right,
Of
there's
the
specific
contract.
issues.
Okay.
We
Okay.
can't just decide we don't want them.
Yep. I got you. That's fine.
But yes.
How do we avoid the 20% thing happening? Is that possible? The 20% thing? I don't want to sit here and the 20% increase miscellaneous mention. I don't want to be here 3 years from now.
I think we're okay with the profit margins with the model that we've come up with. I don't anticipate that. I anticipate their standard cost of living based on the CPI, which is usually 3 to 5%.
How did I'm sorry for prolonging, but how did we get 20% then if it was a CPI? What happened?
Their staff was not, Mike, do you want to explain a little bit, if you don't mind?
Sure.
About this financial model?
Honorable Board, thank thank you for giving me the opportunity to, address the board and the public as well. Back, I believe it was in 2019, we actually had to make some important and very significant, wage increases for our staff. We were having challenges. We were at 30% of our staffing levels. We could not recruit for San Benito County, and so we ended up having to bring them up to par to the Santa Cruz wage structure under the NorCal. They're unionized under the ASME union. And I think that they were important, changes to make and increases. We have to provide livable wages. We were really having challenges keeping, our staff members, employed in San Benito County. So, and I will say that they're currently over the Monterey, wage structure. So, I think it's an important, issue to bring to the board and let people know that, I feel that it was the right decision for our staff. If I could also make a comment, just, I am really struggling, and with all due respect, just that, the statement, the comment that AMR has the county, around the neck. I want to be very clear that, we see ourselves as really good community partners. Our staff, they showed up to work every day through COVID. We provide, an essential service to the communities. We believe in what we do. We are very much a company that has good moral values. One of the reasons that we didn't bid in the Monterey contract, for example, is that at some point, we have to recognize that if we're bidding a contract with such extreme rates that, is not tangible for the public, we make those decisions. The other thing is that, with the high percentage of government payers, when you look at Medicare rates, these are the net revenue per transport. So you're looking at, for Medi-Cal patients, $331, about $470 for the Medicare. And, these were important changes to make for us. We try to look at ourselves as being ethical. One thing that hasn't come up is that we do have a profit cap. So, our profit cap is set at 8%. The subsidy only brings us up to 7%. And we certainly, want to be good community partners at a reasonable rate as well. And Dr. Gilladucci, I think, made a very strong point that, one of the things that we're doing is that we're also funding a system based on response capabilities. The public in the county, not paying for, for the transports per se, as much as we are for that emergency coverage that's necessary. So we are really honored to be part of the communities that we serve. Our employees are part of the fabric. Many of us live in San Benito County, and many of our employees. And we're just really, proud to be a part of it. And we want to be a long-term partner, but also, providing those services are expensive. We do, we pride ourselves in having good equipment. And then also, we have been very fortunate that as we are providers of the other counties, we're able to leverage our economies of scale. So when you look at medical supplies, you look at equipment, even the ambulances that you will have, we typically can buy those at extreme discounted rates because we have national contracts over the United States and beyond. So thank you so much. We are really proud to be, a community provider and part of the communities here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
I wasn't.
Address that comment, since I'm the one that said the fingers around the throat. Maybe it was a poor choice of words on my part. However, when there is no competition anywhere else and they're the only provider and it's a necessary provider and we have to accept the terms that are given to us, whether we like them or not, it is a monopoly. And when someone has a monopoly, that means the person without a voice has to accept the terms. And so it is what it is. Maybe the colorful language I used wasn't appropriate, and I apologize if it was offensive. But as I said, it is what it is. I appreciate, however, Michael, that you are working with us in terms of implementing the air and ground membership. It's something that we had talked about when Chris presented this about a month and a half ago. I love the idea that you're providing the fee forgiveness program, the compassionate care. I love that you're trying to work with us. But we are a poor community, as somebody just reminded me via text, and we have to accept what's given to us. Maybe when we as a county are economically viable in terms of be able to have some revenue coming in, find a project or two that's going to come in and save us, maybe then we might have some negotiating power. But right now, we have to accept what is, and I feel that we are in the inferior position in a negotiating power. And there's nothing negative to AMR, but it is what it is in terms of reality of our county.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Madam Chair, I wasn't finished. I'm sorry, Peter. I still had the floor. I apologize. I just had some thoughts. I want to get finished here, if that's okay. Just I want to point out, with all due respect to the AMR executive, you're not a charity, and all this talk about ethical, I appreciate that, but you're a profit-making company, and I'm not buying it. So, we had a negotiation, and you're in a position of leverage, and that's basically where we're at, and it's a monopoly. That's what it is. It's a regional monopoly, but it's a monopoly. If the 20% happens again or anything close to that, I'm going to be upset, and I'm ready to pull out of this thing as quickly as possible. So if AMR pulls something like that again, I'm telling you right now that any level of trust that I have built up, which is minimal, is out the door. I'm really going to be upset if anything like that ever happens again. That was outrageous, and it was wrong. Other than that, the county staff did a good job of, getting what we could out of this, and I appreciate the fee forgiveness and all that, and the program. I really look forward to, taking a look at a membership program. Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you. I appreciate your sentiments, Supervisor Kosmicki. I see it a little bit differently. The term monopoly gets thrown around without getting into the semantics of it. There's a lot of layers in the essence of a successful structure. When you're talking about an 8% margin, that's scary to me. As a small business, I don't want to even come close to a business that provides 8% as a margin. And then he's saying, subsidized 1%, so really it's 7%. My point is and I see I understand your frustration. I feel like it's it makes the argument a little bit tough because it's painting things in a broad brush. There's a lot of costs that are prohibitive. There's laws that apply. There's a process established. You're dealing with 70% of the population basically that don't have insurance or can't provide it, so you have to subsidize it, right? Someone's got to pay for it. Providing a service is a cost. You can't expect AMR to do it for free. And I'm not saying that I'm all for greed, but I am saying is it has to be structured in a way that's successful. So if AMR is successful, when I see all that blue, I see that they've actually done something that works. Otherwise, they wouldn't be supported by those agencies all over the country. Now, does that make them bad guys because they're actually doing it right? I would disagree with that. It'd be different if we're hearing things about abuse, and I know that there are elements of abuse with different agencies. I can't speak to that in a subjective manner because we're not here to make subjective complaints. My point is I don't like the 20% either, but I think there's a lot more layers to it to consider. There's inflation in the cost. We're in a competitive region. Santa Clara basically makes it very, very hard. And then we're dealing with a large county with a lot of miles, limited resources, very little funding because we don't have a lot of economic development. So we're kind of fighting upstream, and that positions us. And I agree with Supervisor Gonzalez that it makes this hard to compete, but ultimately competition I don't think is the concern as much as is trying to come up with a best course scenario where the costs are low. And I think that ultimately means managing all of the things surrounding costs, not just with our own general fund, but contracts like these. So to me, it's just more of a metric of why we're in this bad position. I don't think I could blame AMR for it. I just think that California, in essence, is a hard place to live in because of all the different areas of cost that are increasing. So anyways, I accept the contract. I don't like the 20% either, but I think it's just the reality that we're living in today. And as far as I'm concerned, if I see 20% again, then maybe in my mind, I think we should probably dig deep to understand why that 20% exists. I just don't think it's that simple as to say it's just they're being abusive with why they're bringing forward that 20%. I know that my final comments is I know we'd be in a really tough position if dealing with an agency that bankrupted because they offered us a cheap price. And then all of a sudden we don't have services for our community. I would rather provide an agency, make sure that we cement an agency that's successful so that we establish stability, right? Stability is success for a business. 5-year contract, I think it's a good thing that you have a 5-year contract, because that means you're invested in the agency, and they're going to be invested in the long term, knowing that they can provide those services and manage their costs in a longer time frame rather than a short time frame. So stability is a necessity for both the agency and the county. Those are my final thoughts, Ms. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I totally agree with Supervisor Hernandez's comments. Yeah, 20% is a big jump, but you know, being a for-profit business, you know, the implication here that makes you a bad operation, you know, I don't buy it. Otherwise, if as was just said, if they weren't profitable, we would have no one to do this. Is that what we want as a community? You know, who's gonna, you know, I'm old enough to remember when, you know, Paletti Ambulance was around, but that was a long time ago. You know, with these numbers, who in the hell would want to get into this business? So I think we're fortunate that AMR, you know, we have AMR. Sure, maybe they are the only game in town, maybe they are a monopoly, but if they truly, you know, so they do have leverage, but if they truly want to exert that leverage, they could sure demand a lot more than an 8% profit or 7% profit.
7%, correct.
We're fortunate that they don't. So I look at it from a different perspective, and maybe it's because I come from business, but, you know, frankly, I think we're doing a disservice to, you know, make these accusations that we're getting screwed here. I don't see it. And so I think we need to move forward with this. Thank you.
I'd like to remind you too that the 20% increase was in the 2020 contract. That is not in this current contract.
So what is the will of the board on this item? number
One
19?
quick clarification before we vote. Is there any way to, you know, there's a lot of, we have a Monterey Bay Power, there's people that are looking at public banking. Is there any talk about a multi-county entity potential at some point down the road here? As far as
There are some counties in the state who have done that, and you have to be approved by the state. We'd have to have other counties willing to consolidate with us, and at this point, that isn't something that's being discussed.
A JPA, basically.
Right. It's just.
And I'm not saying they're bad because they're in business. I didn't, you know, all showering us with all these, you know, that they're ethical. I get it. I think we're all ethical. This is a contract negotiation. That's really not going to affect me. And I will say 7% is actually, unless I'm missing something, 7% profit's pretty good.
It's
Not in the business
not in
world.
business world.
Excuse me, 7% profit is pretty good.
That's, you're one of 4 voices up here.
Just my quick thought, 7%, to be clear, Supervisor Cosmic, means you even budge a little bit in a mistake, in a lawsuit, and, you know, anything within your process messes up, 7%, you lose it like that. It's gone. So 7% is tight.
We won't get into the semantics of
So
7%
anyways.
being a good business model or not.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have an item on number 19. What is the will of the board in terms of item 19? Whether it's a reluctant yes or no, what is the will of the board?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve the 5-year contract with AMR.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So we have a 4-0. Now, I've been trying to squeeze a restroom break in for over 45 minutes. We're going to take a 5-minute break really quick, and then we're going to come on back. So it is 11:54 on this clock. So then that'd be 11:59, 2 minutes to 12 on your clock at home. Okay. No, I would like to get all of the consent items out of the way before we go to closed session. and continue the entire consent agenda before we adjourn for lunch, okay? So let's go ahead and continue on. We are on item number 22, and this was an item pulled by Supervisor Hernandez.
Oh, just a quick question. Sorry, Mike. So I read through the whole item and I couldn't find what the training was. So I needed clarification on, we're spending money on training, but I don't understand what is the training?
Is Tracy available?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, I was having some sound problems.
We can hear you, Tracy.
We can hear you, Tracy.
Okay, great. Was there a question that I missed possibly?
Yeah, sorry, Tracy. So basically, I'm reading through the recitals, the service agreement on the training, and it says kind of it breaks down the organizational, the cost and everything, but I don't see where it says what the training is for.
Okay, did you take a look at the attachments? I think so there's specific, we have 3 different agreements with UC Davis to provide different services for the different divisions. There's one for, let me pull it up as well, child welfare. We have a CalWorks agreement.
It says needs assessment, curriculum planning, instructional and student services. So it kind of breaks down, but it's very generalized. It's like what?
So what happened, just so you know, so what happens is we initiate the agreement and then there's certain trainings that are required for the staffing in the different agreements. And once we execute the contract, that's when we pick the training specific to each division. So like child welfare has certain required trainings that they have to accomplish. And those are specific to their job duties. And so once we get the agreement signed, then we have to get the courses that they are offering, what's needed for the staff at the time. And then we initiate what classes for each division.
Yeah. Well, for me, I normally don't pay for something unless I know what I'm paying for. So, and I understand that they're required classes, so I would imagine they're according to the expectation from the state. All I'm saying is that it would be nice to know what they're being trained on, or just even a little bit more of a course description and not just the structural of the program itself.
So do you want examples of some of them, or I'm not sure. I mean, I can pull up their courses, but like some of them are civil rights training, sexual harassment training that's provided for the specific divisions. And then specific to child welfare, there would be ones that are specific to investigations, how to identify child abuse. But it's based on when the social workers are hired, they have to do some core training as well as other trainings. I don't know if Cindy's on as well. Cindy, do you have any of the examples in front of you of the classes that for the eligibility division?
Tracy, can I interrupt you for a moment?
He just wants a little bit more detail.
Yes, hi, this is Cynthia Larka. We have some fraud training that they have to take in order to identify fraud things that might happen when we are looking at eligibility for public assistance. There are specific trainings that the staff take in terms of how to use the eligibility rules for CalWorks and for Medi-Cal, specifically into some of the more detailed and very intricate programs that we run. We have 3 different levels of supervisory effectiveness training that our supervisors go through to learn to deal with anything from irate clients to sometimes personnel issues to strategy building and team building sort of things. There's quite a menu of classes that are available from UC Davis. They do change from year to year depending upon the instructors that UC Davis is able to acquire. And like Tracy mentioned, there are a number of mandatory things in terms of sexual harassment and civil rights trainings and the fraud trainings that we need to do.
Thank you.
My up-on button is having issues. This is Supervisor Gonzalez. I was just going to add that maybe if you added something like continuing ed, and as you stated, mandatory, training included, and give us a bullet item, including but not limited to, it would give us an idea in terms of what courses we're looking at. So would that suffice?
I appreciate that, Supervisor Gonzalez.
Okay.
Yes.
Just a point of clarity on Exhibit A within the actual PDFs themselves, page 8 of 9. I'm not sure if you saw that, but there is, the university will be providing the following types of training, and it has a needs assessment, has continuing education credits. But we'll make sure that we add those little bit
one
more
bullet, though.
things
Yeah.
in there to help you out.
Yeah, I read that, Ray, and it's still very ambiguous. That's all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And it's hard just because they don't have the courses out yet because it's for the next fiscal year. And so we definitely will add that to the staff report as well. I appreciate the input.
Thank you. Any other concerns for item number 22? No. Okay, so then what is the will of the board on item 22?
Move to support item 22, Madam Chair.
Okay,
Second.
second. We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We have a 4-0 on item 22. We will then go on to item number 29. What's the next item pulled?
Good afternoon, Chairperson Gonzalez, Board of Supervisors. Item number 29 is a contract not to exceed $310,000 over 3 years with 4-Leaf for our building department services. Currently, 4-Leaf provides some plan checking services to our building department, and they provide our code enforcement division staff for that. We have our own county employees that are our building inspectors. So the only 4-Leaf personnel that somebody would be having day-to-day contact with would be our code enforcement personnel out in the field. We issued a new RFQ because their contract had been renewed a few times and was expiring. We had 3 responses. Staff, after reviewing the responses, decided that 4-Leaf continued to provide the most responsive response with the best qualifications, which is why we proposed to you to select this company to continue forward.
Okay. Were there any other concerns? Now, Ms. Salinas, I see that you're in the room. Did you have any other concerns that you wanted to address on this one? And again, I know I'm deviating from the process, but I'm just trying to make sure all comments are allowed to be put on the record.
And I appreciate it, Madam Chair. So from what Mr. Chambliss is saying is that this is the best company and they're going to stick with it, and that they're doing code enforcement, and that they do some of the planning. And I know, can you answer real quick, how many staff are there in the planning department?
I said plan checking, not planning.
Plan what?
Review, plan checking.
How many do we have in the county employed to do that?
Currently, the building official does simple plan checking because he's the only employee who's qualified, but we do not have the staff to do complicated submittals.
Thank you. So I'm tired of that we don't have the staff, because this goes on through all the departments. And if we have 4-Leaf and we have staff members, why aren't those staff members being trained, cross-trained to do this job? A lot of money goes to contracts, because we don't have the staffing, we don't have the money to pay, but we have the money to pay contractors. Is there not someone else, and I know that there is someone else besides 4-Leaf? We continue to give the contract to the same people, we get complicit, and it's over and over. It's just, you settle, you get comfortable, and I see 4-Leaf cars pulled over on the side of the road, just parked out in the street. I don't know why, but I pay attention because I'm all over the place. They're not on a phone call, but they're just pulled over on the side of the road, and I think they're maybe taking a nap. I pay attention to this stuff. We are complicit as a county to continue to allow these contracts over and over again. Please, somehow, through the CAO, some kind of direction that we go out for an RFP for some competition. And maybe we'll save money, but at the same time, we should be training. Our staff should be getting trained by 4-Leaf And maybe that's how you start, getting these positions away from these, having to have these contracts by taking a position and giving it to our staff. So thank you.
And just for clarification, on the actual agenda, it does say that this was selection as a process of the RFP process, correct?
RFQ, yes.
Oh, RFQ. So request for proposal versus request for qualifications.
Correct.
That's the difference, yes. Okay, so we did do that process, and Four Leaf was the winning bidder. Okay, I have concerns about Four Leaf being parked on the side of the road. I haven't seen that myself, but if that's true, then that's a concern if they're being paid hourly. So if you
I have seen them parked on the side of the road because currently we're concentrating on illegal signs all over the place. And they've been parking on the side of the road to retrieve those signs. So I'm not sure what the exact circumstances are. And also, please be aware that the city of Hollister, the entire building department is Four Leaf. So there's many more cars out there than
county and
R1.
city, yes, okay. And then in response to the, we don't have the staff, that's been an ongoing issue for every single supervisor sitting up here. We want, and we had that conversation about systemic problems of being able to retain qualified employees with the county. We had that conversation yesterday in the budget meeting. So it is something that we're all working on. But it's not something we can resolve overnight. But you relatively have a new board here that's focusing on those issues. Yes, Supervisor Kosmicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to be clear, the RFQ, so we invited other companies to show that they have an interest in this.
Correct, advertised it in periodicals, etc.
Right, okay. The only question I have really is the 2 successive 1-year periods, whose choice is that?
It's ours. There's a considerable amount of effort to put in place to do an RFQ. So doing an annual RFQ would take more time away from the work. Now, with that said, this contract does have a 30-day termination clause for any reason in it. Okay. And as you'll see in a couple items, what happens when contracts need to be terminated.
Okay, and I do just want to point out, not that I disagree with the concern, but we're in a pandemic. Somebody could be on the side of the road using their Wi-Fi doing work. I don't think it's fair. I normally agree with Elia, but I don't think it's fair to make an assumption like that. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Well, just a comment. I just follow up on what you said, Supervisor Gonzalez. Yeah, we are concerned, and I think all the department heads can testify that we have probably each asked them, why are we going outside so much? And we have these conversations all the time. And so it's a legitimate question, but I think also, as was also just mentioned, sometimes it's very difficult to find the right people. In many cases, that's a real challenge in this community. We also have to factor in, benefits and other things that add significantly. So there's a lot of issues that we look at, but it is an issue that we are concerned about as a board, and I think we're going to continue to look at going forward. Thank you.
Okay, so then what is the will of the board on item number 29?
Madam Chair, if the board approves that contract and delegate to the CAO to sign,
So under staff recommendations, is that what I need to look at?
let's see. Yes, I just noticed that the actual contract isn't attached to the board's packet, so if you could delegate that to Ray, that'd be good.
Okay, so in terms of staff recommendations, staff respectfully recommends to the board approve the new contract with Four Leaf Incorporated for building services, which include plan review, plan inspection, permit technician, code enforcement, and CASP inspectors as needed for the fiscal year January 1, 2021 through June 30th, 2024 to permit the RMA to meet with the services required for operation. Contract amount not to exceed $310,000. And then you said to authorize the CA, delegate authority to the board. So what is the will of the board on that motion?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, so moved. Do we have a second?
I'll second, but I just, quick comment, if we can, is it coming back, or clarification, is the contract coming back for ratification after this approval?
If you delegate Ray to have the approval to sign, he'll have the authority to sign it. It increases his authority to sign this contract.
Yeah, I'll make the motion. We approve the contract and we give authority to Ray to sign it on
Okay.
behalf of the board.
So is your second still on the table?
It is. I agree. All I'm saying is I'd like to see the contract.
We'll send it out to you,
Yeah.
everybody, and we'll publish it as well.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 4-0 on item number 29. All right, so that takes us to item number 33. They're in 35. They're yours.
Correct. Item number 33 adds $33,000 to the existing master janitorial contract for the county of San Benito. This will add the new behavioral health building to the contract, and it also is going to provide some carpet cleaning at the RMA to try to extend the lives of the carpets in the building. I've noticed that has never happened, so you got to take care of stuff so it lasts longer.
So in essence, this is additional work from the existing contract.
Correct. This contract's a product of a recent RFQ. I believe this contract is not even a year old yet, so.
Okay. Any other questions or concern? That was
Madam
your
Chair,
thought? Yes.
I think it says June 25th, 2019. Oh, I see there's an amendment was in 2021. Okay.
Correct.
I think the reason why, and I know that one of the public speakers brought this up, and obviously this was looked at the time. I assume we went out to an RFP and RFQ at the time. I have to admit, when I first looked at this, that caught my attention. Almost $600,000, or now it's going to be over that, I guess. It's a lot of money. And I remember when I was in business, I would, because I was basically cheap, I would constantly be looking at, what are we spending and how do we cut back a little bit? Maybe we don't clean quite as much. So, I guess we're in the middle of this contract, but for one, I guess when we get back to it, I'd like to take a closer look at it. That is a lot of money.
There are special provisions in this contract for enhanced cleaning due to the pandemic.
Yeah.
When the state
That's what I was gonna say.
removes the emergency,
Yeah.
I would recommend that we bring back a modification removing
Okay,
those.
good.
Oh, that's already done? Oh, they used to be in there, sorry. They're gone now.
Oh,
That was the January amendment.
Okay.
oh, okay. So it's still what it is, as far as, anyway, like I said, I just think we should take another, when we have the next opportunity, to take a closer look at, and, at that cost. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I concur with Supervisor Tiffany. It is a lot of money. I'd like to at least look at what other counties are doing, maybe of similar size. And, yeah, 600,000, whatever number, we're to 500 and X number of dollars is a whole lot of money for janitorial services. So thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, concerns? Okay, so what is the will of the board for item number 33?
I'll move to approve it.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 4-0. Okay, and that takes us to item number 35, and I just asked for you to pull it because 35, 36, 37, 38, and 39 all dealt with a process that you went through and you selected 5 businesses. So can you kind of just give us the process on how this happened? And I don't have any objections, I just more want an explanation, that's it.
No problem. Currently, the county has one large contract with MV5. When I came on board, I started noticing some irregularities. I started digging into the contract. I discovered that there's only one name still on the staff list that's still employed there. They weren't necessarily following the contract. I was very uncomfortable with that. So I took it upon myself to work with Benny and issue a new RFQ to provide the services we need to complete the CIP projects. When we received the responses, we received 16 responses for this. Benny and I and the acting county engineer Deems all reviewed the submittals. And independently, we came up with a list of our top fives. And all in all, they matched. There was only 2 that weren't on those lists. And the top 3 matched perfectly across all 3 of us. Each of these companies has an independent, a particular strength. TRC currently is heavily involved in our road program, so we would like to see them continue with the road program. Kimley Horn is an international company who has the wherewithal to handle our bridge program, experience with stormwater, because we have that on the horizon, and a lot of local experience because the city of Hollister also uses them. San Benito Engineering is our local engineer. They can handle small tasks for us. They can perform some of the surveying services. Currently, our surveyor's traveling from San Luis Obispo, and we're paying for that. So we'd like to move that to in a local thing, so we're not paying for travel time. The Wallace Group is in here because they're water experts. They're experts in wastewater. They're experts in drinking water. We have both services that we provide to the CSAs. And the 5th company is a small company out of Santa Cruz, and we're hoping that they have a lot of expertise when it comes to buildings. As part of the CIP, we have a structural review coming on the district attorney's building due to the cracking on the outside and the uneven settling of the building, and that's right up their alley. So we're proposing these 5 separate contracts because each have their own unique abilities that made it very difficult to choose one. And this will set us up to continue with our CIP program as presented over the next 3 to 4 years and be able to deliver projects on time.
Okay. Any comments? I know I asked this item to be pulled. Any questions? Comments? If not, then I would like to deal with 35, 36, 37, 38, and 39 since they're all in one.
Madam Chair, are we okay doing 5 items at once, or do we need to do them individually?
No, I pulled 35 that dealt with all.
Oh, okay.
All 5 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do all 5 of them.
Yeah. I guess we kind of already voted on 36, 37, 38, 39.
We did.
Yes, we did. Yes, okay.
I'll move to approve item 35.
Thank you. For a
Second.
Okay, first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chambliss. And I appreciate your institutional knowledge coming from the city of Hollister. All right, so that takes us to the end of the consent item. Yeah.
Can I just comment on one item? I meant to comment on it a few minutes ago with the last item. I think what staff's going to do is bring that item back to the board. I think there's a lot of underlining cost.
Which one?
It's the cleaning,
Okay.
CalPERS, vehicle maintenance, supervision, and the amount of buildings that we have and the amount of staff that would have to do it, and then also cleaning after hours depending on the circumstances and situations of offices. So we'll do an analysis and come back to your board. I think that's something we probably should do.
Yeah, and let me just add, I think a big question in my mind is the frequency.
Right.
Because you can, obviously, if it's every night, that's one thing. If it's twice a week, that's one thing. There's one, so it makes a huge difference, the frequency. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll do. So we'll go ahead and, so I think we'll do closed session now, Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
As far as item 54, it'd be closed session conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, number of cases 2, subdivisions A and D1 of section 54956.9, name of case Rose et al. Versus County of San Benito, Superior Court of California, case number CU 17-00151, Court of Appeal, 6th Appellate District, case number H04 6681 in Monaco versus County of San Benito, Superior Court of California, case number CU 21-00 067, and I assume 53 will be done at the end of the day.
Okay.
So that'll be a working lunch, Madam Chair?
Yes, it will be.
Yeah.
So we'll come back to regular
Depending
after.
on how long we talk, half an hour, I think
Minutes.
we'll cover it. We can do probably 25 minutes, but I would say half an hour.
Just with all due respect, we always say that 25 minutes, half an hour, and we roll.
Let's do 1 o'clock.
We roll over.
1
Can we at
o'clock.
least give it, yeah,
1
okay, so
o'clock.
that gives us a couple of, so
we'll
1
be-
o'clock
We'll
is
be
perfect.
back to public session.
So then we'll
1
go
o'clock.
ahead and adjourn for a
Into
working
closed
lunch,
session.
closed session.
Yeah, resume at 1 o'clock,
And
yeah.
we resume at 1 PM. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. All right. Let me see if I can get somebody else.
No, there was no reportable action.
Thank you. Okay, so sorry about that. I said, let's go ahead and resume. I asked County Council if we had anything to report out, and she said,
No reportable action.
okay. So that'll take us to the regular part of our agenda. Item number 43.
Madam Chair, if I may,
Oh,
I'd like
yes, I
to
forgot.
quickly invite up our HR analyst up to the podium right now. She has a quick announcement for your board.
Good afternoon, Board Supervisors, Chair. My name is Elvia Barroso. I'm an HR analyst in the admin office here. I just want to inform you that we have sent out to all employees a COVID-19 vaccine self-attestation form. So for those, what that means for those individuals who self-certify that they've been fully vaccinated, they may take off their mask effective immediately. And this goes to all the employees, the board members, and elected officials.
Oh, you don't have to ask me twice.
So I just want to confirm that I have received some attestations, so thank you.
So, yes, and so Elvie just mentioned that she's received your attestation form, so thank you. And you know, we're, most staff, again, we just immediately got this, so there's still some staff that need to fill out the forms, so they're obviously wearing their mask still. But anyways, I just wanted to thank HR for working on that. I know the last couple of days have been a lot of work, working through that, so thanks. And thanks for Tracy as well and her team, working with them as well.
Thank you.
And just for clarification, if they don't sign the form or they have not been fully vaccinated, then what?
Then they have to maintain wearing the mask while at work.
Thank you.
And to be clear, which with 100% respect for the board, I'm obviously choosing not to self-attest because ultimately my medical is my privacy, right? And I prefer to preserve that over, so thank you, board.
And we respect that.
Thank you.
Okay.
So with that, I'd like to invite Tracy Belton, the Health and Human Services Director for this particular item. Tracy?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Well, that was a good segue to our presentation. So this is great news for our county, for our state, and for our agencies to be able to attest to if we're vaccinated or not, and it allows our staff a little bit more flexibility and comfort while they're working in their offices and at our agencies. So thank you for that announcement, and a lot of my staff is very grateful for this moment in time. So if you could share the PowerPoint, that would be great.
It's coming up, Tracy.
Not sure. Great, thank you. You can go ahead and advance to the next slide. Next slide, please. We're going to give a brief vaccine update. Dr. G is on the line. He can share I think we just have 2 slides for him at this moment. And so if you want to share a brief overview of where we're at as a county.
Yes, of course. Well, I'm happy to say that case counts continue to be very low. And the reason we started with vaccines is this is largely the reason. Having the mask come off for those who have been vaccinated, it's just fantastic news and really starting to feel more like normal. For those who haven't had a chance to get vaccinated, I just want to, again, like a broken record, Remind them that your risk is actually as high as it ever was. In fact, may actually even get higher when we're seeing the Delta variant becoming, will soon be the predominant variant in the United States that appears to be much easier to pass from one another and actually may cause more serious illness. So the other thing for unvaccinated folks is they're going to be around a lot of people that aren't wearing masks now, and at events and community events and businesses and so forth. So if there was ever a time to consider getting vaccinated, this is it. As far as our progress, there have been about 60,000 doses administered in San Benito County. That represents about 65% of our residents have had at least one dose, and 54% are now fully vaccinated or have had the full series. And that's great, but that also means that there's almost half of our county that continues to be vulnerable. And these are, by the way, numbers related to the eligible population. We still have people who aren't able to get a vaccine, especially our children, as well as others that can't be vaccinated for other medical reasons. So anyway, we continue to urge that, and we will continue to urge that throughout this. Next slide, please. Thanks. That just shows the breakdown by zip code that we've showed you before, but the overall numbers still apply. And I think that's the end of my slides.
Yep, for now. Thank you, Dr. G. Just some brief state updates. Next slide, please. So as you all are aware, we did advance to beyond the blueprint and just wanted to remind folks that we are set to fully reopen. I think our county's done a great job of reopening. Our business partners have done a great job, and just wanted to remind folks that as of June 15th, there's no longer any restrictions regarding physical distancing, capacity limits on business, and there's no longer a county tier system. So we are grateful that we don't have to refer to colors anymore. And so just a reminder that we are set to be fully reopened as a county. Next slide. There are some continued safety measures for beyond the blueprint. Just a reminder, and we've talked about this already, but masks are still required in some settings, public transportation, hospitals, long-term care facilities, any congregate care type setting, homeless shelters, institutions, and for the schools and childcare settings. We're hoping that there will be some further guidance coming out on K through 12 schools. We continue to have our meeting with the schools, County Office of Ed, on a bi-monthly meeting, I think we've advanced to. And so they're looking forward to new guidance from the CDC and plan to follow that as well. I don't really think we have any mega events in our county, but in the event that individuals were to venture out to mega events, they are required to show proof of vaccination status or negative COVID-19 status for 5,000 to 10,000 or more individuals. And so this will be reevaluated on September 1st by the state. And so just be prepared if you do attend a mega event that those are the requirements. The workplace safety stuff has come out from Cal OSHA. If you can advance to the next slide. This did come into play on June 17th. There was an executive order signed by the governor to have this go into play immediately instead of waiting for 10 days for this. And as Elvia just mentioned, the Cal OSHA standards for our workplaces, this is what the changes were made to. So for fully vaccinated employees, you are able to, once you self-attest or show proof of vaccination, able to take off your face cover mask in the workplace. There's several other things that we try to bullet here. I'm not going to go through them all. This will be on the website as well, but it is really the employer's responsibility to ensure the Cal OSHA guidelines are being followed. And there is a place for the self-attestation on the form that says that you choose not to share. And in the event that that is your position, you are considered unvaccinated, and in the workplace, that's how it's considered. And so it just be mindful of these regulations by Cal OSHA if you are an employer. And again, this will be on our website, and it's also on the Cal OSHA website. Next slide. So last Friday, I believe, the state came out with a digital COVID-19 vaccine record. It is on the CDPH website as well as a covid19.ca.gov website. It does give you a digital QR code and it's able to verify your vaccine status through the state hub. And so you just go onto the site and enter your information. And if it matches the CARE system, which is where the data is kept, it gives you a QR code. And this will be used for providers who are using the digital scanning mechanism at their sites. I'm not sure who has those as of yet, but I think it indicates that you need to take a screenshot of the QR code once you get your QR code. And so we did get some calls regarding this, and some people maybe didn't have a match. Unfortunately, we can't help with that. We just, they do send you a message that gives you a helpline. And so this is just another mechanism in the event that people lose their vaccine cards, that it gives them the digital vaccine record. And so we wanted to make people aware of that. Just an update on our COVID-19 outreach. Next slide. Our new OptumServe vaccine location is open and opened without any issues, thank goodness. And so this is a picture of what it looks like. It's in the Trespinos building right downstairs from our main public health office. It's been revamped. It is open Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. It is taking walk-ins as well as securing appointments on myturn.ca.gov. And so if you haven't got your vaccine and you're interested in receiving a vaccine, please feel free to visit the site or go on MyTurn and schedule an appointment. Next slide. This is just some vaccine outreach that the health department as well as our health officers have done. They had a health officer interview on the radio on June 19th. There's going to be a video at the movie theater showing some information on vaccine. There's also some Facebook and YouTube social media and some upcoming events that our public health outreach staff will be at. They're listed here: the Migrant Health Fair, the First 5 Health Fair, Community Food Bank, and their continue to do provider outreach. So next steps, we wanted to, part of our presentation was to move these presentations to quarterly updates or updates as needed. And we are appreciative of everybody's efforts that worked with us collaboratively to help work through this pandemic. It wasn't easy for any of us, and we just appreciate the respect and courtesy of everybody and the collaboration that we've been able to have. And I just want to recognize my public health staff, our health officers, our administration for just supporting us through this pandemic. I never thought when I took this position that a couple months after being appointed a director that we would go into a pandemic. And so I appreciate everybody's patience with me as I learned new things as well. And so I don't know if CAO Espinoza wants to talk anymore on next steps for COVID-19 updates or board presentations.
I don't have too much other than maybe asking the ad hoc. I know the ad hoc's been, instrumental in moving things forward and addressing COVID and vaccinations and so many other things. And I know that we have kept moving forward with COVID item being discussed at every meeting. I think in light of what's now transpiring, I think that I think we could probably not have as many meetings or not have this item on every single meeting, maybe quarterly or maybe once every 2 months or something. It's up to your board, but we just wanted to bring that to your attention, and maybe the ad hoc can provide some direction as well.
Well, I'm hesitant to not have it on the agenda only because maybe we could do it once a month, one of the items. My only concern is that we're still at just over 50%, someone vaccinated, 65. I mean, we're making great progress. But to get to herd immunity, we need to be significantly higher. And I'd like to know, how we're moving forward. Now, I don't know how you feel. I mean, we could certainly do that among ourselves as part of the ad hoc. But
once a month, I think, is reasonable.
We're still in the middle of a pandemic.
Yeah, once a month is reasonable. It's up to
Madam Chair. I kind of think as needed is okay. I mean, if something comes up, then something comes up. Otherwise, we're just basically hashing over these numbers that are gradually ticking upward, and especially in light of today's mega agenda. And unless there's an issue that needs to be addressed, I'm keeping my fingers crossed that we're on our way out of this thing and that at some point we have to move forward. That's just I'm fine if we want to do every month. I just don't know if it's needed.
What, maybe we could hear from Dr. G on this. Maybe that I'm curious what his feeling is, public interest wise.
Dr. G?
Yeah, Dr. Gilladucci here. Yeah, I would agree. I think that it doesn't need to be as frequent as it has been. Right now, we seem to be on a steady trajectory. It's slower than we'd like it to be. Obviously, there's issues that need to be worked out as we move forward. We do expect some changes will happen as variants come on board. But as a regular agenda item, unless there's a change, I would suggest that we would hold off on reporting back to you, unless, of course, you had any special requests.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
Peter, I have one-on-one so far. Would you like to chime in on that?
Yeah, I'm okay with it not being on the agenda all the time. There's nothing unless there's
Can we move it then to the consent item, like a last bullet, and then if there's something to report, then at that point move it? I mean, just as a placeholder. It's taken a long time. Each time we have this agenda item up here, it's an hour. Easy, the presentation, the conversations, but there is the Delta variant that's now becoming predominant here. I don't want to just let it go, but I want to keep the community apprised of what's going on. So is there any way we can keep it as a placeholder item, whether it's regular or consent, and then if there's nothing to report, we just state that at the beginning of the meeting. Item 43 in this matter, item 43 is a non-issue and will not be heard. Can we do something like that?
I'm going to defer that to Tracy. I know that her team has been,
to preparation
of the agenda.
Well, and then she would know if there's something.
Right, if there's something to report. Yeah, exactly. Tracy?
If I could make a suggestion, what we talked about internally was that we would provide quarterly updates regardless, just to provide an update. And then in the event that something were to arise that we felt needed to come to the board and needed more information, we would put it on the agenda sooner than a quarterly meeting. It is take a lot of work for our staff to prepare the PowerPoint presentation. And we felt, having a quarterly update, one in September, one in December. And like I said, should the event arise where the health officers, myself, or the staff feel this is something we need to bring to the attention of the board sooner, we would get it on the regular agenda to have a report out.
My only recommendation is maybe to consider the other elements that we haven't been hearing as it pertains to this item, like the VAERS system, ultimately the impact, the COVID-19, the side effects. There's a lot of things that I think that would balance the conversation. I think there's things that we're not hearing about. I would like that to be considered as an added element on the presentation.
The other side. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well, as long as it's science-based, strictly science-based.
So the VAERS, the VAERS is a report.
I don't want to get into debate about this, but
hold
it's
on.
gotta be
Please keep the
science-based.
comments from the audience. Right now, it's
I
supervisor's
agree,
first.
Supervisor Tiffany. I'm not disagreeing with you. All I'm saying is it's a CDC-based system. It's the reporting of the VAERS is actually, it's pertinent to whatever's being administered by the CDC as far as actual elements of people experiencing side effects.
Okay, and we're not talking about content right now, it's just regularity is what we're talking about.
Mhm.
So let's go ahead and agree to the regularity of having it be quarterly, and if there's, and Tracy mentioned September, December, an update, and then if there's something you want to address in September, make sure you bring it to at least one other supervisor, and as long as you have two people to approve to get it on the agenda, then it'll be an item on the agenda to be heard.
Thank you, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
all right. I really am trying to strive for fairness, whether it looks like that or not. I really am. There's more items on item 43, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
the
Okay.
resolution.
Yes. Okay. So did you want to?
Yeah, I could definitely speak to the resolution. So thank you for allowing this item to come forward, Madam Chair, to the board and to the public. This is very, I think this is a way to ultimately allow for the community to be united. I've mentioned at the previous meeting, it's not a left and right thing. It's really center of truth. That's the substance of this resolution. There's been a lot of talks about the benefit of the vaccine, and I'm not speaking against it, and I'm not saying it doesn't work or there isn't a benefit to it at all. What I am saying is there should be a buy-in element from the public. When I think about, it's no different than when you go to your doctor, right? There's a process involved to make sure that the doctor knows your underlying health conditions or whatever you're dealing with to ultimately give you the best decision that you'll work with in tandem, right? I feel like there's been such a rushed process through this whole thing that it gets people buying into taking the vaccine without the consideration. And I could use a personal example. I actually have my mother-in-law, who I asked her some questions. She got her vaccines. She had some serious side effects, but nonetheless, I just asked her, hey, did they talk to you about your the EUA and ultimately your right to choose or not choose? Do you know that this is EUA? Do you know that the side effects of this? And she's like, yeah, they gave me some form, to take home, but they never talked to me about it. My point in mentioning that, supervisors, is really, if we really truly are trying to affect the best outcome, we want to make sure that this is in a way that applies to the individual and their conscience, right? If they are owning the consequences. So to a certain extent, my petition to you is to consider that they own the liability of their choice, right? So I think it's wise in the sense that it prevents liability on the county behalf, but even for the sake of nothing coming back, ultimately us dealing with the consequences of things happening. And I could use another example. I heard about a young lady who went to Arizona State University. She had heart issues. She took the vaccine. She ended up having a heart transplant a month later after her vaccine. She died. She collapsed, and it came back that she had myocarditis. I've heard a lot of that starting to develop amongst the youth, given the fact that it's experimental, there's obviously more due diligence need to be done, right? Even you can actually look up on the CDC website. So I agree with you, Supervisor Tiffany. There's actually, I thought about it, and sure enough, I found it. There's EUA informed consent forms on the website specific to each individual vaccine. Why? Because this is like a declaration or ultimately giving the information to the public, right? But it assumes that they're actually digesting this thing, right? I imagine on our side, I'm not sure. Obviously, I haven't taken the vaccine. I'm not sure if the public is in being informed about it. So my point is they're by default assuming the best intentions from the county, and if something happens, at what point in time is not the county liable? And then we're talking about self-attestation. And when I mention this, it is not in any way to disrespect our board or definitely our CAO. It's there, I know that the state is the one that's sending down these rules, and it's actually happening via OSHA, which is kind of a way to sidestep the process. But nonetheless, that's the way it's happening. Not to blame on our county behalf, but I firmly believe that lack of engagement and willingness to make sure that the public is bought into what they're doing, to a certain extent, decreases the vaccine use, right? Because there's a timidness, right? There's all this information going out there. They should be fully informed. So part of this resolution is actually to encourage education. So the goal of this is to basically tell the public, hey, each individual supervisor can speak to the reality, right? I'm not 100% that it's that safe, but that's besides the point. Is at least at that point we're saying, look, whether you like it or not, here's the full information, and you choose if you still want to do it. I have good friends who still chose to take it, understanding the consequences, and at that point they're owning those consequences. So I think that's only fair. And it mentions the EUA as part of the declaration. The other element, which is very near and dear to me, is I don't want to create second-class citizens. I don't believe it's healthy in our community for us to have two separate classes of people, the vaccinated and non-vaccinated. I feel like once we go down the road, and that's where this started, right? That's where the thought first came, is the incentivize. We're incentivizing vaccines. So to incentivize by default is saying we're prioritizing those that are, that want to get it. So we're going to try to give you that benefit. But then those that don't are obviously not, they're not equal as far as respect to the vaccine. So So there's a separation of the public, right? There's going to be animosity. And if anything I've learned in my 3-year term as a supervisor is the state makes rules and we deal with the consequences of those rules, of dividing our community. So those things are heavy on my heart. I do not want a divided community. We have a diverse board right here, which I honestly have huge respect and love for. We disagree, but I love that. I have no fear or no reservation to delegate or ultimately dialogue amongst the differences. All I ask for is truth to go to the public so that they could choose. And then my final comments is ultimately that we have an opportunity for our community to become united and create, basically support a resolution that is as neutral as it gets. We're not telling you you have to do it. We're not telling you you shouldn't do it, but we are telling you is we want you to be bought in to your decision, and ultimately you own the consequences of that decision. That's the purpose of this resolution.
Would any other supervisor like to make a comment?
Want me to go? You want to start?
Sure.
Would you like to go to the audience first and then comment? I mean, it's entirely up to you.
Madam Chair, I don't think that's necessary.
Okay.
I can go.
Okay.
If you just bear with me. Look, I respect differences of opinion. I respect that there are two sides on this issue that are extremely passionate, and we're not always going to agree. You mentioned the doctors. Well, I know plenty of doctors on the other side of it who believe in vaccinations and science, and believe that the more people that are vaccinated, the better off we as a community, as a nation and a world are going to be, the fewer people who are going to die. And I know you mentioned a couple of cases of very, very rare issues that came from the vaccine use. I'll just throw out, let's not forget about the 602,000 people in the U.S. who have died from COVID-19, the 63 locally, many of those that I knew personally, some of us also knew personally, and the 3.9 million deaths worldwide. For me, again, I understand the two sides, but this is an extraordinarily unique situation we're in here during this pandemic, and medicine and science need to drive decisions. I feel like I said earlier, we're almost there. We've taken all these steps. I don't like restrictions as much as the next person who's been very vocal about them. I don't. This has been a pain the last year and a half, having to deal with all these restrictions. But I do believe, for the most part, and I haven't agreed with everything the state has done. I don't think the governor has been perfect, or in some cases even done a good job on this. But I do believe that for the most part, the decisions that have been made are based on what's best for society. How are we going to as soon as possible get out of this pandemic? I think back to late 2020, and we had a few cases a day, one or two. We kind of thought we were out of it, and then boom, January hit. And if you think that's not possible again, that sort of spike can occur, then I don't think there's reality there. It certainly is possible. We're taking all the right steps. And the thing about this that I do find a bit ironic is that for the last year, we've had a contingent of the community and across the country who have basically been harping on the fact that we shouldn't be telling businesses and organizations what to do. We shouldn't have restrictions. We shouldn't tell them what to do. And here we are with this resolution telling them what to do. Telling them that they can or cannot have a sign on the door. Telling them that they can or cannot allow customers to come in if they're wearing a mask or not wearing a mask.
please, members of the audience, please stop talking. If you have to have a conversation, step out of the room, okay? Thank you.
So to me, ultimately, that's really what stands out about the resolution. I appreciate the passion, but there's hypocrisy in this resolution. And then lastly, maybe it's something we could address at the next issue with board procedures, and don't take this personally because I've asked for things to be on the agenda as well. But we need to have a strict policy on what gets on the agenda. We have to have at least 2 supervisors at least be okay, not necessarily with supporting a resolution, but at least being okay with the conversation and to have the discussion. And that, as far as I know, wasn't the case with this ordinance. And I do think going forward.
I did support.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
I did support it for fairness, for it to be heard. Yes,
Okay.
I did.
But I do just want to point out, because it did, as far as I knew, it kind of came out of, I mean, you mentioned some things in that meeting, but it wasn't all this here that we have as far as this replicate of the White Pine ordinance. Going into this, it's great to have conversations, and I've just spent 10 minutes. I considered.
Excuse me, if you're going to be rude, you will have to leave the chambers. I don't know who said it, and I don't even want fingers pointed. Just don't do it. If it happens again, I will clear the chambers completely of everybody. So maintain yourself, please. Have respect. This is going to be a very heated, long conversation. So just chill, please. Supervisor Kosmicki, you may continue. Sorry.
I think that ended my speech perfectly.
Okay, all right. Supervisor Tiffany.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me first of all say, Supervisor Kosmicki and I did not compare notes, but maybe because we're both on the ad hoc committee on the vaccines and on COVID for so many months. Much of what I'm going to say is going to sound very similar to what the supervisor just said. And also, let me just, before I say this, I certainly respect Supervisor Hernandez, your position on this, and I think one of the best things about this board is that we are able to disagree at times, but not on a personal level. And so, while I respect, your feelings, and those are the people out in the audience, I know there's some very strong feelings. But just as Supervisor Kosmicki say, I also feel very, very strongly about this. And when I was running not that long ago, I was very, very clear about my feelings about how we had to approach the pandemic. I'm a strong believer in science, and I think that during the pandemic, and we're still in it, we're doing much better, we're still in it. Science has to drive our decisions. In an emergency situation, the overall public good has to have primacy. Again, this was just mentioned. It was not many months ago, and it seems like now that we've taken our masks off, it's easy to forget. But in January, we were I believe the 12th worst out of 58 counties in the entire state in terms of infection rate and in terms of deaths at that time. And the reason that we are where we are today, the reason why we don't have to wear masks and we are not seeing a lot of infections, it's not because of it just happened. It's because we social distanced and we wore masks, and then when they were available, we got our vaccines, or most of us did. And that's the reason we are where we are today. The other thing I want to emphasize is that for those people that have not gotten vaccines, it's not just a matter of taking on your own consequences. And yes, you are of course at risk to get the virus if you're not vaccinated. But it's a longer term issue. To get herd immunity, we must get a higher percentage in order to get to that point. And unless we get to herd immunity, then what will happen is this will be with us year after year after year. That's what will happen. We'll probably all have to go vaccines. That's the reason why we don't have to, in this day and age, we don't have to deal with smallpox. That's why we don't have to deal with polio, because virtually everyone in our country got vaccinated against those diseases. So I just want to remind people that it's more than just the person who makes that decision not to get vaccinated. It doesn't just affect that person. It affects all of us in our community, all of us in our country, ultimately. With that being said, I want to really emphasize that although, I really encourage everyone, and I think we all should encourage from a science standpoint to get vaccinated. I think it's the right thing to do, not just for yourself, but for your fellow human being. Let me emphasize, no one is forcing anyone to get a vaccine, okay? This came up at our last meeting. There were people claiming that we were forcing people to get vaccines. That's not the case. So I would encourage everyone to get a vaccine, but no one's getting forced to get a vaccine. So it does still remain a decision that each individual has to make. But the fact of the matter is, if you choose to not get a vaccine, or you don't want to attest whether you've gotten a vaccine or not for whatever reason, for your own privacy reasons, then you also are choosing to continue to wear a mask when you are out in public, inside in close quarters. That is, that's the case we just announced for the county. Those of us who took off our masks, we have attested that we are fully vaccinated. We had the option to not make that decision, and if we had not, then we would still be wearing a mask, and that's the appropriate response. So, no one is forcing anyone to get a vaccine here. No one is forcing you to wear a mask, but you've made that choice. If you either don't want to state that you've been vaccinated, or you are not vaccinated yet. So that is your choice. A couple other comments, and again, Supervisor Kosmicki touched on this. As part of this resolution that we're looking at, it basically is stating that we're telling businesses what they can and cannot do. I was in business for over 30 years. The county can't tell me that I can't protect my own employees or my customers. So if I was still in business, I would certainly ask for the protection of my own employees, that those employees who have not been vaccinated, either they're not showing me proof, or they simply won't attest to it, that they have to continue to wear a mask. That's fair. And for my customers, I would ask that if they had not been fully vaccinated, that they attest, or not attest that they've been fully vaccinated, that they wear a mask when they come into my place of business. If they don't want to do business with me, then that's their choice, okay? But I, as a business person, I have the right to make that decision for the sake of my employees as well as my other customers. And so I think that for us to try to tell other businesses, or the county is a business as well, that's just wrong. And it is hypocritical. I totally agree with that as well. And frankly, I don't think legally this, even if we were to vote for this carries any weight. We don't have the authority to, unless it comes through the state, we don't have any authority to tell other businesses what they can and cannot do in regards to dealing with their own operation. So, those are my thoughts. I don't think this was legal. I don't think and Supervisor Hernandez mentioned, based on OSHA, we certainly can't go past OSHA. But the other thing is, I just don't think it's the right thing. And again, let me emphasize, no one is forcing anyone to get vaccinated. I would encourage everyone to get it vaccinated because I think it's the right thing to do. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if it's okay, I respond to Supervisor Tiffany.
Yes, you may.
And Kozmicki. There was a lot said there, but I would say certain key points that stood out to me, Supervisor Tiffany. And Supervisor Kozmicki, to a certain extent, you're mentioning that, that you don't want to pick a side, but to a certain extent, it felt like the statements was picking a side because by default, when you're saying that there's one side, this is not, I could tell you, it's funny, the last couple days, obviously there's folks even in the audience that support what I'm saying, that aren't necessarily conservative or what you would consider conservative, right wing, left wing. I've met a gambit of folks. The argument that I'm making in this situation, I would say, is not so much anti-science, it's actually pro-science, right? Because asking for the VAERS system to be disclosed, which is the CDC website, it's on their website, the EUA itself, the very thing that you referenced, that's the science, unless, I don't know, I guess at that point it's just whose science are you talking about? But the other element that you mentioned is we're not trying to force anybody, but the EUA specific that actually mentions coercion is also banned under the EUA. Technically speaking, the state, and this is just a foresight, an assumption. I don't proclaim to know the future. I definitely don't proclaim to be God and somehow assuming that my decisions are somehow going to stop a virus. But my point is if you think about it, what is a self-attestation? If it's self-attestation, assumes by definition that they have a choice. But if you ask our CAO, you fill this out. So the choice is you fill this out and you can take off the mask. But if you don't fill it out, you have to wear a mask. That in and of itself, by definition, and I'm not blaming our CAO, I'm not blaming anybody within the county. This is obviously the state. But by definition, it is coercion, right? You do not, you can't assume just this environment where you put in the language to say you have a choice, but in reality, hey, you have a choice if you want to take off a mask. So I'm requiring you to wear a mask. Self-attestation says you can take it off. But if you don't want to take it off, if you don't want to self-attest, then you have to wear the mask. That is already coercive, and it's discriminatory if you think about it, right? It divides people. It says you're in this bucket and you're in that bucket. So I'm just trying to speak to the facts of the reality. And let's put it this way, right? With all due respect, even with you mentioned with your business, if you think about within the standpoint of a business, they're assuming something, right? It's the very thing that I've argued from the beginning, buy-in, right? The best outcome that you could ever have, or even if I simplify it, if you tell someone, do not cross the street, but don't tell them why, it's under the assumption that they know why. But if you tell them, this is why you shouldn't cross the street, then it leaves them with a choice, and it also leaves them with a consequence of that choice if you believe that choice is wrong. If there's a car speeding through that road, you're already by default putting in them the position to own that decision, right? I care for you. I don't want you to get hurt. Do not cross the road because there's cars that go through here pretty fast, right? That's buy-in. That's ownership of choice. What we're doing, especially eliminating the EUA element, it's only been grazed over. We're actually forcing people to make a decision, right? It's the reality is to make a decision, and then now it assumes that we know what's best for you, so we're not going to tell you the consequences. And I'm not saying that that's intentional. It's just all I'm saying is to the facts. That's how it's happened. But anyways, there hasn't been a full and thorough discussion on the EUA and the consequences of taking the vaccine. And all I'm asking is for the truth. Again, this is not left or right. This is truth. And it's putting us in a better position to make sure the public knows those consequences so we don't see them hurt. I would hate to feel like I coerced anybody to make a decision and then all of a sudden they're dead because of that coercion. That's my main argument. This is very pro-truth. It's neutral in context.
This item is on the agenda because Supervisor Hernandez had asked for it to be. And when I was appointed chair, I asked that we start working as a team and making sure we improve our communications with each other as supervisors. And so when he asked to put this item on the agenda, I went ahead and I was the second supervisor. We need to have open dialogue. We need to make sure that issues, whether controversial or not, that they hear and they get the light of day. Whether I agree or not, that's beside the point. But I just have to say your constituents were very, very vocal. I received over 150 emails, probably about 25 phone calls regarding this. Very, very passionate, and a few of the things on the message that struck out, to me was that to defend medical freedom and choice. And I think the option to get the vaccine or not get the vaccine is a choice that every person has. I was also challenged about taking an oath to protect citizens. I wasn't on the ad hoc for the vaccines because of the controversy that was going on with myself and me getting the vaccine with the Health Foundation. I would have loved to have been on that, but I was not trying to put myself in there. So I had to rely on both Supervisor Tiffany and Kosmicki to give us the information. And I was just clamoring at trying to get some information and asking Ray, why was this information being withheld from me? And I had to wait until you all reported it out. So I know that you had many, many meetings. I know that you were listening to your constituents. You were listening to the science. And while I have asked for this item to be on the agenda, I don't know if I'm going to, the question was posed to me, which side of history would you like to be associated with? I don't know what side of history I'm going to fall on, whether you believe I'm right or wrong. I know where I'm going to fall, but I don't know where it's going to be in your definition and acceptance of this. So I would like to hear from the community, and then we'll bring it back to the board for further deliberation. But I know that there are plenty of people from the phone calls and the emails that I received that we have a lot on Zoom, as well as obviously here in the chambers. So one at a time, come on up, bring your speaker card to the podium, and let's hear your positions on this, okay? Do we have your speaker card already? Okay, good. All right, thank you.
I came here in support of Superintendent Hernandez. I speak on behalf of so many mothers out there. Oh, is it on? Oh, can I hold it?
Mic check.
Testing. Oh, that's nice. I'm kidding. Hi, my name is Catherine, and I'm here with my 8-year-old. We've been here for about how many hours? 4 or 5 hours now, waiting patiently. I'm here on behalf of so many parents out there that cannot come to these meetings because they are tending to children at home, especially over this last year when one of the caregivers was forced to stay home to support their child or children with online learning or distance learning. It's been a really hard year for a lot of us. I'm here because, and I wanted to touch on science. I heard Superintendent Tiffany referring to the science as well as Kosmicki, pardon my, and if there's one thing I think we could agree on, it's that the science is never settled. Science is ever evolving and is always being challenged. And I will say that I hear it all the time. Oh, I believe in the science. I trust the science. But you made a good point, Mr. Hernandez, that whose science? Because what I've been witnessing, along with many others, is the suppression and the censorship of the voices that express concern. We all know that the pharmaceutical industry in general has a sordid history, and there are a lot of financial incentives being behind the scenes, conflicts of interests, revolving doors between industry and the regulatory bodies. So I'm here to say, they literally suffocated us for over a year. And here we are today showing our badges in one form or another. They removed what it means to be human by covering our faces. No longer could our children see each other. We were inhibiting our own health wearing these facial coverings. The science was quite weak and pathetic. Actually, I'm married to a physician, and unfortunately, physicians cannot speak out about this publicly or they will be demoted or cut loose. If you have been paying attention to the level of censorship that exists out there, it's very concerning. I'd highly recommend seeking out The Defender, children'shealthdefense.org, and americasfrontlinedoctors.org. Valuable resources and information about the suppression of science and how statistics have been manipulated to serve an agenda of fear. And ultimately, data. Data is the new oil. And if everyone just noticed, there's a handy little QR code that everyone can sign up for. And we've watched this slowly happening. At first, it was no mask, no entry. Then it was no test, no negative test, no entry. And now we have it where just Friday, we are paying members at a club, and we were denied the ability to reserve, not me, myself, but my husband was denied a lane in the swimming pool because he had not received his vaccine. Right there, discrimination is happening now, and I'm urging all of you to allow medical choice to remain a choice. We all deserve a choice. One size does not fit all. I am begging you to please honor our right to have our physician-patient relationship. Thank you so much. Thank you, Superintendent Hernandez. I am speaking on behalf of so many mothers that couldn't be here today.
Hello, my name is Penelope Sullivan, and I'm curious, does your county allow for 5 minutes when you're speaking on behalf of an organization that's a 501c? Okay.
There's no set rule that allows longer period of time for organizations.
Thank you so much. So I really have enjoyed seeing all of you speak. I trust that you all are coming with your best intention. I too am a very firm believer in the science. And if you are truly unbiased, I highly suggest that you check out Dr. Peter McCullough with the Pathophysiological Basis and Rationale for Early Outpatient Treatments of SARS-CoV-2. Dr. Peter McCullough he has published over 1,000 studies. He's been cited over 500 times. I will definitely be emailing each of you his study on early COVID treatment. The other science to look at is by Dr. Peter Corey, and that is ivermectin in the prophylaxis and treatment of COVID. Now, what happens when we look at this science is we're able to take a deep breath, and we're actually able to ascertain, is this science that we're being presented by the CDC gold standard science? We have to look at the masking science that we see. It is not gold standard. It is epidemiological. And what that means is they have basically taken a date of different state mandates and looked at case rates. They have not had a cohort wearing masks and a cohort not wearing masks, and then exposed them to someone that is ill and seen the ramifications of that choice. That is a gold standard study. Typically, it is a double-blind placebo study to make it a gold standard study. When we look at asymptomatic spread, we do not see a gold standard study supporting social distancing whatsoever. We have the Danish study. We have a Norwegian study where children went back to school. We have a North Carolina study. We have a Swedish study. Nobody was even wearing masks there. We do not see a high transmission rate. That is what science is telling us. Now, with this early treatment, I could show you literally hundreds of studies looking at ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. In the United States, that has become a political topic. And so we have not been able to have an unbiased discussion. But those studies are out there if you are open. Right now, I'm going to give you also the science. Peter Hernandez, thank you so much. You're a rare gem. Last I checked, there were 358,379 adverse events and nearly 6,000 deaths from the COVID vaccine. Now that sounds, we can say, very rare. That's what the media is saying. But it's not so rare when on Friday, an ICU RN calls me and says, I want to be a whistleblower because my ICU has 5 teens with myocarditis in inpatient care and even more outpatient. It is not so rare when in my community, Nevada County, we've had a child have a heart attack and a stroke. So thank you so much. Please do look at the science.
Next speaker.
Hello, everybody. I'm amazed how ignorant you all are about this COVID hoax. Either you're ignorant or you're a shill, agent, paid actor, paid liar. A virus is not alive, has no cellular structure. It cannot replicate and never has been able to. The Spanish flu had nothing to do with Spain or Spanish people. It came from Fort Detrick, Maryland. Even Fauci, the criminal Fauci, wrote a report, I believe in 2005, that once they did the autopsies after the Spanish flu, most of the people died from upper respiratory infections. So people that are giving medical advice without being a licensed medical professional, you're hurting people, killing people, like my father. Is anybody burying bodies in their backyard? What's going on here? What's going on? That's what I want to know. What's going on?
Next, Karina Powers. Dalila Epperson.
Hello, my name is Karen Gingle, and I'm here to offer my full support and urge you to pass agenda item number 43 without hesitation. With passing this, San Benito County will be on the cutting edge of re-cementing your constituents' freedom to choose as it is given to us by our founding fathers. Let us not forget that our founding fathers came from suppressive countries to establish a land that is for we the people and not for they the government. This is undeniably why this is the greatest country on earth. Let me now state the obvious because it seems to be getting lost while we are in a never-ending state of emergency orders for a pandemic. Our God-given freedoms don't miraculously dissipate for even a pandemic. There are counties in this state that are mandating employers to require employees and customers to have vaccine verification or requirements, and then they are segregating against those who are unvaccinated or do not want to consent to disclose their medical status as a requirement of their employment or their patronage. This is in essence forcing them to wear a mask as a scarlet letter or a yellow star. Those businesses doing this will be facing lawsuits, guaranteed. Ask any civil rights lawyer, there are many that are working overtime on this clear-cut case of discrimination and denial of freedom. However, all these legal pitfalls will be avoided simply by passing this resolution, and this is the right decision. Let me remind you of how many different laws and regulations we have that defend America's freedoms. The Bill of Rights, these protect our civil liberties from this federal government's infringement and tyranny. Next, federal civil rights are a class of rights that protect individuals' freedoms and infringement by governments, social organizations, and private individuals. The Civil Code of California is made up of statutes which govern the general obligations and rights of persons within the jurisdiction of California, and we cannot forget the American Disabilities Act or HIPAA. In conclusion, I pray that the Board of Supervisors will do what's right and allow your constituents to maintain their right of freedom over their own medical choices. Thank you.
Ann Colton.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Ann Colton. I would like to thank God for leading me to attend this important meeting today. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for giving me the opportunity to speak about Agenda Item 43, the resolution prohibiting any entity from establishing a vaccine requirement or proof of vaccine requirement to enjoy any benefit or right held by citizens of San Benito County. Individuals should be able to decide for themselves what is best for their own bodies and own health. Medical discrimination is illegal. The experimental vaccine is only authorized under an EUA. It is not FDA approved. It has had enormous negative side effects and caused many adverse events, including death. Will you be okay with being liable for any of your citizens getting ill or dying from having taken this experimental shot because you did not choose to stand up for them as they elected you? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Laco Muscoon.
Hello. I would like to express my full support for item 43. As of yesterday, there are no new cases reported in San Benito County. 13 cases total, and only one person is hospitalized. However, pharmaceutical companies continue pushing their experimental products on those who won't benefit from them and those that risk developing serious complications from taking the product or dying. One tool used is reward and punishment. When the unvaccinated individuals get banned from using services regardless if they have natural immunity from the disease itself. Clearly, it is neither about protection from disease transmission nor informed consent. Myself and my wife, we live in San Jose, but we've been considering moving to San Benito County. There are businesses in the Bay Area that require proof of vaccination to enter. They won't explain risks of taking the experimental products as required by law. Dividing people based on their vaccination status destroys communities and deprives people of services and rights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Monica Cross.
Thank you for letting me speak. I have so many thoughts, especially after hearing the supervisors discuss this among yourselves. I wish that we had an opportunity to respond to you individually when that was taking place, because as a business owner, you recognize that your lane is a product that you are selling. We are talking about a vaccine. That's a product that someone is selling us. And so what is forcing someone to take the vaccine? Coercion, guilt, manipulation, shame, dividing us. So soon I'm going to have my own drinking fountain because I'm unvaccinated. Your lane as a businessman is not to make medical decisions for me or my family. I work really hard with my family to make sure that we are healthy, that we are getting out and exercising. I don't know if you've done this, but I've taken an oxygen monitor and I put it on my finger and I put a mask on and I went up and down the stairs a few times. I came back down. My oxygen was at 83. In a hospital, what would they do for me at that point with my oxygen level that low? You're asking your constituents to be masked on a regular day-to-day basis. I see people running down the street by themselves with a mask on. I can't imagine the harm that they're doing to their bodies, prohibiting the only two orifices in your body to receive oxygen and breath, the breath of life. I am in support of this resolution because we are being forced to make a decision. We're being forced to make a decision to accept this experimental drug, profiting billions. And you know, it was interesting to hear you say, we're worried about science, because I'm actually concerned about science. I don't know if you know, but VAERS is the only tool that the CDC has to gauge safety of a vaccine. So if you experience a vaccine injury, it is your duty, or your doctors, they don't usually know that though, to go onto the VAERS website and report that. We've had over almost 6,000 deaths associated with this vaccine. The only tool the CDC uses. And do you know what they say about it? Oh, it's not exactly perfect because anybody can go on there and report a death or an injury. Well, then you should probably get a better system if you are coercing us to accept this experimental drug in order to live free and to be able to breathe freely. Nobody is talking about taking vitamins, exercising, eating healthy, making sure your immune system is really strong. It's just take this drug or wear a mask.
Thank you.
Sandy Jamark.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Mrs. Dale Jamark, and I'm here in support of Supervisor Hernandez's resolution. I'm going to play devil's advocate. I haven't been vaccinated. I take my vitamins. I take zinc. I take Mucinex. I have a husband who has COPD emphysema. If I thought there was any danger from me to give it to him, I'd take the shot. But I'm not going to put an experimental drug into my system that's going to hurt me. If you look at the vaccine adverse event reporting system, they've come out with, as of May 28th, 2021, 25,800 deaths because of the vaccine. CDC has also came out last night. Anybody underneath the age of 18 is not supposed to get the vaccine. Your doctor isn't up to date. I spent years in doing research. I started with Hollister PD when I was 14. I was a police cadet by the time I was 18, and I was a deputy sheriff coroner by the time I was 26. So I know where I speak. I've been there, done that. If I thought there was any cause, and I know of deaths in Monterey County personally from vaccines, because I work closely with somebody that's in the coroner's office. Okay, so I speak in favor, and I don't want somebody to put a number on my arm like they was in Nazi Germany, and that's what these vaccine cards are, is it's restricting the movement of people in the United States as American citizens. The Constitution states life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and this is being restricted by this county. And I will not take the vaccine because I don't want to put myself in danger. Like I said, my husband, if there was any that I would infect him, I would take it. But I've done the research on these vaccines. I have people in nursing and doctors, and they say not to take it. So it can go back and forth. But as the old saying goes, if the city can't govern itself, the county comes in. If the county can't govern itself, then the state comes in. And apparently you're going by what Governor Newsom once done in this state. California was number 2 in deaths and COVID cases, behind New York, which was number 1. You know what state was number 43? Because they have a hell of a nice governor and has some sense, is Florida and Governor Ron DeSantis. 43, and they had an open state. So what did they do right that California didn't? We were shut in, restricted. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Celeste Toledo Bocanegra.
Okay, so who do you guys work for? You work for the people, right? So, Peter, I give you permission to take off that mask, since I'm giving you permission because you work for us. For everyone else, Bob, Tiffany, I know you say that us taking, and Cosmicky also states that taking the vaccine will not benefit us, it will also benefit our community, our, you know, and, you know, I truly believe in the quality of life. I think that is just, you know, just a wonderful thing. We need to cherish our individual life, everybody's life. So with that being said, the reason why I can't take the vaccine is because I do have a chronic illness. So I have it's basically, I'm going to read the definition. So it's symptoms. My symptoms mimic a brain tumor, but no tumor is present. They may include headaches behind the eyes, ringing in the ears, and time with the time with the heartbeat, and brief episodes of blindness. So yes, sometimes I feel like I have blindness, and it sucks that I have to even come up here and express that to the whole world. But I hate doing this. Last time it happened. Okay, so let me refocus. So that is the reason why I cannot take the vaccine. And thank you to everyone who spoke on the science and freedom, because it's true. Everyone chooses what they want to believe on the science, but there is science behind the vaccine against the vaccine. So, and it's not FDA approved. And at this point, I've been discriminated at Safeway by one cashier who didn't want to help me. The owner there was awesome and you know, said they apologized. I've been discriminated in other stores in our community. But whose bond do we have to pull to sue? Who do we have? Which one of you guys do I have to sue to get this right? And I don't want to go that direction, but we need medical freedom. And if we have to rattle someone's cage by pulling your bonds and sue you guys individually, then that's what we're gonna have to do as the people. So, like I said, we're not doing it because we're against science or anything, or your science. There is science backing us up, our beliefs. So there are reasons behind why us individuals who choose not to take the vaccine, you know, we believe in quality of life.
Thank you.
Karina Powers. On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please press the raise your hand icon on your screen or *9 on your phone. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Dalila Epperson. I spoke briefly this morning about choice, liberties, rights. I'm going to speak a little bit more about that regarding supporting Supervisor Hernandez resolution. You mentioned what's best for society. This is not a mob rule society. This is a republic. And so we really value our individual rights. We have individual rights, individual liberties. This is America, and we are Americans. So you also mentioned the polio vaccine. We did not have to test to see if we had the polio vaccine. We did not have to have a passport. We did not have to get our temperature taken. Any vaccines that we have had in the past, and these were supposed to be real vaccines, we had the choice to take the vaccine. We could get a medical write-up if you did not want your children to get a vaccine and go to school. We had choices, and we still have choices. Slowly, those choices, those rights are being whittled away at for the good of society. Again, this is a republic. This is not a democracy like that. It is a republic. It is not mob rule. The science, we do not have enough information on the vaccines. It was literally tested for 63 days. What are the ingredients in it anyway? Does anybody know? Does anybody have a list of those ingredients? This is indeed coercion, and we all know it. If we choose to be at greater risk, as you say, that is our right. And again, follow the science. We do not have enough information on the vaccines. It usually takes years to create a vaccine and get it tested and approved. This is not FDA approved. And on the CDC site, according to VAERS, 4,863 people have died directly as a result of this supposed vaccine after they got injected. Is that just what? Collateral damage, like the nursing home elderly in New York City? And they did that here in California as well. What about those 4,863 people, mothers, fathers, aunts, uncles? We're just not going to talk about them. We don't have enough scientific information on this supposed.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes. You've been unmuted.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is C. Roy, and I enjoy visiting San Benito County. I don't live there, but I do visit. I spend money there, promote businesses. So this is an issue important to me. First of all, I definitely support resolution number 43. I highly praise Supervisor Hernandez. Thank you, and God bless you, sir. I would vote you for president. The Board of Supervisors does have a duty to protect constitutional rights. One of the other supervisors are saying there's hypocrisy in here. They shouldn't be able to tell businesses what to do or what not to do. Apparently, you're not familiar with the Civil Rights Act of 1964, where the government does say you cannot discriminate. Sir, as a supervisor in this government position, you should be ashamed of yourself for even making that statement. Who are you? The Board of Supervisors does have a prohibition, like all government agencies, from infringing our constitutional rights. That's where you should be kept in check. That's the entire purpose. The Constitution is not a document indicating the powers of the government in rare exceptions. It is a document that indicates your boundaries and your prohibitions. It is very much meant to limit you. And here the government is using tax dollars to put on Amber Alerts and road construction signs and other electronic signage. You're using our tax dollars to promote this rhetoric, to promote this indoctrination everywhere you look, and you say there's no coercion. It's a direct lie right there. Just look at the evidence. You say one thing with your words, but your actions are exactly the opposite. Shame on you. Let's talk about science a bit. I'm a degreed microbiologist, worked in pharma, worked on an alternative to the COVID vaccine. All the MD, PhDs, medicinal chemists I worked with, frightened of this, quote, jab. And to call it a vaccine, that is a lie again. That is a misnomer. What are vaccines? Vaccines are attenuated or inactivated portions or of pathogens that are injected to the body in order to stimulate an immune response, so you can build antibodies and let your own body do the immunity for the pathogen. Ladies and gentlemen, by taking a vaccine, you're inserting something synthetic. What do you think they used to have chickenpox parties? I believe they were, where they'd want the kids to get herd immunity. They want them to get it early, this disease, so that when the girls were pregnant, they would not put their babies at harm for more serious birth defects. Just look at any litigation expert.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes. You've been unmuted.
This is Sam of San Diego, resident of California. Adoption of the resolution in San Benito County number 130, contained within agenda item 43, is a great first step to be in alignment and consistent with the congressionally passed Genetic Information Non-Discrimination Act of 2008 and the California equivalent, CalGina, enshrined in Senate Bills 559 of 2011 and 2012 and Senate Bills 222 of 2013 and 2014. As a first step, I would suggest the following revisions to the resolution in San Benito County 130. The second accident should be changed to 12, and it should be reworded. It should be worded to state that the state and county shall take all action necessary to allow all people and all county employees to be empowered to make their own decisions regarding whether to wear or not wear a mask, with which such decision shall not be interfered or coerced. In addition, the San Benito County Human Resources should review the protections granted under both GINA and CalGINA. They might be providing unequal amenities to employees and staff in San Benito County. Thank you for your time.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes. You've been unmuted. You've been unmuted. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hunter Cuneo, resident of San Benito County. I think everyone's made it clear at this point and explained well how disincentivizing is a form of coercion when you're dangling people's freedom over their heads, or whether they can't, what they have to put on their face if they don't receive this vaccine. So it is coercive. But also what we're teaching the next generation is that freedom and normalcy is to be gained by giving up your bodily autonomy. By getting an injection, you can go in public without your face covered, or you can go to school normally. But the worst incentive that our elected leaders are involved in, at least at the state level, is giving away fast food to vaccine recipients. So giving them more of the very thing that put us in this mess, obesity. A respiratory virus that is mainly a threat to obese people, and we as a state decide to subsidize more obesity. And like everyone's mentioned before me, there's very valid reasons people have to be hesitant with this vaccine. To put it lightly, the makers of these vaccines have very checkered past. Both Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson are serial felons. They are felons. Pfizer is the most sued company in American history. Pfizer specifically has paid out billions of dollars for knowingly putting out products that could cause serious injury and death. These companies are all exempt from any liability. If anything happens to you, if you get the vaccine or your children, there's no one there to help you. This is all on you. They are exempt of all liability. And as everyone's mentioned, these experimental biological agents are not FDA approved. A year ago, some of these companies were among the most untrusted in the US, and now we are not just incentivizing, but in some situations being coerced to trust them blindly. And you don't need to be a scientist to know that these biological agents were rushed in a period of 9 months. And that even though mRNA technology has been around since the late 1980s, it has never been brought safely to market before this. All attempts have failed to meet safety requirements until now. And the vaccine makers have not provided any data to prove that these rushed vaccines have overcome any of these previous problems. No doctor or scientist can possibly know the long-term effects of these injections because there is no long-term data. So I firmly support this resolution introduced to protect our health freedom. And on top of this, our kids, like I said, they are learning to give up bodily autonomy if it means they are allowed to do something normal. If you're going to incentivize anything, it should be incentivizing people to stop wearing these masks and bring back some decency and human dignity to our community.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to ask the audience to please, I don't mind if you clap after the speaker speaks, but whether you agree or disagree, please keep your comments to yourself. I'm not taking questions from the audience. I'm making a statement. If the audience gets out of hand, I will give a warning, and then I will end up having to clear the chambers. And I do not want to do that. I'm trying to give everybody the respect, but please keep your affirmations or disagreement, to yourself, okay? Every speaker has a right to make the comment undisturbed, whether you agree or disagree, okay? I'm just trying to be fair. Do we have any more speakers there? Okay, I'm looking at the clock. There is another item on the agenda that has to be heard by 3:15, so I'm hoping that we can wrap this item up by that time frame, and if not, then I'm gonna have to do a hard stop interruption, but we will go ahead and continue, so.
Madam Chairman, I'm going to speak for her, but there's about 20 or so remaining on there, on the thing, so we're not going to be able to.
Okay,
stop
well,
at
at 3:15, I have to do a hard stop to adjust another
Unless,
item.
unless we can make a recommendation to bring it back after, a separate agenda again.
Let's just continue on and see where we go with the time frame. Let's just go through until 3:15.
All
and
I'm
see.
saying is that we allow
So
the
everybody has a
public-
chance to be heard. I
Yeah.
understand that, yes. So,
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Audrey Johnson. I'm a San Benito County resident, and I have recently purchased a new home here. I didn't plan on speaking, and I'm thrilled on how the community is in support of this resolution. Supervisor Kuzmicki states that this was based on science. How so? The vaccine is emergency use only. It is not FDA approved and hasn't even passed animal trials. Humans are the trial, and I agree and support Supervisor Hernandez's resolution. We are now taking away basic civil liberties of our community, and it is very divisive. Also, by having this requirement, it is coercion. You are coercing people to get the vaccine in order to make them feel included in the community. Asking the community to wear a mask to attest that they are vaccinated or unvaccinated is a violation of HIPAA. This isn't even a true vaccine. You can still get and spread the virus. I urge you, the supervisors, to make the right decision and support Supervisor Hernandez's resolution. Thank you for your time.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hello there. This is Rob Bernosky, resident of Ridge Park. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you once again for giving the public every opportunity to address this issue. And look, I have to draw an analogy here, but before I do, I just have to say is what I don't like about this, and I'm fully vaccinated, everybody in my family is, and I have no issue with that. But what I have an issue with is, in effect, you guys, whether you want to, say it's mandated or you're not mandating anybody, but you are going to stigmatize people who choose not to get vaccinated. And you are going to force people to have that proverbial scarlet A, and people are going to look at them funny because, oh, you're one of those. So anyway, here's my analogy on why you guys should not play God when it comes to deciding or incentivizing people to get vaccinations, and you can't come to the office unless you can do this or that. So I'm not going to say which one, but 3 of you Board of Supervisors know my family. You know exactly who we are. Let me tell you a story. We, with one of our children here in San Benito County, before they were born, my wife had a test, and that test said, uh-oh, something wrong. And anyway, we were some state prenatal testing, so there's certain requirements. And my wife and I, as smart as we think we are and how to raise children, we're just like, oh, okay. So they send us up to Stanford to go have an amniocentesis to confirm what this test had shown. So it was mandated, or at least that's the way we interpreted it. But I remember it was mandated. We had to go to genetic counseling beforehand. And we're like, what, huh? So we just trot up there to Stanford and we do it. And it became very apparent really early on in this so-called genetic counseling, what they were encouraging us to do was to perhaps have an abortion because this child appeared to be defective. And my wife and I were like, this never would come up in our conversation, and that, you know, taking, doing that. And but the bullying that went on and the coercion that went on because some bureaucrat from some elected person's office passed a law that said they have to do this. And it's like, again, elected leaders should not play God. I've had to play God before in deciding whether to unplug or plug, like my father in before he passed away. It's a very emotional thing. And my point being is, you know, it's an analogy and it's an extreme analogy, but what qualifications do you have to basically force people into the vaccination status? And again, I want to emphasize, you guys know who I am. I hope you don't think I'm some sort of whack job or whatever, but this just isn't in your lane of competency unless, you know, someone.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Audra. I'm a resident of San Diego. Can you hear me? I wanted to say I support this resolution and hope that you guys can do what's right for the people. Unfortunately, we're faced with a bioweapon that has been released, which is COVID, and we're actually being injected with this bioweapon to protect us from it. And that's a problem because there's science behind it that shows that it's unsafe. Every animal died in the animal study that they had, and they usually take 7 to 10 years to create vaccines, yet they're forcing these upon the people. And people like me that can't take them are going to be faced with not being able to live everyday life. They're not putting out informed consent on these vaccines because if they were, then we would hear all of the adverse reactions that have been going on. They used to create vaccines that would stick in your arm where the injection site was, and now this has been created to go and spread out throughout your body, unleashing a lot of problems because it's accumulating in your lymph nodes, in your bone marrow, and in your reproductive organs, leaving people to face problems in the future that they're not sure of. I had a spinal tap many years ago, about 12 years ago, and was paralyzed for 8 years. They don't give you informed consent on that, and they should tell people that they could be paralyzed. They tell you you can die, they can tell you that you'll be in pain later, but they never say that you'll be paralyzed. And with these vaccines, they're not telling people all of the adverse reactions that can happen. They're just trying to hide them and tell them that they are safe and that they can protect you from this virus, but it's a bioweapon. And if you're injecting people with a bioweapon that has the same code as the actual quote unquote virus, that so you say, that's a problem because it's causing the same problems that you're trying to stop from happening. And we need informed consent. People need to know this. And the fact that it's being hidden is a really big issue. And Nuremberg Code is being violated in so many ways. And to make people feel like they have to do this to live everyday life, you're segregating the people. You're making people hate each other just to comply with your demands. And it should be my body, my choice. We should all be able to decide these things. And nobody should be required to give up their medical information just to live life again. And that's what's happening. And we have protections under the law, but yet you seem to be, sidestepping those and acting as if this is a law that we have to do this. And so I really support this resolution because it will allow people to exercise their freedoms and have equality. One thing that is being totally ripped from our hands right now, and it's super.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Courtney Evans. I first would like to ask what the science is and the difference between coming into the Board of Supervisors meeting this morning without a mask, and then you guys waiting until an announcement be made to take off your mask if you're vaccinated or not. It's all just smoke and mirrors to follow the orders. I would like to educate you. Absent of a court order, quarantine, or isolation, there is no medical evidence that you have that anyone is a threat to the health and safety of any public place in our community or in our country for that matter. You don't get to decide if somebody is a direct threat to public health and safety or not, if they're wearing a mask or not, or if they won't tell you if they're vaccinated or not. Here, we are innocent until proven guilty in the United States of America. Every person's right to equal access to the goods, to services, to privileges, to facilities of every establishment, especially the People's House and the chambers that you sit in right now. This establishment is guaranteed by Titles 2, 3, 7 of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. It is a crime, state and federal law. It is a crime to deny anybody the rights of an equal individual, and you can be arrested for this crime. You will be held personally liable for criminal and civil damages. Jail time will come. You will be personally charged. It doesn't matter if you say your manager, your governor, or your health officer, or your health director said so. No ordinance, no order, no mandate supersedes federal law. Everyone has their civil rights protected equally. There is no science behind arresting me on December 15th and allowing me to speak in person today. This is divisive. I support this resolution. If we are going to take COVID conversation off everyday agendas at the Board of Supervisors meeting, then allow people to be equal, have the conversation, pass the resolution. Let's get back to we the people are equal. Everyone has a right to be in there. You cannot say if somebody is vaccinated or not. And now we have the schools and their board meetings are still closed. And we have Bob Tiffany asking when we can mandate vaccines, this COVID vaccine for children. That is inappropriate. None of you are medical doctors. None of you should be giving anybody any medical advice or giving incentive to businesses to treat people differently. It is against.
I realize in the chambers we have a huge following of Supervisor Hernandez. Please, if you want to stay in the seats, please keep the. Well, but it's okay. I'm just asking to please. And I hear you have a support group here, and so that's awesome. But just please, the comments, okay? And if you would like to.
For the sake of good dialogue, I definitely encourage, and I have to defer to the chair because she manages the meeting, but nonetheless, if there's a way to keep the dialogue to a minimal, I would say, yeah, just for the sake of non-interruption, but ultimately for also the sake of the public to speak, right? Because we want to hear everybody speak, and I know we're already, we're running. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Do we have additional speakers?
I have about 18 online.
Okay, I'm looking at the clock. It's 10 to 3, so we have 25 minutes more or less to continue this. And then we'll probably just continue it after the item number 44. Okay, if it's not finished, 44.
Yeah, we could move it.
Well, it's 46 that becomes 44. My bad. Item 46 will move up because
40,
it's that.
yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
46.
Madam
Sorry.
Chair, can I make a suggestion? I don't know whether this is appropriate or not, but we seem to have a lot of people who are from out of our county who are speaking, and I don't, we're here to represent San Benito County, not San Diego County. This isn't a state
Well, I'll be honest
consideration.
with you. I got emails from across the United States.
Right. So my point
I
is,
got phone calls from across the United States.
is there a reason why? Is there a reason why we're taking
we're-
comments from people across the country?
Because
I
we're,
think-
can I, because we're, please, calm yourself. We're at a crux right now. What we decide is going to determine a lot, however we vote. And we need to let the public speak, whether they're from San Benito County, whether they're visiting from San Jose, whether they shop here, work here. It's extended. This is not just a small village. We're looking
Yeah,
at
no,
it.
I
We're
got you,
looking
but
at
we
it.
represent San Benito County. We don't
I
represent
understand, but
San
I'm telling you,
Diego
the
County.
issue is far-reaching. Please keep the, okay, yeah, that's okay, okay. But let's just hear them out, okay?
Yeah.
They have been waiting for a long time to have this. You may disagree, you may agree, I don't know, but
No, that's
I'm
not
just
the
trying to
issue.
give-
I just don't understand what the point is of listening
It's
to
freedom of
comments from.
speech, and we have to
The First
listen to it.
Amendment, yeah. I appreciate the comments, Madam Chair. With all due respect, Supervisor Kozmicki, I'm technically the senior guy here, so I'm just for the sake of experience. And we've had items that were very hot, folks from Monterey speaking, and we never set limits on them. So
No, that was
that is the
before, and I've
precedent
just
set.
never understood that, frankly. You know, we.
Now, you can bring that up as an issue that we discuss when we look at parameters of, of protocol and procedure. You can bring that issue up, but right now, there's nothing established.
Yeah, well, I would say First Amendment as it applies, correct me if I'm wrong, County Council, the moment we get into that limiting the public, wherever they're from.
Nothing to do with the First Amendment.
It's
We
exactly,
represent San Benito
yeah.
County.
It's an
not-
interpretation
It doesn't
thereof,
matter.
so I'm gonna stop that. We have people
doesn't
waiting.
matter.
Madam Chair, there's possible two alternatives that the board could consider if it wanted to. First of all, because of the number of people and the fact that we do need to finish the agenda items today. I mean, unless the board continued them till tomorrow. You could reduce the time to 2 minutes each, or you could continue this item to the last item of the day to take other people that have also been here for a long time. But either of those are up to the board's consideration.
I would consider maybe we reduce the amount of time. I mean, basically, we're hearing the same thing. And I agree with Supervisor Kozmicki, but I think it's difficult to change it now. But, I mean, we're voting on something that is for San Benito County. And so people from out of the county, I understand that they're passionate about it, but this does not impact them in any way. But anyway, given the fact
Please.
that they're already here, they're online, I think a good suggestion maybe is we cut back on the amount of time. We're certainly getting the same message over and over again.
Okay. Can we limit them then to 2 minutes to see if we can get through them? But it sounds like we're still going to end up not hearing all of them with that time frame, 2 minutes. And so those of you being prepared to speak from Zoom, I apologize, but due to the duration of this item and the other one that we have to meet here by the end of the day, I'm going to have to go ahead and have a hard stop at 3:15, okay?
And the other thing that the clerk of the board has traditionally done when there's a lot of people, you call the people up 1, 2, and 3, and they're sitting right there in the front row. So as soon as one person gets off, then the next person gets on. So you could call the name and then have the next up already up.
How many more do we have in the chambers that need to speak? Okay, can I have you guys sit in the front row just so that we know when we go back to chambers? Okay. However, and so you guys just line yourself up. Yes. We rather exhausted all of the in-chamber comments first and then went to Zoom. So go ahead, Madam Clerk.
You've been unmuted. You have to, please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Yes. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and honorable board members. My name is Cheryl Ritter-Winslow, and I've lived in San Benito County for a good part of my life. I am sure that you and all of your families appreciate living in America, the land of the free and the home of the brave. And I respectfully ask that you all take into consideration our God-given rights to allow each and every one of us to make our own medical decisions. There is so much science, true science, as Supervisor Tiffany stated, that is not being allowed to be heard. That in and to itself is taking away the rights for you all to be educated. Those numbers of deaths from the vaccine that have been stated from VAERS, as profound as they are totally unreported. It's only voluntary to send information on COVID deaths to VAERS, and not even all hospitals or doctors or nurses even know about it. I, too, am proud to be an American and live in this beautiful country. In America, we do have the right to research and educate ourselves
so that we can enable ourselves to make the best decisions for our own bodies. These rights have been fought for, and we damn well deserve to keep these rights here in America and in San Benito County. These rights include our own decisions about masking and our privacy of any medical decisions. Decisions that we may make and not need to have be publicly put out there by putting any sort of limitations on us. I do ask that you do not allow discrimination to occur here in our beautiful county, and that you pass resolution number 2021-77. This will protect San Benito County, and it will help us to keep our rights as law-abiding citizens.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Danielle Fernandez, and I'm speaking today to show my full support for Supervisor Hernandez's resolution to protect individual rights to medical choice and freedom. I am honored to support this resolution. I want to let you know that I have been bullied, shamed, and harassed more than I ever thought possible due to the fact that I stand for personal medical freedoms. As individuals, it is vital that we have the right to make informed decisions about our health care based on our own individual health needs. This is not selfish. What is selfish is not caring about others' individual healthcare needs and forcing them into a one-size-fits-all. Governments have been working overtime to strip us of our essential God-given freedoms. The lockdowns, the masks, the vaccines, very few bothered to listen to the concerns of their constituents and instead took actions to force compliance and used fear as a means of control. I've seen neighbors turn on neighbors and pledge their allegiance to compliance. We allowed terms such as essential, non-essential, science denier, anti-masker, and anti-vaxxer, all which are not true, to be used in a way to attack and bully those who think critically. First of all, we're all essential, and that labeling was the cause of destruction for so many. And second, we are not science deniers or ones that simply believe in science. We understand science. Science is not a belief system. It is facts and evidence. The term "I believe in science" uses the reputation of science in general to give a certain level of authority to one specific scientific claim in particular that shields it from questioning or doubt. And last but not least, we are not anti-masker, anti-vaccine. The science is just not there to justify the draconian measures that were taken and continue to be taken. And last but not least, the emergency use authorization of a vaccine, they are experimental. There are no long-term studies on effectiveness or overall safety or side effects. Individuals should have full access to all information regarding medical interventions and have the right to accept or refuse without any retaliation or
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes. You've been unmuted.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Anna. I live in the area. My entire family lives in Hollister. I just want to support this resolution. Thank you, Mr. Hernandez, for putting it out there. I do believe that we need medical freedom. And let me just educate you guys on a little bit of science. Masks are measured, the mask holes are measured in microns. Virus particles are measured in microns. The COVID-19 virus particle is a size of 0.1 micron. The mask holes in your typical surgical mask are 3 microns. They don't do anything. They don't block viruses. It's the analogy of a ratio of basically of sizes would be throwing a handful of sand at a chain link fence. Forcing people to wear a mask just because they're not vaccinated is taking away their medical freedom. And it's also like crazy. There's no science behind it. Masks don't block anything. So we should not be forced to have to wear a mask just to go to the store. There's a 99.9% survival rate with this virus anyways. It has died out. There's also herd immunity. If you want to get the vaccine, get the vaccine. Let the rest of us live our life and not be segregated. This is it's only causing division, making people feel segregated, having to wear a mask just because they're not vaccinated. Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Hello,
Yes.
my name is Suzanne Garcia, and first of all, I would like to commend Peter Hernandez for supporting medical freedom and informed consent. So I would just like to point out this whole thing has been geared around supporting immunocompromised and the medically fragile. So I'm just going to give you a scenario, and because I feel like no one is speaking up for them. My son had cancer when he was a baby, and he also suffered 2 pneumothorax, which is a collapsed lung. He's been forced to wear a mask in his employment, and he even got the vaccine. Where's the people to speak up for him? Can the health officer prove that this isn't going to damage his lungs any further? Can you prove that this vaccine that he got is going to prevent or add longevity to his life? Is it going to can you prove that he won't be infertile? He won't suffer myocarditis. He won't suffer transverse myelitis, anaphylactic shock. Can you prove that? Where's the long-term studies to prove that? My niece, she had brain cancer. She's forced to wear a mask. She still has double vision. Can you prove she's not going to have any incidents at work because she's forced to wear the mask at work? These are the things that you guys don't take into consideration. And I'm speaking up for them because I don't see anybody that's speaking up for these people. And I really hope that you guys take this into consideration.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is David Sussman, and I'm speaking to offer my enthusiastic support for Supervisor Hernandez's resolution supporting informed consent and eliminating medical discrimination in San Benito County. Requiring an experimental medical procedure in order to keep one's job, that's coercion. Requiring an experimental medical procedure to attend college or get an education, that's coercion. Requiring an experimental medical procedure to move freely about society, enter buildings, travel, or engage meaningfully in the world, that's coercion. Everyone says our decisions need to be science-based, of course, but that science is hotly contested. But where are the people saying we need to remember history? Why is no one talking about history? When governments divide their people into 2 groups and then require individuals to show their papers or their credentials to participate in society, has that ever worked out okay? Vaccine mandates and vaccine passports are precisely the kinds of policies that lead societies to segregation, discrimination, the breakdown of civil society, and genocide. This is that serious. Many individuals are now faced with decisions that, quite frankly, they should never, ever have to face. Picking between an experimental injection and a job, a college education, or feeding one's family, that should never be when this experimental injection has caused staggering rates of menstrual bleeding, neurological disorders, blood clotting, myocarditis, among many other adverse events. Many of these adverse events have not been minor, they've been devastating. People have lost their health, their mobility, their ability to work, their ability to care for young children. They've been devastated financially because health insurance won't do a thing because these vaccines only have emergency use authorization. There is no recourse. Doctors often don't return calls if they hear the words vaccine injury. The law forbids suing vaccine manufacturers. San Benito County has the opportunity to change this. I encourage this Board of Supervisors today to pass Supervisor Hernandez's resolution. This county has the opportunity to take leadership and say that our basic right to choose.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Mary Richardson. I'm here to support Supervisor Hernandez's resolution regarding our individual freedoms and not letting government impose its medical tyranny upon us. I am grateful that we have someone, Supervisor Hernandez, with morals and integrity, rare indeed. Forcing masks, forcing vaccinations have nothing to do about health, but instead is all about control. Never in our history have we experienced this corruption of power. We as individuals have different needs, and forcing masks and forcing vaccination goes against our God-given rights to do what is best to take care of our health. This is an experimental vaccine and many deaths have occurred. So why are you pushing it? Certainly not for our benefit. When vaccines were used in the past and far less people died, the government stopped the vaccinations to prevent more deaths, but today's government pushes it with glee. Herd immunity does exist naturally, and communities are healthier and happier when we advocate for our own health. It's not selfish to care for one's health, but the government has convinced many people from spouting their propaganda and their junk science nonstop to completely scare people into not thinking rationally. Government says that vaccinations aren't mandatory, but they know very well that the unvaccinated will be met with harassment, bullying, and violence. Government, in just a short amount of time, has ruined lives of adults and children with their lies disguised as science. Government always says they follow science, but never shows any proof to back it up. We have seen the proof where masks harm your health from doctors who have not aligned themselves with this government and are not being rewarded financially or professionally. We are in a battle of good versus evil. Government is acting immorally and unethically. You are taking orders from your governor, murderers in suit and ties. We need to stop this. What is the final solution?
You've been unmuted. Please state your name. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Jessa Fraser. I'm a San Benito County resident. I support this resolution because it supports personal medical freedom with a desire to educate the public. I am glad there's a vaccine. I know many people's lives might be saved by this vaccine. There's a risk-benefit analysis that each person has to decide on before making this choice. I have many family and friends who've taken this vaccine, and it was their choice to make. 2 supervisors have implied that everyone should get this vaccine. Everyone. All vaccines are, by the admission of CDC and the pharmaceutical companies, unavoidably unsafe. Not all people are able to take vaccine for medical reasons. To force them to publicly declare by order of a mask on their face forever their personal medical decisions is wrong. It is coercion. When you deny people employment and access to public venues, you are coercing them. I understand all of you have a concern for our public, and I really do appreciate that. I have listened a lot of times to hear you talk. Supervisor Tiffany mentioned something that I think needs addressed, the hypocrisy of not wanting businesses to be controlled by the government last month and then wanting them to be controlled this month. And I had that on my mind as well. So I appreciate you bringing that up. To address that, those businesses who wanted to operate and feed their families were giving people the choice to come in. They did not go out and drag anybody in. They were asking that if people wanted to be in control of their health, they had that freedom. Follow the science is just overused these days. Science is not settled by its own definition. Do not allow businesses to abuse their constituents. Do not allow them to violate personal medical freedoms. Support this resolution. Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name. You have 2 minutes. You can press *6 to unmute yourself. You are unmuted.
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Hello, my name is Jessica Dutra. Thank you for your time today, and I believe this topic is more important than we can all possibly imagine for our county, for our state, and for our entire country. Just mentioning also that not one business has called in to oppose this resolution. As for masks, our masks are completely contaminated, used multiple times, and the packaging literally states that the masks I'm wearing don't stop the spread of COVID. So in that sense, science would support that our masks are not stopping the spread. Our high school cross-country runners were running and training with masks on. How is that possibly healthy? It's absolutely absurd and harming them. The vaccines have no long-term side effects. No long-term studies, which you know already. For many, we believe that they were immorally and unethically produced using aborted fetal cells And everyone has to have the option to receive a vaccine or not and not be discriminated against it. I know many who have had adverse reactions already, some that have died within a couple weeks of being fully vaccinated, and thousands of fully vaccinated still have contracted COVID afterwards. Also, many doctor studies have stated that if you already have had COVID, like I have, the vaccine would not offer any extra protection on top of the natural immunity that I have already required. So why would I go out and get the vaccine? Lastly, although you can say that it's not forced, years ago SB 277 passed in the state and eliminated exemptions for children to go to school unless fully vaccinated. No religious or philosophical exemptions were any longer allowed, and medical exemptions are literally impossible to receive. So therefore, it does force parents to make a decision. Overall, I fear a slippery slope effect of vaccinations down the road, as history clearly shows happens. I see clear discrimination and a loss of personal rights and liberty in our country. I think that there are good intentions, feeling that you are doing something to stop COVID, but segregating us into groups.
So we can hear one more person, and then what we're going to do is we're going to just continue this item at the end of the agenda, okay? And so you three people, if you still want to speak, you'll be the last three that'll be able to speak, because that's the time frame we have it, but you'll have to wait until the end of the agenda. We'll return to this item because we haven't even voted on it or anything, but it will be pushed to the end of the agenda. So one more speaker, and then we will go to the other item that has a time constraint.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Adriana. I live in California. I want to thank Peter Hernandez for proposing the resolution number 43, giving the San Benito County residents medical freedom. I definitely urge the Board of Supervisors to vote in favor of this resolution. I want to state that I am an engineer by training, and I analyze semiconductor wafer data. I have seen the CDC data set a couple of months ago. I recall seeing a 6% CDC death rate. That is very small for at the time, and this was like end of August. It was like 100,000, so that would bring the total deaths to about maybe roughly 10,000. I also think that the data can be easily rigged, and we know that the PCR tests are not very accurate. There are false positives, and just from the inventor himself, these are not very accurate if the cycles are taken greater than 25. So I definitely think the data is a means that both the state and the government use to fearmonger the people into wearing masks, into lockdowns, which are not sensible and have not proven, as we've seen from other states that have enjoyed their livelihood and their freedoms, not been taken away. But this state has definitely taken many draconian measures and continue to make draconian measures, and therefore segregate the people between the vaccinated and the unvaccinated. So therefore, I urge the Board of Supervisors to please vote in favor of this resolution. This is creating social division, and we're going down a path of even more unrest and distrust among the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we will go ahead and just postpone the continuation of this item to the end of the agenda. We need to move item number 46 because of a time constraint from the presenter. So item 46 is the Health and Human Services, Tracy Belton and Central Coast Alliance. And this is a very, very important item that I have been rallying for the last 8-9 months when I was supervisor-elect. So I'm so happy that this is coming to fruition.
Tracy, can you introduce the item, please?
Good afternoon, and thank you for pausing for Central California Alliance for Health to get the brief informational session. I'd like to introduce Stephanie Sonnenschein. She's the Chief Executive Officer for Central California Alliance for Health, and she's going to provide a brief information session on a proposed transition to the formation of a county organized health system for our Medi-Cal beneficiaries in San Benito County. So welcome, Stephanie, and thank you for being here.
Thank you, Tracy, and thank you, Board of Supervisors, for your consideration of schedule. Certainly, the previous conversation was an important one, and I am pleased to be with your board to follow up to your decision in April to approve a joint letter of intent executed both by San Benito County and Central California Alliance for Health to move forward with exploration of a potential model change for the Medi-Cal managed care plan serving people with Medi-Cal in San Benito County. This afternoon, I would like to introduce your board to our organization, talk about the next steps relating to model change, and then field any questions that your board might have. I believe that there's a slide deck available, and so if it's possible to bring those slides up. And I could also share my screen if that's desirable.
Yes, if you have that available, that'd be great. There's nothing attached to the agenda item.
Okay. Can you see my screen now?
Not yet.
Yes, go ahead, Stephanie.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay. Yes, now we can.
Okay. All right. So for those of you that are not familiar with the Alliance, we are a locally governed, public, not-for-profit managed care plan serving people with Medi-Cal, currently in Santa Cruz, Merced, and Monterey counties. Today, we have over 370,000 people that we serve. We have 505 staff across our 3 offices in the 3 counties, and we operate with revenue from the Department of Healthcare Services, just over $1.4 billion a year. A little bit more about the Alliance. We were founded in 1996 in Santa Cruz County, and we've expanded our operations into 2 additional counties, first into Monterey County in 1999, and then into Merced in 2009. And so we've been through this county expansion process a couple of times now. Over the past 25 years, the Alliance has delivered accessible quality healthcare guided by local innovation. That's our mission. Our vision is healthy people and healthy communities, and you can see our 4 core values reflected on the slide. The people that you see on the screen are the Alliance staff that deliver the services that are so important for the people that we serve. And I'm starting here with sharing our vision, mission, and values because I think they're relevant to why county staff sought to work with the Alliance to consider whether there's a better way to serve San Benito residents with Medi-Cal and why the Alliance is likewise interested in exploring such a partnership. Our model yields really strong results for the communities that we serve. We ensure access to care by partnering with local providers. We work to improve rates of payment to providers to be better than what the state makes available in the fee-for-service Medi-Cal system. And we also incentivize quality and access to care. As you might note, there is alignment between the Alliance's vision, mission, and values and San Benito's health and safe community priority and goals. The county's commitment to support a safe and healthy community and ensuring justice and in addressing the social determinants of healthcare are strongly aligned with the Alliance's vision, mission, and values. And then finally, in our initial discussions with stakeholders in San Benito, we communicated here at the Alliance how important it will be to engage in partnership and to be guided by collaboration to yield solutions and results for the people that we serve together. And those partners that we've spoken with thus far have indicated their commitment to work collaboratively and with a real solution orientation, and that's encouraging towards us. This is a really key consideration for the Alliance in terms of our motivation to partner with the county to bring a county organized health system to San Benito. And so just for your board's background, when I say a county organized health system, it's a specific type of health plan in the Medi-Cal managed care model. County organized health systems, or COEs, you might hear people refer to it the COEs model, were established with a specific goal of serving people with Medi-Cal. COEs operate as the single plan in a county in which it operates and are designated as health insuring organizations. A really key aspect of a local plan like ours, a county organized health system, is that we're governed by the local residents via the Board of Commissioners. And then obviously as a Medi-Cal plan, we're subject to the authority of federal and state statutes, regulations, and county ordinances. So just a little bit of the background around the model itself. And so kind of moving forward, let me go back one. There we go. Just talking a little bit about why we're having this conversation today and why a county organized health system is relevant to this conversation. The state of California is in the process of issuing its request for proposal for the reprocurement of commercial plans that serve people with Medi-Cal in non-coast counties. One opportunity that the state has made available to those counties that were served by commercial plans or by the regional models was to change their model and bring a county organized health system into the community. The model is a county decision that was indicated by the letter of intent that your board executed in April. Ultimately, the state determines which plans they will contract with for the Medi-Cal program. And the state will be making that decision later this year, likely around October. And so that's the process that we're engaged in and partnering with county staff on today. And there's a few things that are required to advance this expansion and this partnership with San Benito County. So first step was to execute that letter of intent, which your board authorized, and likewise the Alliance's board also authorized execution. We here at the Alliance need to tell the department through a development of a network strategy how we plan to ensure access to care for all residents who are eligible for Medi-Cal in San Benito County, and that strategy is due to the department in September. I've talked with Tracy about potentially coming back to your board and sharing a little bit of information about what that network build out would look like closer to the time that that's developed and submitted. Your board must adopt an enabling ordinance by October 1st of 2021, and that enabling ordinance adopted by your board as well as all other boards in which of the counties in which the Alliance operates must be submitted to the department by October 1st. And then after the state makes the decision, assuming that they would approve moving forward with the expansion, both the plan and the county will be required to meet various readiness standards in the required timeframes. So next steps, as I mentioned, there is this development of a network strategy that we are working on now. We've had initial conversations with key provider partners in the community, and we'll continue those discussions. And as I mentioned, would be happy to come back and talk with your board about what that's looking like closer towards the end of the year, quarter 3, quarter 4 of this year. Our staff is working with County Council today on the draft ordinance that Tracy would bring back to your board for consideration and approval prior to October 1st. As I mentioned, the state will then be making its decisions about which counties have been approved for model change and which counties will proceed in the RFP for the commercial plan procurement. And so we would all have a sense of where the state lands on that decision, probably in late October of 2021, hopefully by then. It could be a little bit later than that, but I know that the state is deeply engaged in its procurement work and is looking at releasing the RFP, and they'd like to get that out by the end of the year. I think our commercial plan peers are also interested in making sure that they know what's happening. And once the state makes its decision, and assuming that it's been approved that we will move forward, we would get deeper into community engagement to prepare. And then just to note for your board that the go live for this change is in 2024. So this is not something that would take place in 2022, but we would be doing developmental work with provider partners, making sure the community was aware of what was happening, making sure that members knew about the change, all towards a January 1st, no sooner than January 1st, 2024 go live date. And so that really concludes, it was a brief informational presentation, really just wanting to make sure that your board was aware of who the Alliance is and our interest in working with you, your county, and just giving you the opportunity to share any thoughts or reflections or feedback that you might have for me. And as I mentioned, happy to come back later in the year and know that your board will be considering that ordinance to come up. So I'll pause there and see if there's any questions for me.
Stephanie, this is Supervisor Gonzalez. I know why you brought this agenda item to us, of course, because we were requesting it. But can you explain what that's going to mean to the Medi-Cal recipients and how it will have an advantage and a change to their ability to seek medical care? I know from a personal perspective, as well as neighbors, relatives, that with San Benito County, they can only use a county facility here, which would be any of the Hazel Hawkins clinics, the Hazel Hawkins ER with Medi-Cal. They cannot use their Medi-Cal card outside of the county, which means they can't be referred out to other counties to receive services. And so if there's not a provider that that can meet their need here locally, they're basically SOL. And I'll leave the definition to SOL on your own. But anyways, can you tell us, the community, the people that are watching and attending this meeting, how Central California Alliance on Health will bring change to our county, please?
Sure. Yeah, I think as I alluded to, the local plan model is different in that we engage local providers to help make policy decisions that will impact the lives of the people that we serve. Our board is advised both by a physician advisory group as well as a member advisory group that includes representatives of members and providers that are serving our members. And in addition to that, we have additional advisory groups relating to kids with CCS and providers that serve children with CCS or California Children's Services, which is one program that we administer within the Medi-Cal benefit. Big picture, with the local plan, I think that the difference is that we're here and we participate in the process locally. We're really committed to ensuring the capacity of services and increased quality for our members. So, I think if you look at how county organized health systems and the local plans generally perform when you look at quality, when you look at member satisfaction, typically our health plans are really rated higher. And I think that's in part because the work that we do is so heavily influenced by our partners and by the work with the local community.
Any other questions?
Madam Chair, quick question. You mentioned that there's a determination made by the state. So can you explain that and what are the odds that we'll be able to go forward with this, or is that a question? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much for the question. Yes, and so the state determines which health plans it intends to contract for in the counties that are up for re-procurement. And so the state has indicated that, with the letter of intent that we've jointly executed, and if your board and the other county boards of supervisors adopt the ordinance which enables the Alliance's operations in San Benito County, that there's a strong likelihood that the state would support this model change. I'm not aware of significant barriers on the state side. There are things that we'll have to be mindful of as we move forward. The revenue that the state makes available to the Alliance for the services will be an issue. We won't know that. The state provides health plans with the revenue available for the next program year about 3 months in advance of the program year starting. So these are that we'll have to work through as we navigate that readiness assessment process and the deliverables to the state. But I think the state recognizes that counties across the state have been interested in making this shift to local model. There's 17 different counties across the state that have sought a change. And so, the state has a pretty robust process, both for procurement overall and then this option to change models. So I can't guarantee what the state's decision will be. I think we have a good relationship with the state. I think San Benito has requested discussion with the Alliance to potentially expand into San Benito County. I think this is our 4th round of conversation, and it hasn't worked out in previous iterations, but I think the state has indicated their interest in the discussions that are ongoing. So I think that there's support, and that next opportunity will be for your board to understand our plan to engage with providers, and then also for your board to consider the ordinance that would be required to facilitate this by October 1st.
Okay, thank you.
Stephanie, if I may, I'm going to go ahead and elaborate a little bit further. If you are a Medi-Cal recipient and you have a sick child, you call up one of 5 clinics here locally, and if they do not have an appointment available for you or your child, the only recourse that you have is to go to the ER to see a doctor. It could be an ear infection. It could be something serious. It could be something small. But then Medi-Cal is then incurring the emergency cost of a bill for a sick child to go rather than having a regular doctor. If you have private pay insurance, you can call up your physician and say, hey, my baby's sick. I need an appointment. They'll squeeze you in on the same day. But if you're a Medi-Cal recipient and you don't call within the first 40 minutes of the day, there are no appointments. You can't schedule an appointment the next day, the following day, the following day. You have to get up every single morning and call. And if you're not in the first 40 minutes, you're SOL for an appointment. And if your child, if you or your loved one is sick, you then have to go to the ER. And then you're treated on an emergency basis. They might give you a couple of days of meds, but then they send you back to go see your family physician. Well, if you don't have a family physician because you're on Medi-Cal, you get put in the same cycle. It's ridiculous and it's unfortunate, but I know a lot of people who are on Medi-Cal, and because of the way Medi-Cal works in San Benito County, without the Central California Alliance on Health, without their cooperation, we will continue to have that same old system that is broken. And so it needs to change. And so with Central California Alliance on Health coming in, there will be then facilities available in Monterey County, doctors in Monterey County for people who are on Medi-Cal that will then be able to seek services same day and not just be limited to in-county providers. So it really is a benefit that's coming to the community. It's not going to cost us any more in terms of a contract with this individual versus working with Hazel Hawkins Hospital. It's just going to provide a better a bigger range of providers so that individuals who are sick and need the services can then seek them out. So I look forward to the October meeting where she brings something to us for us to decide on it. So thank you, Mrs. Sunshine. I thank you for all your time and conversation that we've had. I look forward to bringing in the San Benito Health Foundation, because that's another one of the federally qualified health clinics that are providing that service as well. And so any other questions or concerns from board members?
Madam Chair, I just want to say thank you to you and for the presentation. It was great education. Thank you.
Okay, and that was just informational. So continue on to...
I'm not sure if you opened it up for the public, but...
Sorry. So we're now talking to item number 46. Any questions on item 46 from the public, whether it be in chambers or in Zoom? We'll start with Zoom, and then we'll go ahead and continue.
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press the raise your hand icon on your screen or *9 on your phone. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I do have a question as to the emergency and importance to stop public comment and to start another agenda item. It really concerns me that in what has been called an emergency and...
Okay, that was a call that we need to make in order for the provider to be able to come in on the conversation. So I'm sorry if it doesn't sit well with you, but it is a call that we made here at the board, or I made here at the board. So any other comments regarding item 46 and 46 only?
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes. You've been unmuted. No other comments on Zoom.
Okay. Any comments here in the chambers? Yes. Okay.
Good afternoon again, Mrs. Dale Jamark. And my question regarding the Medi-Cal, what about our veterans? My husband is a veteran of the Vietnam era. I'm his 24/7 caregiver. He has Alzheimer's dementia. I can't get help. He can't get Medi-Cal because he makes $100 too much in his Social Security, which I think is atrocious. He served his country. He should be taken care of. The VA will not hire anybody in this area. They'll come as far as San Juan Bautista to help with veterans, but they won't come hire somebody for Hollister. This is an atrocity, especially for our veterans here. That Medi-Cal, and I've been trying to I can't get him IHSS where I can take care of him. I still work part-time and take care of him. He goes with me on stuff that I can do. That's why he's here right now, is because I can't get the help because he makes $100 too much in Social Security. And that's just, this county needs to do something. I know IHSS is federal, but the Medi-Cal, if the Alliance can help, I commend you for getting them involved, because we have other veterans out there that need help. Because I've been fighting for 4 years with the VA. They wouldn't do anything for him because we've been together 16 years in December. We had to get married in 2017 before they'd even listen to me. It's taken 4 years for them to admit that he was exposed to Agent Orange in Korea. A lot of people don't know that Agent Orange was sprayed in Korea. It was buried in Korea. It's buried at Camp Casey. One of the applicants to get help took him 12 years in federal court, all the way to Washington, D.C., before he could get help. My husband doesn't have 12 years. I got big shoulders. God gave me that, and I will fight for it. Thank you.
We'll have to see what we can do about the veterans next, okay? Okay. So that was just an informational item. Any other comments from the Board of Supervisors on item 46? And if not, we don't need a vote on it. So we move on to item 47. Hold on, any comments?
Just one comment. I think we should get in contact with our VFW and see if they'll help us out on
I was
advocacy
thinking of
for
Anthony
the
Botello's sister,
VA.
Sherry. Sherry's a representative of the VA here locally, and so.
Stephanie, can you,
Sherry,
Madam Chair, can I ask if Stephanie can respond to that?
Yes.
If your board so chooses.
Is she still on the line?
I believe so. Stephanie?
Yes, I'm still here, and I certainly hear the challenge that the speaker is speaking to in terms of the gaps in the system and access in the communities. The Alliance is a specific Medi-Cal managed care plan, and so the issue that the speaker identified with regards to eligibility is one that would prevent the Alliance from coordinating and providing services because we're specific to Medi-Cal. But I do think that idea of reaching out to Veterans Affairs and seeing what opportunities are present is probably the next step because it's a different benefit program. So I'm, dismayed to hear the experience of that person. I think so many in our community are aware of the gaps in the delivery system. And I think as the state of California is looking to strengthen the Medi-Cal delivery system and make it more consistent and seamless for the people who are enrolled in the program, that, I think our communities are going to continue to contend with gaps between programs like services for veterans as opposed to services for people with Medi-Cal. So I wish I had a ready response, and I don't, but certainly an important issue to highlight and opportunities to make connections across the various programs for sure.
And I misspoke. I had said we're going to item 47, but we have not touched on 44 and 40 and 45, so my mistake.
Yeah, so just our COG director was unable to stay. She'll be back in a little bit, but we'll have to defer that to a later part of the agenda. And we would like to now move to item number 45. I'd like to invite up to Benny Young and Mike Chambliss for that item. Or Mike Chambliss. Thank you.
2 minutes, Mike.
Thank you, Chairperson Gonzalez and the board for this opportunity. This is actually a really unique opportunity for me. I get to brag about 3 of my stellar staff, and 2 of them are in the room. During the month of May, we had to do a whole lot of public outreach for the regional park in a very compressed timeframe. Luckily, I have 2 superstars with public outreach on my staff, who Jan and Selena, who's here in the room. They put together the surveys that were run online in both English and Spanish. They do magic with Google Docs, which I still don't understand that program. So they're able to make sure everything was shared. And then they did something I didn't really know they were doing, and they organized additional staff to show up to help work the events. And one of those stellar employees is also in the room, and that's Ariel. I couldn't have done this without them. We had a fantastic, successful public outreach campaign. We had over 400 responses with the electronic surveys. I think when we did the park master plan for the city, we were happy with 67. That just shows what a fantastic job they did. We took that information the first week of survey was based on general park questions. They demonstrated overwhelming support for parks in the community. Over 90% of all the responses thought the parks were extremely important and very important. In addition to that, we learned that about 70% of the users of our parks are out there for exercise. So that helped us tailor some preliminary design ideas, which we then presented to the public the next round of in-person meetings. We generated aerial photos of the park site and allowed people to draw their own parks, whether bubbles or words. We had about 20 brave souls who did that. There's nothing more scary than a blank piece of paper and people watching you do something. And then we talked to the community. And Jeanne was a master at that. She would, if you tried to avoid us, she'd hunt you down out there on the trail and get your feedback. It was really, really appreciated. We took all that feedback, and then we're currently working with our consultant that we have online, the landscape architect, to put together a proposal, which I intend to bring to you hopefully at the next meeting. If not, it'll be the first meeting in August, which will be the preliminary design plan. Get your input. We'll get it finalized by September. So we're all set and ready to apply for that $3 million grant you voted on earlier today. That is, the application is due in November. Some of the amenities that have shown very popular are obviously the ADA accessible trail system. Multi-use, because that's one of the key parts of the grant. So not only walking trails, but also biking trails and hopefully some equestrian options. One of the key things that property has historically been used for is the cross-country course. So obviously that is a key component to this design. And we're gonna try to work the design so not only can the high school hold meets, but possibly even hold tournaments in the future. That includes a viewing area for the cross-country area, because with that nice plateau right there next to the parking lot, you can see the whole park area. Additionally, parking lot, which should start here soon. We almost have the temporary design complete. Probably in July, you'll be voting on the bid package to go ahead and get those improvements going if we don't handle that in-house. Extensive exercise stations. Not only are we going to have individual stations throughout the trails, but we're going to have a large congregate exercise area near the site of the future playground. So that while children are playing, perhaps the parents can exercise at the same time. We're looking at installing the county's first disc golf course on public lands at this park. Obviously, there are so many opportunities to teach people about the area with the unique geology, the flora, the fauna, etc. The wildlife, the river environment. There'll be a strong interpretive component throughout the whole park. After that, we get into things that we know are high dollar. They're critical, but they're really high dollar, which is why we need the help of the state and the grant money for that. Bathrooms, pickleball courts, sport courts, the adventure playground. It's my desire to build the playground of all playgrounds out there. I did Park Hills, so that's saying something. This would be a natural themed playground with a lot of logs for creative play, not just structured play. And then finally, if we can find the funds, we're setting aside some area for a very large amphitheater at the site. So not only can it host special events for the public, but it can also possibly serve for the high school graduation, etc. So that's what we're working on. Hopefully at the next meeting, I'll bring pictures next time, not just words, and you'll be able to give exact specific feedback on the preliminary design. Oh, and I forgot, there's an RC track that we're trying to squeeze in there too. I'm trying to get in touch with the local RC purveyor because one of the components of the grant are business opportunities within the park. You get additional points. So I'm trying to get an agreement put into place and some feedback from the local RC person on perhaps they can offer a vendor, run a vendor during, we're exploring it still. So, like I said, I got an incredible team. They did a lot of the heavy lifting, and my hat's off to them. And thank you.
Madam Chair, if I
Go
may.
ahead.
Mike, so with what you mentioned, it's a lot. So this is basically the preliminary draft, right? So it's not cemented. It's based off of the public input.
Correct.
I know part of the conversation, and I don't know if I had mentioned it to you before, or maybe I have, but not in detail. The original plan with the regional park, when we first created the ad hocs, it was actually a sports complex. We learned really quick it's very, very expensive. But long and short, the sentiment, I think, was still there with even the, that regional park being an opportunity for it to generate revenue, right? We talk about revenue as an opportunity through even tourism and economic development. So a regional park could have that functionality. I know one of the elements that I think is pretty unique the original master plan, I think, had a trail that traversed the three cities, the unincorporated Tres Pinos into Hollister and then to San Juan. So there's opportunity there. My overall point is I really want to make sure, and kind of as a backdrop, being on the Vets Commission, that we don't go the route of having issues with ongoing maintenance, right? Because I know Vets Park didn't have a budget. So the idea of a budget is really by default meaning that we're assuming a certain level of cost, and in order to cover those costs, we have to assume a certain level of revenue, because I don't want to get into that becoming basically an expense on the general plan. I know we couldn't afford it, right? We're dealing with a lot of issues with just maintaining the budget already. So anyways, all that to be said is revenue generation is an opportunity. Public-private use partnerships, maybe through the use agreements of a sports park. I know Vets Park does that, creating some opportunity with maybe even the design of the fields to have an element of they call them tournament fields, so they're a little bit different design, right? Stadium type seating, maybe decent sound. Doesn't have to be an enclosed location. It actually shouldn't be. I think the cost would be too expensive, but something that creates enough of a drive for tournaments. When we visited up north, it'll come back to me. But up in Santa Clara area, the sports complex that they have out there, they multi-purpose the fields, but they definitely, because it was a private agency running it, they always made sure they were in the green. So they got very creative, and ultimately you have a lot of folks from all over California going to that location. So I think this has that potential, but granted, obviously, the nuances of it is going to be tough, because then we're also dealing with creating an opportunity for the high schools, for Samuel High School to be able to use it for cross country, right? So I don't know if that means a scheduling element. And then when it comes down to the public use, and then obviously then having these kind of organized tournaments through use agreements and stuff, that has another layer. So there's a lot of management, but I just think the public-private is going to be the key element to make sure that thing is sustainable, that the park doesn't just look nice when it gets built, but down the road we don't deal with that park falling apart for lack of budgeting. Those are my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, thank you. I appreciate the sentiment about revenue. I think we're really early in the ball game, so to speak, here, to get into too many details on that. But what comes to mind to me is rentals. Just, I'm not a park expert, but rentals of some kind, whether it's using space for events, something along those lines, just to at least pay for the maintenance. I hate to see us, I agree with Supervisor Hernandez, get into a situation where we create such a monster that it's going to add a tremendous amount of cost long term, and that could be problematic. So that should definitely be part of the equation. I love the thought about, I know the more on the expensive side, so I'm going to love the things that are more costly, but the amphitheater really jumps out to me. The adventure playground as well. I'd love this to be a sort of a centerpiece for families to be able to take their kids and kids. I've seen kids, I've had my kid and nephews and nieces, like everybody. When you see that special playground, it's really such an exciting thing for kids, and I think it could be a real anchor to me for this type of a facility. And then I think when you get into the specifics about which sports, I think there probably needs to be maybe further community dialogue on. I know you seem committed to a disc golf course. I'm not an expert on disc golf. I just don't know the level of popularity with something like that, and I wouldn't want to take up too much of the grounds on something that maybe. I'm not saying it won't be popular, but I think there just needs to be further consideration on some of these niche areas that were brought up. And but everything else to me sounds great. I really appreciate the work by staff, yourself, and the rest of the staff. Really, the dedication shows, and you love your work, and I can tell, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
I think it's great. The only comment I have is I saw only 1% dog lovers. I couldn't believe it. There's something going wrong there, Mike.
I went through the list. There are at least 3 items on that.
I should have stuffed the ballot, but anyway.
I would have.
So great job. Thank you.
I was a little shocked by that one myself.
No, I was actually looking at the list, and there are at least 2 items on dogs and 2 items on pickleball, so they shouldn't just be 1%. I would have combined them, whoever went ahead and put the interest together. Yeah, because I select physical fitness, physical health. They're kind of the same thing. All the 1%ers down there, I probably would have categorized a little bit differently. So we might have had some more in the 3, 4, 5, 6%, as opposed to a lot of individual 1%ers. Well, it's not 1%. It's a 0.3%. It's just a 1 vote. But anyways, I'm glad. I know you did a lot of work. I was out there a couple of times with you and walked the track finally. Where Elia Salinas has challenged all the supervisors when Medina was sitting here, and she says, "Oh, you're excused." And I said, "Well, I can walk with 2 canes," and so I did. And so I went out there and I took her up on it. So I went live on Facebook and I challenged her back in return. But it's going to be an awesome feat of accomplishment when we get it done. I'm so excited. I love the amphitheater too. We'll kind of chat with you with the final results, and you're going to bring it back to us when, so we have a mock-up.
As long as the landscape architect gets it done, it'll be at the next meeting. But if their work isn't complete, it will be at the first meeting in August.
Okay. So late July, early August. Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, just, my final comments is if we don't plan to succeed, by default, we plan to fail. My main point is if there isn't a focus of public-private partnerships, it's an assumption on how we're going to pay for it, right? And I don't like getting into assumptions. That's not how business is built. So I know that all these things, they're really exciting. Ultimately, it's going to have to be a focused plan. I know it'll be very engaged with the public. My main point is it's got to be modeled in my mind in a way that creates that continuity for the public to be able to enjoy, but just the same for us to be able to preserve the enjoyment down the road with fundings. So public-private was the model originally established to make it happen. So thank you.
Sounds like it's evolved a little bit. But I was thinking of tourism as you said that, so maybe somehow we can tag it into tourism and develop something that's going to be revenue generating at the same time. Yeah. Okay, so any other concerns? We're just accepting it and taking the update. We don't need a vote on that item, correct?
No vote, but we do usually open for the public, for public comment. So
It's been a long day. I'm sorry. It was a long night before today's long day. So can we open it up to the public, Madam Clerk?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments on Zoom? Oh, there's one. You've been unmuted. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon, board. My name is Vanessa Madrid, and I kind of have a comment for this and then for the next agenda item. But what I wanted to say is I think that this is a great idea. Anything that we can do to bring the community together. This park sounds amazing. The amphitheater sounds amazing. My only concern I have is the way that we're going and the way that your county is going to vote today, and I'm part of the Tri-County. We own businesses. I have clients in San Benito County. I love to go there. My favorite restaurants are there. But my concern is, are you guys going to just let this be open to everybody, or will we eventually have to show a quote unquote QR code to get in? I mean, have you guys thought that far out? Because this sounds great and I can't wait to take my kids. I want to go and, maybe watch a band play at the amphitheater or a pickle game or whatever, that you guys have out there for entertainment and being outdoors and exercising and doing these activities. But I just kind of wanted to just throw that seed out there for you guys to think about. Like, let's really think about the long term. Today, you guys are going to be making a decision and voting, hopefully, on Mr. Hernandez's resolution, and it also coincides with this. So
Stop
thank
it.
you so much.
Keep it on the park issue. Yeah.
So if she can continue on the park and just maintain it on the park and not the other issue? Ms. Speaker, are you there? Vanessa? Has she been disconnected?
You've been unmuted. You've been unmuted.
Okay. We probably lost her. Sorry.
No other callers on Zoom.
Okay, I did see we had one in the chambers at least.
Thank you again, Mrs. Dale Jamark. Being a horse enthusiast, these boots are just not for looks. I had my mare for 36 and a half years until she passed away in December. And I had her for 34 of those years. I broke and trained her myself. So the horse aspect is awesome. We just need to know what the rules and regs are when a horse is on a trail. That horse takes precedence, not the runner, not the bicycle, not the hiker, not the motorcycle. The horse takes precedence because that's a big animal. So I don't know who your expert is at the county on horses or horse venues or trail work. But if you need a volunteer, I'd be more than happy to. Also, I'm a softball enthusiast. Are we going to have a softball field? Because there's a lot of venue now, especially with the softball returning to the Olympics in Tokyo. And they've been gone since 2008 from Beijing because London didn't want to build a softball field. So I'm all for that. And our team won the 1993 Nationals for the United States. So our mug hangs in the ASA Hall of Fame in Oklahoma City. But I think it's great. I was on the Park and Recs thing years ago when Tim Foley was on it, but it just kind of went. So I volunteer, softball, horses, whatever. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions or concerns on item number 45? Nope. Okay, so that was a presentation. I thank you. And so we're going to bounce back to
we have item 44.
Yes, to 44, to COG, and Mary Gilbert.
Mary, you on?
I'm here, yeah, thank you for, you can hear me, correct?
We can hear you now.
Okay, great, all right, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I know you guys have had a long day of a meeting. We're really pleased that we have an opportunity to present to you this afternoon to talk about some work that COGBA has been doing on Measure G and looking ahead toward future projects related to transportation. So my name is Mary Gilbert. I'm the Executive Director of the Council of Governments, and we are responsible for regional transportation planning in the community. We have just a brief presentation for you today, to report on our progress and milestones with Measure G, and then we will be happy to take any questions that you have. So with me today is Veronica Lazama. She's a senior transportation planner here at COG, and she'll actually be starting us off with some of the presentations. So Veronica, I'll leave it over to you. And I can't hear you, Veronica, so I don't know if you're testing.
We could hear you.
No, we can't.
Hi, are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. For this agenda item, COG will be reporting on the progress and milestones of Measure G. But first, we would like to acknowledge the efforts of the City of San Juan Bautista, the City of Hollister, and the county as we progress into the first full year of project delivery. So for this presentation, the board will hear about the projects that have been constructed to date, the launch of the new Measure G website, an update on Highway 25, financial distribution information, next steps of the Measure G action plan, and of course, lastly, answer any questions that the board may have. So as you're well aware, Measure G was approved by nearly 70% of San Benito County voters in 2018. Measure G includes funding for Highway 25, local streets and roads, bicycle and pedestrians projects, as well as funding to improve transit mobility for youth, seniors, and persons with disabilities. On the local street and road portion of Measure G, COG would like to start by congratulating the City of San Juan Bautista for completing the first project funded under Measure G. The 3rd Street project was constructed in 2020 and consisted of pavement resurfacing. And the county also merits acknowledgement as they have completed pavement resurfacing of 2 major collectors, Buena Vista and Southside Roads, as well as resurfacing 1 minor arterial, that being Union Road. So as of today, the county has delivered a total of over $2 million in local roadway improvements. For the City of Hollister, there are no reportable Measure G completed projects at this time. However, the City of Hollister has been actively resurfacing roadway projects with other non-Measure G funds. The city indicated that they're currently building on the accumulation of their Measure G apportionments prior to initiating any projects. And we're excited to report that as we kick off the construction of Measure G projects, COG will be identifying those completed projects on a new interactive map. This tool will allow the public to query projects based on local jurisdiction, political boundary, such as supervisorial or city council district, as well as by project type. And all of this information will live on the new Measure G website, which can be accessed through the COG website at sanbenitocog.org/Measure G. The implementation of the website is part of COG's commitment to San Benito voters to ensure transparency and accountability of Measure G. So at this time, I would like to go ahead and turn it over to Mary for an update on Highway 25.
Thank you, Veronica, and thank you to the city and county, or the cities and the county staff for working with us and getting us that information that we're able now to make available to the public. So we're really glad that we can have those website updates and keep people informed. So regarding Highway 25, we recently submitted a request to Congressman Jimmy Panetta's office for $10 million in federal funding for the project, and we're hopeful that that will be approved. It still does have to go through the full Congress, but it was one of the Congressman's priority projects, and we're very grateful for that. That $10 million would pay for the design of the Highway 25 project. Right now, though, we do have $2.5 million in state funding that COG secured that matches our Measure G commitment to Highway 25, and that will be used for the environmental process for the project. So that's where we are with the project right now, is that we have to still complete some environmental study, and then we'll go through a design phase and before we can get to the construction phase of the project. So there's still going to be some time before we get there, and I know I've presented to you on that before, but we're moving things forward as quickly as we can, and that extra influx of funding will be helpful to us. So next slide. I will cover the Measure G revenues. To date, Measure G has generated $17.6 million. That's since we started collecting the monies in April of 2019. So this chart shows what the COG board approved as far as distributions of funding. And you can see here that 5.2 million is set aside for Tier 1, which is the Highway 25. So that's what we're using to match those state dollars that we're getting. 10.9 million is set aside for Tier 2 projects, which are local road projects, and these are direct allocations to the cities and the county. And I'll talk about your direct allocations in the next slide in just a second. But we also have Tier 3 projects, which are the bicycle and pedestrian projects, and also public transit, and we'll be doing a call for projects and hoping to fund something in that tier soon, later this year. And then there's a cap on administration of 1%, so that is set aside at this time. So the next slide. Oh, I did want to mention too, as many as you are probably seeing in your jurisdictions as well, sales tax revenue has increased. For us, Measure G saw a 14% increase compared to this time last year, and we're on track with the projections that we had for Measure G. And in fact, we were one of the highest increases in sales tax revenues. Actually, we just got some information last week from the Department of Tax and Fee Administration that showed that San Benito County, we were up 19% compared to the previous quarter of sales tax revenue. So shopping local and online is generating a lot of tax revenue here for these types of projects. So we have begun distribution of Measure G. Our Tier 2 funds have been allocated to the county. So we had a lump sum transfer of fiscal year 2020 funds, as well as distributions for fiscal year 21, which totaled 5.2 million. And I believe the county now has an additional balance of about $235,000 available as well. So each jurisdiction has an available balance, and that's listed in the balance column there. So this, I think we gave you these slides, a few weeks ago, but we've recently got a new disbursement ourselves. So we're making those funds available as they come to us, and they're available to you for local road projects. Next slide. So looking ahead, COG's work plan, I think you guys hit on it a little bit this morning. Our COG directors on the Board of Supervisors, our strategic communications and public outreach plan that we're working on, and we'd be excited to partner with the county as much as we can, working on, just getting the word out there on the projects that we're working on, and making sure the communities stays informed about transportation projects in San Benito County. A Measure G annual report will be coming out in July. That will go before the Measure G Oversight Committee, and that committee does meet at a public meeting, and the community is welcome to attend. We're also continually updating our financial projections and planning for the funds that we anticipate to receive. Next slide. So I did want to just let you know, let the public know especially, that the COG board does meet the third Thursday of the month. We meet at 4:00 p.m. We've been doing virtual meetings. We anticipate that our August meeting will be in person again, and our board of directors is listed there. We have 2 representatives from the city of Hollister, 1 from the city of San Juan Bautista, and then 2 from your board here. So everyone's welcome to attend. And at our meetings, we provide updates on highway projects, Highway 25, 156. We are working closely with Santa Clara County, so when we have opportunities to report on things like 25-101 interchange and other issues that our commuters are facing up there, we do try and bring that information before our board, as well as information about our County Express transit system. And also our contact information is on this slide. So you're welcome to reach out to us as well at the COG office. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'll rely on Veronica for some of the answers too, I'm sure. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll be quick here. The sales tax increase doesn't surprise me. That's pandemic related to me, I think. Just naturally, we're on an island here, and I think for a while people just were tending to stay as close to home as possible doing their shopping. The question I have is, once we get into the Highway 25 part of this, I'm just wondering, we've talked in the past about prospects to, I know you can't speed it up per se, but just strategies to cut that schedule at all, if at all. You know, I think we were talking 8 to 10 years. I'm just wondering if there's anything, if there have been any more discussions, any more progress on prospects to perhaps overlap any of the phases for the Highway 25 part of it?
Yes, I mean, yeah, you're right. It's tough to do, but we are looking at alternatives and options. One of the things that we're definitely doing is trying to elevate the importance of this project at the state level and then also at the federal level with getting funding. So that goes a long way, I think, in being able to move things forward quickly. We also are working on just in general, our work plan is to expedite as much as we can the project. We'll be pulling in outside help, engineering firms and that kind of thing to help us help Caltrans along the way. So Caltrans is the lead on the project right now because it is their facility. And another thing that the COG board did last year, which was really important, was to approve the work plan for the project, which includes the interchange of Highway 156 and 25 as part of the work plan. And so that that helps us bring more funding to the project and as well may expedite the schedule. So we're doing our best, but it's a little tough. Thank you. Hope that answers your question. Sorry.
Any other questions or concerns?
Just a comment, Mary. Maybe you can comment on the fact that we're front loading the funds that will be coming to the county. I know that Benny, you touched on this in previous meetings toward local roads, and then I think 4 or 5 years down the road, we're going to start seeing a shift more toward the 25, addressing 25.
That's right. Yes. And so we have the COG board did approve that. So going back to that slide that showed the disbursements, the COG board approved front loading because we know that we will need to match dollars for Highway 25 as well as to have funding available for bonding for the project in future years. So now is the time that we're trying to make as much available as possible to the local jurisdictions to get your road projects underway. And we will be revisiting this and as we look at our receipts and see where we're at in probably about 6 months or so, we'll do a revisit and see what the cash flow needs are.
Measure G money for our local roads here in a few years. The good news is it will shift more toward Highway 25, but the bad news is we'll see less for local roads. Thanks, Mary.
Sure, and that is why, I just want to, we are committed to trying to maximize the state and federal funding as much as we can, so that if it frees up local funding for the projects, then that'd be great. So we'll continue to do that.
If there aren't any further questions from the board, let's go ahead and go to the public for item number 44, the presentation on the Council of Governments on Measure G activities and expenditures.
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments on Zoom.
Okay. Any comments here from the public in the chambers? Okay, I see none. All right. So this was just an informational presentation, so there's no action required. I'm looking at the clock, and it looks like we have at least an hour, if not an hour and a half more at a minimum. So I just want to be respectful of staff, and I want to take a 5-minute bio break. Okay, so for those of you that need to go, let's go ahead and adjourn for 5 minutes. It is 4:14 on that clock, so let's go ahead and go forward to 4:19 on that clock there. All right, so just take the break. Since we had pushed item 43 back, and my apologies, it's just that we had that speaker that needed to come in and do the addressing the medical concerns with California. I'm a loss for it. Anyways, thank you. And for me, it was a medical issue. But regardless, so we're going to go back to item number 43, even though I said we're going to go ahead and do it at the end. I apologize. You guys have been here all day. So, Jamila, I'm going to dethrone you for a little bit. And we're going to continue on. We had 3 speakers that were in the audience. Are they still here?
Podium.
Okay. So you identify your name, and then we'll figure out who you are in the speaker card.
Okay, Heather Lopez.
Okay.
First, I want to thank Mr. Hernandez for bringing this resolution to the board and to the community. I'd like to thank Mrs. Gonzalez for having the courage to bring it out and not have to do some background checking or agreeing that many of you want to bring it to the community since it will ultimately affect us. I want to say that you keep saying the science. I hear several board members saying the science, the science. Well, science takes time. There's a scientific method that you have to follow in order to come to conclusions in science. We just haven't had the time. It's no one's fault. It's not the doctor's fault or the scientific community's fault or the pharmaceuticals' fault. We just haven't had the time. So it's not science, it's a science experiment is what's happening. We are the science experiment in terms of the vaccine because they don't have long-term results yet as to the effect, how it will affect individuals. I know that there is a doctor who has been very, very vocal. Dr. Sorry, I don't have his name here. Dr. Hussein, who is doing research right now because some of the studies coming out in real time, because it's a science experiment, is that people who have had COVID are having much more adverse reactions and problems from the vaccine because they already have antigens within them. So for a community to potentially put people in a position of having to be coerced, shamed, embarrassed, humiliated into getting a vaccine that could potentially hurt them or harm them is not okay. It's not okay. I would challenge the Board of Supervisors to tell me at any time in history, whether it's American history or European history or Asian history, where segregation of a population based on anything has worked well, has been fair, has been just. It hasn't. Please, if you can think of a time, let me know. I cannot. Also, one of the Board of Supervisors earlier today mentioned it wasn't the county's job to tell businesses what to do or not to do. I could be wrong. I'm not a business owner. But it feels to me, based on news articles, what I saw at city council meetings, county supervisor meetings, that over the state, Governor Newsom, that over the last year, from the state government to the federal government to the county governments to the city governments, you have been telling businesses exactly what they can or cannot do. So I think it's odd now that that's an issue for some of you. I also want to address, because I feel this is overlooked, is that social science is also an issue, not just science.
We have to cut you off.
And when you
Sorry.
separate people, it's a problem.
We need to cut you off. Sorry. Okay. There were 2 other speakers that were sitting there. Do you recall their names?
Yeah. Alma Phillips. Mauricio Ayala.
Okay, so the next 2 individuals.
There's one more, sorry.
One more, I'm sorry.
Catherine Booth.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
So wasn't planning on coming here. I was driving home listening to the meeting and had to pull over for a minute because I was pissed. So I hear you guys talking that you're worried about wasting taxpayer money with your parks, you know, saving money here, saving money there. But then I hear B. Gonzalez say, hey, these people from San Diego County can come call in, and who pays these people? We pay these people. The residents of San Benito County pay this staff right here. And people in San Diego County, they can take care of their own business. We're here taking care of our business. And I find it shameful, B, that you couldn't stand up for the LGBTQ community.
Please keep your comments to this item, or I will stop you from speaking.
But you
Keep your keep your comments.
Shame you
Keep
are.
your comments to this item, or you will be escorted from the premises.
This is
Someone
what it
cut the mic off for her, please.
This is what
Obviously, there's lack of respect here in this facility.
Yeah.
You need to go.
I don't have to go.
You need to be quiet then.
You're not shutting me up, B.
Ma'am, we had people who were disruptive, and I warned them. You may have failed to hear the warning, but I'm giving it to you now. You need to stop or vacate the premises. Those are the choices. There are no more speakers on this item, sorry. Was Elias already on there? Yes, you didn't have your card in, sorry.
Point of order, I'd like to hear anybody in the room that wants to speak, if I can get consensus on that.
Okay. I'm just trying to keep it so that the line doesn't
Especially
keep on
people who
going.
are from our county.
I don't need the sarcasm from you either, Supervisor Kosmicki. Go ahead, Ellie, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to follow protocol, and we are making it up as we go, it appears.
Okay, Madam Chair, but I honestly, I don't think that the previous speaker was completely allowed to speak. She just used an example to continue to on to this, so I don't think it was fair to shut her off. But I am here to speak on behalf of many people. I've been doing this for, since March of 2020. There's a lot of people out there that are a different opinion of what has been stated today. And as you have seen and you have heard, the people that have spoken, the majority of them are from out of San Benito County. They are entitled because you don't have to be from this county, you don't have to be from this city to go to any city whatsoever and go speak. So, but at the same time, the meeting did run, and, you're saying that the meetings last a long time, then maybe we should have, you could have, as a board, limited the time or whatever. But here's the thing. In the beginning, it was, oh, well, not that many people are dying, or they're old people, so, they're going to die anyway. And now you've got people saying, if I get the vaccine, no one is here to mandate a vaccine. I don't know why we're even discussing this item. I don't know where Supervisor Hernandez pulled this out of. It's obviously, he didn't write this himself. He's pulled it from somewhere else. He's got people from across the country texting or emailing or whatever it is that they're doing to the entire board. And at the same time, I would hope that the board is not going to entertain an email from someone across the country when it has something to do with this community. This is a ridiculous resolution. The Methodist Hospital in Texas, they won the lawsuit in Superior Court. Came back with the decision. The Methodist Church, the Methodist Hospital can require their employees to wear a mask, and if they don't, then they can either go find another job, or they can't come to work. And the court backed it. This is ridiculous. It's a waste of time. We have been here since, this took a long time, and I have been at long board meetings before, but the thing is that unfortunately this was just a waste of time, because either we have a 3-1 vote today on this, it's not going to pass, or we have a 2-2 and it also fails. So I'm sure that all of you sat up there realizing what it was going to be. It's going to be a 3-1 or a 2-2, and it's been a waste of taxpayers' money. Thank you.
Please, no comments from the audience, unless you've been recognized, and you have not been recognized. I'm sorry, we're not taking any other questions. So have we exhausted all the speaker cards? Yes, we have. I'm sorry, we had speaker cards being added to the mix continually, and so there has to be a cutoff period. We're going to bring it back
Madam Chair?
We're going to bring it back to the board.
Pardon?
Yes, I'm sorry, Barbara.
Oh, I didn't know whether it's possible to just take you want to take a 5-minute break real fast?
No, we just had a 5-minute break. I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good. Okay, so bring it back to the board. So we have a resolution on the table here that we have heard from the community, and the speakers are correct. They have been a majority from outside of the area. I have received emails, texts from across the United States, Maryland, Florida, Texas, all up and down California, from every county that I can think of. Between emails and phone calls, I probably received well over 200. So, and that's not an exaggeration. So, I wish I could have not wasted my time on that, but because it was an email sent to me, I looked at it. It doesn't mean that I'm going to vote the way that I'm being asked to vote, but I did look at them.
Madam
Yes.
Chair, I was just wondering though, because originally the board had continued it to a time certain at the end of the agenda.
We were going to do it at the end, but we had people here that were waiting to speak, and I figured allow them. I asked Supervisor Hernandez to see if it would be okay for us to go and do that. And so,
Okay.
are you concerned about the two people who aren't here in the chair who?
Well, I was just wondering if anybody plugged out of the meeting thinking that they might come back later in the meeting to.
Okay, so now I have a quandary.
Yes.
So I'm looking to you and to Ray then for advice. I was trying to look on the side of consideration
I
and
know.
allowing the people to speak because they have been here for hours and hours as well.
Right.
So
I was just suggesting that maybe we take a 5-minute break and just.
Madam Chair, if I may, I would just, in light of what Barbara is saying, I would just have the vote at the very end. You go ahead and deliberate at the very end of the meeting and make the vote at that point.
So just save it for the end, as we
Just
stated.
now that we've closed it to public comment.
There'll be maybe public comment at the end.
Public.
Because some people might have disappeared. Right?
It's your vote. It's your choice, Madam Chair.
I don't know if this matters, but it's not going to change the vote. So, how many speakers have we heard on this?
I counted them. Give me a
And
moment.
I don't know
Look
what
at
the
that page.
legality is, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Madam Chair?
Give me a moment. There was a question. How many speakers did we have? We had 32 speakers. 1, 2, only 3 were in, well, 2.5 because one I didn't allow to finish. But 3 speakers were in favor were asking us to not support the resolution. All the remaining were asking to support it. So out of 32, 29 wanted us to support it, and 3 did not. And so I'm ready to deliberate and just go ahead and so.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
My only issue is, again, the vast majority, it seems, of the people that have spoken are from out of the area, and I'm concerned if we have people on the phone waiting. Is it possible to allow people from San Benito County who are still waiting to comment to give their
Oh,
comments?
you're right. We did
And
have
then,
public speaker. I'm so sorry.
Is that legally okay?
Well, I would like to go to the Zoom. I totally forgot about the public comments that were on the phone waiting. Can you see if we have any on the phone?
Yeah.
Yes, there are 5.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Kosmicki, for reminding me there. It's been a trying day.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Irene Renucci, and I want to thank you for your time. And I'm going to try not to repeat anything. Can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Okay, excellent. I would just like the supervisors who are not in favor of this proposition. I am in favor of the proposition. And I would just request that the supervisors who are not in favor of this opposition, no matter what way this proposition gets voted, I would like to suggest that you become familiar with the censorship that's gone on with regard to COVID-19 for the medical field and also for the scientific field. There has been a lot of censorship, and I think as working for the people, you should be well educated in that. Also, I would really appreciate it if you became familiar with VAERS, which is the vaccine adverse effects that are science-based from the CDC. It is an approved government organization. There have been many deaths, and I think close to 6,000 now, and many adverse effects. I believe who is going to request that the
teenager group, 12 to 17 or something like that, stopped getting vaccines because of very many adverse effects. So I would just ask that you be educated when you talk about science. You should be talking about science from both sides. And I would also like to state how important our Constitution is, how important our freedom is. Once you start to chip away at that, what happens is it's one step more and one step more. So I would appreciate your valuing our constitutional rights, which I believe are inviolable. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, before you start the next person, remember we had limited them to 2 minutes. So
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Marissa Brigantino, and I am a resident of this beautiful county that we live in. I want to start off by expressing my gratitude to Peter Hernandez for bringing this ordinance to the board and to the people. That took a tremendous amount of bravery and courage, and it does not go unnoticed. Also, thank you to Mrs. Gonzalez for allowing this to be placed on the agenda and for continuing to have an open mind. This topic is obviously supported in our community and deserves to be heard and discussed. I am disappointed to hear certain board members attempt to silence people who want to speak. It is our right as people to express out our opinions and our concerns in this meeting, regardless of where we reside. You are showing your unwillingness to remain open-minded and to hear the concerns of the people. There was even a comment that was just made by Mr. Tiffany saying that all of these public comments do not matter and will not change his mind. This should be very concerning and alarming to every single person in our community, and this needs to be heard. This ordinance is written and will immediately affect San Benito County, yes, but please do not misunderstand the fact that if passed, this will make a difference to all counties across the state. If passed, this will give people all across the state faith. It will encourage them to take a stand for our freedom and to affirm that our voices do matter and that we can make a difference if we allow our voices to be heard. It is our civic duty to stand up and to recognize when our freedoms are being infringed upon, and they currently are surrounding the vaccine verifications and these mask mandates that are for us and our children. We could continue to allow the state and the governor to dictate our lives as he has for the past year, or we can be trailblazers and actually make a difference. We can set an example for other counties to stand up for the Constitution and the people that it serves. We can remind the rest of the state and the country that we are meant to be united and not divided. And that being said, you can clearly see the amount of support from our community and the lack of opposition thereof. I would like to remind the board that.
thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes. You can press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi. My name is Melanie Duclos, and I am in support of this item 483. First, Mr. Tiffany, you say you are a strong believer in silence or in science. I feel like it is silence. And that you believe that social distancing is a reason our community has gotten better. Colin, I hear that you agree with that as well earlier. How about it was just the flu season? You mentioned herd immunity, which needs to get higher, but herd immunity only happens when the herd is actually exposed to other people in the herd. And this mandating of social distancing and staying home, no family gathering, is just keeping us away from each other, allowing this virus to spread. And you equating COVID with smallpox and polio. It's like apples and oranges. You're comparing that those who do not get vaccinated are affecting those who are vaccinated. The science says if you're vaccinated, you're safe, right? So the previous comparison just seeps of coercion. It's like forced mask wearing and not being able to enter business unless, or not being able to travel unless. And I hear you saying that we need to care about others. Well, aren't you safe if you've been vaccinated? The science says that
if a vaccination actually works, then you should be safe. But maybe we should call it what it is, and it's an experimental injection. It's not FDA approved. It can easily kill you before the virus can get to you. There is so much documentation and studies on very available and inexpensive solutions such as ivermectin or.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name's Drea Cedillo, and first of all, I'd like to say thank you to Peter Hernandez for putting this in front of the board. Secondly, I'd like to talk about what the comments were from the person earlier that was saying that there's so many people calling from all around the county. That should raise big red flags for all of you. We are witnessing history in the making. This is not about just a harmful vaccine or mandate mask wearing, which I personally watched my own personal friend, Courtney Evans, be bullied in San Benito County for this reason. We have watched small businesses being shut down in Monterey County. We can speak because we have freedom of speech. You don't like what we have to say? Well, too bad, because even if this doesn't get passed today, this will continue to be talked about in meetings to come. We, the people, will not be silenced. We are standing up for our God-given rights that none of you on that chair can take from us. So please allow this to pass, because you have the capability of being the example, setting the example for other counties to allow us Americans to have freedom, medical freedom, my body, my choice. If I don't want to wear a mask, that should be fine. If people are scared, stay home. And above all, the children. How many suicides have happened in our counties due to these lockdowns and these unlawful orders? So please, I encourage all of you, especially if you have children, to do the right thing. Thank you.
You have been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Vanessa Madrid. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair, for seeing both sides of this here. I'm really disappointed in hearing that one of your supervisors there didn't care about anybody's public comment, didn't care about the science. Do you understand that with science changes all the time with new data? If you cannot have your mind changed by the new data being presented to you, you are actually listening to like a religion. This is not science. Yesterday, the CDC last night announced that the vaccine was actually not safe for children. The WHO, the World Health Organization, says that they do not recommend this COVID vaccine for children because there's not enough studies and so many kids are having problems. Yet, we are still having vaccination sites at schools. This administration, this President Fauci, Dr. Fauci, Bill Gates, who's not even a doctor, the health department are still pushing these vaccines. You guys say that you guys will not make any businesses comply with this, yet we've seen what our governor has done. He has sicked the health department to bully and coerce these businesses. These small businesses have been shut down. Churches have been shut down. They've been fined and they've been closed permanently because of these masks mandates. People have the right to breathe God-given air. As a God-fearing, God-loving woman, I stand to protect my God-given right for me and my children. To Mr. Supervisor Hernandez, thank you for your courage. God bless you and God protect you. This fight's not over. Whether you guys vote on this or not, this fight's not over. And we will not put any money into your county. People will go bankrupt. We will not support tyranny. Think about what you guys are doing to our children, to our next generation. Have the courage to stand up and say no more of this nonsense. Yes, let's listen to the science. Let's listen to the numbers. Because right now, you also have to follow the money. Who's getting paid for the science that's being pushed out? Who profits from this? Somebody said earlier today that the vaccine is a product.
Please keep the comments to yourself and the audience, please. Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Bernice, and I just want to say I'm a military veteran. You keep saying trust the science, but I guess I must be a walking miracle. I didn't stay 6 feet apart the whole last year. I hung out with a bunch of people. This vaccine is not going to keep me safe. You know what's going to keep people safe? Going for walks, taking multivitamins, working out if they want to, drinking a lot of water. You keep saying we are not being forced yet. I have tinnitus, and you're not even supposed to know that. According to the CDC, if you're hearing impaired, you do not have to wear a mask. Who has time to explain that when you're walking into a store? I shouldn't have to. It's against HIPAA. None of this is making sense, and you know it. Also, I want to randomly say that my friend's husband in SoCal is a nutritionist and has never allowed anyone to wear a mask at his office, and not one person has got sick. There's many more examples that I could tell you and show you, but wouldn't have time for that. I also want to say that since last year, in the last 10 months, I've traveled every month to go to LA to visit my mother, who the TV kept saying, you're going to kill your grandma, which is my mother's age. And guess what? I kept her assured that everything on the news is propaganda and fear mongering. China doesn't even watch the news because it's all negative. My mom's in better health than most people have her age. And trust me, I've traveled to Wisconsin, Kentucky, Tennessee, Texas, Nevada. I went to Vegas in October, and guess how many people were there? A lot. Most of them were seniors. I can't wait to go back. They love to party. Now, studies are saying people that are obese are most likely to catch COVID. Why didn't I get it? I'm supposedly obese, yet I never caught it, and I haven't been sick since 2019. And again, I've been surrounded by thousands of people. I went to the White House and didn't even need to take a test. I think we all know that this isn't that as serious as the TV and news is saying. Why hasn't the military mandated the vaccine? If it's so important, why haven't they made it mandatory? You keep saying trust the science. There's not enough data. And I think
No more comments on Zoom.
Okay. So then I will go ahead and bring it back to the board. We've heard the presentation from Health and Human Services, and now we are at the resolution portion of this item. So we have the resolution on the table from Supervisor Hernandez, and we've heard everyone speak their opinion. So are there any other comments that you want to add, or would you like to just go ahead and vote at this point? What's the will of the board?
I will, well, after the motion.
There's no motion yet. There's no motion yet.
Yeah. Well, so I'll just make some quick final comments. I know we're all tired. I just wanted to give some examples when it comes to something to consider as it pertains to ultimately the consequences of lack of engagement from the individual. And I would imagine that no one wants to intentionally hurt themselves, right? But when kids are put in a position basically to make a choice based off of something else outside of their own medical history, it's just something to consider. It really is, I think, important. So this is from Mark McDonald. He's a doctor. And he basically says, in the past 30 days, I've seen a growing number of young patients of high school and college age reporting having received coronavirus vaccinations. None have done so for personal medical reasons. So there's 4 examples. There was a 16-year-old boy expecting to begin his final year in high school in the fall, and he tells him he will not be allowed to return to in-person instruction on campus without proof of vaccination. A 21-year-old boy recently returned from college in England with extended family abroad in 3 countries. He fears he will be unable to travel and sees his family members later this year without proof of vaccination. A 17-year-old girl competing her final year of high school remotely, living with her mother and grandmother, worries she will get sick and infect her grandmother, so she decided to get vaccinated. A 15-year-old boy completing second year of high school, highly sociable, has been told by his friends and their parents they will not allow him to visit with them in their homes without being vaccinated, so has decided to be vaccinated as soon as it gets approved for him. All of these instances were kids taking it not because they felt a need to protect themselves medically. It had to do with, in essence, coercion. So to me, it just gets down to it, to my fellow colleagues, again, with all due respect. To me, the greatest informed consent document that exists is the Declaration of Independence. There was 56 signers. Those 56 signers did it did it with the intention, knowing the consequences, right? They mutually pledged their lives, their fortune, and their sacred honor. Many of them died. They lost children in battle. My point is informed consent is profound because it ultimately engages the individual to make a choice. And that choice is with all the consequences considered. Outside of that, it becomes a dangerous element where choices are made and not considering the consequences, and then there's collateral damage that someone has to eventually atone for. And I personally don't want to be liable for anything that the public decides without their full understanding of what that means. So those are my final comments, and I cede to the floor and thank the board for considering this resolution.
Okay. Should we go next?
Madam Chair, just a couple last minute comments. First of all, I appreciate all the comments that have been made here today, both here in person and on Zoom, particularly those of you who took the time to come in today and have spent a very long day with us here. It's not that I don't appreciate hearing your comments. I just don't agree. I feel very passionate about my point of view, just as you do about your point of view. And I certainly appreciate my colleague, Supervisor Hernandez's point of view as well. For me, it really comes down to, and I know we've talked a lot about science today, my science really comes down to the way I saw what was happening in our county just a few months ago in January and where we are today. And we were in a terrible place in January. We're in a good place today, and I hope we continue in that direction going forward. I would encourage everyone who is willing to get a vaccination, because I do think it will help us all. But again, no one is forcing that issue. But I just can't support this today. Thank you.
Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yeah, I just want to apologize to the taxpayers of this county for this embarrassment. Thank you.
It's not an embarrassment when someone has something to say and they're entitled to hear it. The reason why I championed Supervisor Hernandez is because for the last year and a half, those of us that were at home listening to all that was going on with the COVID, this was just a mess. The embarrassment and the fiasco started when last March, when President Trump did nothing for our country to help solve this problem. He failed to act as a president should, and as a result, you had 50 states fighting and trying to find not the vaccines yet because they were in existence, but the PPE, protective gear. It was ridiculous. How a president of our United States failed to rise to the challenge to take care of the country is still beyond me. And so I have not changed my stance from January 1st, but I did have to give Supervisor Hernandez the right to have his item heard. And I would hope that any of us sitting up here, that if you didn't have an ally who would help you get your item on the agenda, I would, because I want to make sure that both sides are heard. And as I said, my emails, my phones, my texts were bombarded. I was waiting for a phone call from the coroner. I saw a 408 area code. I answered it, and the woman was telling me about this, and I had to tell her, I'm sorry, I'm waiting for a phone call. And so, from the 408 area code. But it's a very difficult position to be in, and I'll just kind of put it out there. I cannot support that for the reason that I stated, that had I had the choice to be on the vaccine ad hoc, I would have, and I would have probably fought a little bit more harder than my two male counterparts. But the community has been in a situation where we have been torn, and I hear some of the comments that some of the speakers had made. We had 37 speakers, and comments came out like, who's science? Well, science is science. Science is science-based. It's evidence-based. There were some comments about segregating the non-vaccinated people. Well, what about all the people that had to be sheltered in place in their homes for all this time, who were afraid to come out? Yeah, I was one of them, who was afraid to come out because the vaccine wasn't apparent and available to us. There's another comment that was made that individuals should be the ones to best decide for themselves, and we're doing that. Those that want vaccines will get them. Those that don't won't have to. And we are not imposing vaccines on anyone. I don't know where that comment came from at our last meeting, but we were just bombarded and inundated by speakers who were very, very angry and upset that we're going to force vaccines on your families. We are not going to do it. If you don't want to do it, you, as you stated, the speakers, the individual should be in the best position to decide, and I agree with that. Choose to get it or choose not, but that's your prerogative. It creates an issue of herd immunity, but you still have that right to decide to take it or not.
it is dividing the people based on the vaccine. And I'm sorry, but we were facing a worldwide pandemic, the likes that we never knew before. And it was new in this position in terms of where we're at. Someone said something about, are we going to have our own drinking water? And my mind went to the 50s and the 60s when we really had this segregation, for the colored only or white only. And that was like, it was just not acceptable. I'm sorry that some of you feel like you have to expose your health conditions in order to defend yourself. If you're choosing not to wear a mask, you're choosing not to take the vaccine, you have that right. Now that Governor Newsom went ahead and opened up the state on June the 15th, and it sounds like we resolved the issue for OSHA, at least for the county, but I understand it's going to create havoc for the individual businesses. Well, we can't fix all the world's problems. We can only fix what we can fix, and that portion is out of our hands in terms of what it's going to impact. The individual business owner is going to have to do what's best for his or her business. None of this is coercive. I heard that word repeated again and again. It's not being coercive. We are not mandating the vaccine. I had heard someone refer to the vaccine as a bioweapon, but I've heard that from many people in the course of the last 18 months. The signed attestation form that we signed allowed us to no longer have to wear our masks today. And so those of us that are not wearing it by choice is because we signed the attestation form that we have been fully vaccinated. Again, I want to just kind of comment on the segregation of population. We are not imposing any kind of segregation. That is going to be something that you're going to impose on your own. We do not know who's vaccinated. If you're not wearing a mask, there's the assumption that you've been vaccinated. No one's going to know. So don't share, like the military, don't tell. So, I mean, it's up to you. But anyways, I cannot support this resolution. I'm sorry, Supervisor Hernandez, I wish that I could, but it just goes too far. It's too far reaching. And it's not what, when we were sworn in January, what the three of us, the three supervisors, were fighting for, is to get something on the books to protect our community. And that's what I'm doing, and that's what I've done, and I cannot vote for that. So, would you like to reply? You may.
Just want to thank the board for allowing this conversation. I know it was really tough. When it comes to dialogue, I value it so deeply, because ultimately that's how decisions are made. The decisions aren't made in a vacuum. We have to be willing to find excellence through the conversations of what ultimately is best for our community. I obviously, just as much as you're passionate, Supervisor Tiffany Kosmicki, on your stance, so am I. But nonetheless, as I do respect process, I will make a motion to support this item, and if it doesn't get support, I will still shake your hand after the item. So adopt a resolution discussion on prohibiting any entity from establishing a vaccine requirement or proof of vaccine requirement to enjoy any benefit or right held by citizens of San Diego County, and taking other actions related to COVID.
And I will second that for the sake of fairness. So we have a first and a second. Let's go ahead and take a vote. All in favor? Excuse me.
Aye.
Aye, okay. All opposed?
Nay.
No.
Nay. So you have
Nay.
1 to 3 opposing it. They're good? Okay. So that takes us to item number 50, okay?
Item
no.
number 47.
We haven't done 47, 48, 49,
Yeah.
50, 51, and 52. We're gonna be here. It's gonna be an all-nighter. Are you providing dinner? We're gonna be here. Okay. So, item number 47. I wrote all over it, sorry. Okay. So, oh yes, Jamila, thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may have just a moment to make a prefatory remark regarding this item. Jamila will make the presentation, but this grew out of a discussion that you all had when we submitted the annual housing report to the state in February. And there was quite a bit of concern about our inability or failure so far, I should say, to meet the affordable housing goals that were set forth in the last RENA determination by the state. And so Supervisor Kosmicki had indicated some concern with that, and I felt it would be good to come back and just present briefly, and we'll take no more than about 7 minutes, an overview of the housing element and some of the near-term actions related to that and the tools that we have to address some of the needs related to the housing program, in particular the affordable housing needs. And Supervisor Kosmicki called me later and indicated that I had missed one of the key components of his request, and that was that there be a discussion of a 1% growth cap by the board. And so that is not included in this report. And if the board wishes to do that, I think you should direct that that would be brought back. A board majority should direct that that be brought back for a future discussion. That's a very complex issue, and I felt it was beyond the scope of what we were reporting in terms of an overall summary of the housing element of the general plan and some of the tools that we have now. But I wanted to defer to Supervisor Kosmicki in that regard, because I think he did mention wishing to have that discussion at some point in time. But if, with your indulgence, we'll just present an overview of the housing element that today, some of the tools that we have, and what's coming up in the near term, because the current cycle of the housing element expires pretty soon. We're going to get new RENA goals this fall. We need to start prepping for the getting ready for the preparation of a new housing element that has to be done by 2023. And so that's kind of the focus of this presentation. Madam Chair, members of the board. With that, I would ask that you allow Jamila to make a 5 to 7 minute presentation.
Good afternoon. My name is Jamila Saka, and I am the Housing Programs Coordinator for the City of Hollister and San Benito County. Mr. Young did a great synopsis of basically my presentation, so it might be even a little bit less than 7 minutes, which is great for your day as well. But just like he said, we will be covering some of the specific tools and the housing element, and most importantly, looking for direction from the Board of Supervisors on future items that we would like to review. Currently, right now, our housing element, which is our 5th cycle housing element, is from 2015 to 2023. On a basic level, the housing element is part of our bigger scope of our general plan. So just one portion of the general plan. And in basic terms, the housing element identifies and analyzes existing and projected housing needs for our county. It provides a statement of goals, policies, financial resources, and quantifiable objectives that we can be able to set for the future. Also, it includes preservation, improvement, and most importantly, development of housing. Like I said, we are in our current housing element, and the last presentation, I provided the report, and I would like to let you know that the report was successfully sent to the Office of Planning and Research and the Housing Community Development. So that is due April 1st of every single year, and that was received from their department, or to their department. As part of our current housing element, we do have 5 main goals that I'm just going to kind of overarching and provide, and then we'll talk about, just like Benny said, some of our next steps. So our current housing element, which is through 2023, one of the biggest goals, it includes the availability of housing. So not just what the private sector can be able to do, but what we as a county can be able to provide through federal and state funding. The next biggest goal is the development of housing, and making sure, kind of 2 and 4 are pretty similar, making sure that we're providing equal opportunity for all residents in San Benito County. One thing that will be noted for the next housing element, and I can talk about it a little bit more, is they will have what's called affirmative fair housing that we will have to look at a little bit in more depth for the next housing element. Goal 3 is the maintenance of housing. So most importantly, especially with affordable housing, you want to make sure that we can be able to maintain not just the health and safety of it, but maintain the affordability for the long term. And then the last biggest goal in our current housing element is energy conservation. So what tools can we be able to provide current developers, and what tools can we be able to ensure that we are conserving energy as we develop? And then the next housing element is going to be from 2023 to 2031, and that is what they call the 6th cycle housing element. Most importantly, and I think one thing that staff and RMA is very excited about, is we did receive and approve what LEAP and REAP grants to be able to assist in the payment of the housing element process. So the good part is we won't have to use other RMA funding or other county funding. We actually received state grant funding to be able to pay for that process. Most importantly too, staff has a big goal of ensuring that the housing element is approved with a clear timeline so that we can ensure that there's a seamless transition. So when the current housing element ends in 2023, the next one's already approved, and so we can really understand and know, okay, these are our next goals. This is what we are transitioning to. And just like Benny referred to our arena goals, there's a few steps before that are really, really important. And so in the fall, we will receive what's called the Regional Housing Needs Determination. And so that is basically the larger number that the state provides to our region. And that will be given to AMBAG, and we, the San Benito County, works with our local COG, which is our Council of Governments. That's the department, who just provided information on Measure G. We actually work directly with them for that determination. So we anticipate receiving that from the state in the fall of 2021. And then from there, we will work with COG, and COG will help develop a methodology to assist in disseminating that information to all of the jurisdictions in our county. So it will include City of Hollister, City of San Juan Bautista, and San Benito County. And COG will develop the methodology of ensuring that all the units are split in a certain way from the different income levels, all the way from very low to above moderate units. One of the programs that will be greatly highlighted in the next housing element is our current inclusionary housing policy. Our zoning code describes it as the Affordable Housing Ordinance. And just again, as a base level for individuals who may not know what inclusionary housing policy is, or basic definition, is that it refers to when a jurisdiction requires, passes an ordinance and requires that a given share of new development and a portion of that is awarded to individuals of lower to moderate incomes. So again, this type of ordinance will be greatly beneficial in terms of determining and helping to reach our RENA goals, and most importantly will be more addressed more in detail versus what it is addressed in our current housing element. Talks about it briefly, but we didn't pass the ordinance at the time that we passed our housing element. And then most recently, the current inclusionary housing ordinance, or again, what is referred to as the Affordable Housing Ordinance in our zoning code, was approved in the fall of 2016. And recent amendments were approved in December of 2020. The amendments that were approved in 2020 did not make significant changes to the base of the ordinance, but provided more guidance and direction to things like rental housing. One item that is maintained in the current ordinance is the expectation that all new development must provide a minimum of 15% affordable units. This is typical and pretty common percentage to see, not just within our region, within the state, but actually within the whole nation as well. And so one website that I really highly suggest people to look into to understand more about inclusionary housing is inclusionaryhousing.org. They provide great information, great clear information, and great case studies as well to be able to understand more of what some of the goals are. One of the, so a few of the things remaining in our work in updating the Affordable Housing Ordinance is a feasibility study. And so we are still working with our current consultant, Venancio Wolf Consulting, to be able to complete remaining work. One of the biggest things is a feasibility study. And so the feasibility study will be able to help analyze a proper in lieu fee. And so you will see that one of the biggest things missing in our current ordinance is a reference to a specific in lieu fee. And so one of the suggestions that we are making as staff and moving forward with as well is to be able to have that consultant complete the feasibility study so that we can ensure that we are receiving a fair determination of an in lieu fee. Right now, currently, because there isn't one, and unfortunately in the past, we've received nominal fees, we don't really have a strong base in our funding. And so one of the things as a staff member that I would suggest maintaining the option for an in lieu fee is also because there is county zoning that is still still has large lots. So it's really important, I think, to maintain an in lieu fee option as part of the ordinance, because if there is, let's say, for instance, a small subdivision that's going to be on a 2.5 acre lot or something similar, that we can be able to collect fees. It's not feasible to be able to produce affordable housing on large lot rural areas, but we can be able to collect those fees and then as a county be able to determine, okay, these are the types of programs we want to fund, or even maybe help provide gap financing for some of future endeavors and future projects. And so that is one of the biggest things that we are looking forward to completing and to being able to provide to your board in the next, hopefully by the end of the year. And so that you can be able to really understand and see, okay, this is what a fee is, what is doable for both developers, and something that we can be able to approve. I would anticipate it to potentially be a higher fee amount. Like I said, again, with the higher fee, we can be able to do more work with those funds. One thing that I will mention as well that is stated in the ordinance and did maintain in the ordinance is that Planning Commission and you as the Board of Supervisors have the power to accept or deny an in lieu fee option. So it is not the developer that gets to decide, oh, okay, I'm just going to write a check to the county. I do not want to provide affordable housing. No, it must be set by action of the Board of Supervisors to accept that payment. So it is not an automatic decision of the developer.
I have a question regarding that.
Yes.
I know prior to the three of us being sworn in January, there was an item on the December, if not November, agenda item regarding the fees that were charged to the in lieu fees. And I know that at least the impact fee, so I know at least two supervisors were concerned about that and wanted to consider revising those. So are you saying that though you went ahead and did the ordinance, we can still deviate and vote differently? Is that what you're saying?
That portion was not amended, so that portion in the ordinance was what was approved in 2016. And the language indicates that by Board of Supervisor action, they can accept an in lieu fee. That does not mean that a developer gets the choice.
I could have swore the number change was different.
I think it didn't have to do with in lieu fees. I remember specifically that both Supervisor Kuzmicki and myself spoke on this, and it was in December, and I know that Mark had spent a lot of time, so they wanted to get it through. But what it did is, I believe on the impact fees, it actually moved backwards in terms of providing incentives for affordable housing, which didn't seem to make much sense to either of us. And then we decided, well, we're going to revisit it once we get up here.
They eliminated the waiver, the impact fee waiver.
Yeah, they eliminated, so it took away the incentive, which I think is something we want to revisit for sure.
Yes, and I would like to clarify that there is a difference between an impact fee and an in lieu fee. And so the impact fee is what our expenses, our costs for the developer that go directly to RMA. A lot of the times impact fees go to the roads, maintenance of roads, fire, police, etc. But an in lieu fee is when the developer is choosing not to provide any affordable at all. So we did not amend anything regarding the in lieu fee, but yes, you are correct. We did end waiving the decreased option of impact fees when a development is affordable. And I know that was one of both of your concerns, and yes, the meeting was in December. I think it was one of the last meetings available. But yes, I would like to clarify that there is a little bit of a difference between in lieu fee and impact fees, where the in lieu fee is the option of the developer, but impact fees are for any type of development, whether it's affordable or not. Those are fees associated as part of the building permit. So yes, you are correct. I do remember that you wanted to potentially provide direction in that matter. So at the end, I will be requesting specific requests for direction, and that can definitely be one of them. And I'm almost finished, but lastly, I would just like to remind the board as well that any new development from 2016 on must follow these regulations. And so anything that does occur that you do see as part of a development is expected to provide 15% of affordable housing. Benny, did you want to?
When you're finished, I would
Oh.
like to just make a comment.
Okay, thank you. And then other programs that actually I feel RMA is really excited about, we were able to receive additional grant funding to be able to expand an accessory dwelling unit. So on top of updating our zoning code, we are also going to be updating our zoning code to reflect the new changes of accessory dwelling unit laws. We will be developing a handbook. And so this is really great because a lot of times staff gets a lot of questions about, well, what can I do with my property? What can I add to my property? And so this is going to be a great resource available online, in person, that they can be able to have a guidebook basically of, if I want to add an additional unit to my property, what does that look like? Additionally, on top of that, we are going to be providing pre-approved site plans. So that will help lessen the expense of homeowners. That's one of the biggest things of the expenses, site plans, having someone outside, some type of architect having to pay for that personally. And so that's something that as an entire department we're really excited about to be able to offer shortly as we continue other items. Some other state programs that are still available or available to developers is a density bonus. And so that's something that you'll typically see in larger city jurisdictions, maybe not so much in a county, more rural area, but density bonus options is basically when a developer requests to provide more units and the state does mandate that some of those units be affordable. Additionally, with our department, we are seeking grant funding. And so the great part, like I mentioned, with the LEAP grant and the REAP grant is they were non-competitive grants that we were able to apply for and ensure that we can be able to successfully use that funding. And then as we move forward to, like I said, we will be updating our housing element. We'll see if we will begin in the fall of 2021, but it may not be until the beginning of 2022, somewhat again dependent on when the state releases their information. And then lastly, any future action, we will always refer to our planning commission and then move forward with our board of supervisors for further work, any specific options for decisions. And another additional thing that we are working great with is collaborating with our Health and Human Services agency. I think at times it was RMA was doing this, Health and Human Services was doing this, and there really is a lot of, not just grants, but a lot of work that coincides. And so we have just recently started meeting monthly to be able to discuss items that correlate and what we can be able to do, help basically each department. And on a really personal note, actually, I just really want to commend the Board of Supervisors for continually bringing this item forth, not just related to housing development, but affordable housing as well. I know it's something that is a passion for many of the Board of Supervisors, but I just really commend you in bringing this forward because it is something that consistently needs to be talked about. And I think it's great to be able to provide an opportunity for the public to speak as well. So I just really want to thank you. And then Benny can be able to provide your input as well.
Thank you, Jamila. I really appreciate what you do for San Benito and the city of Hollister. I think it's really important. I guess I just had an observation for you on my way out that you can consider. I really think this is an important, and I know you do too, public policy issue, and there's not enough affordable housing. And it's not just true here, but some of the things I think you can specifically look at to strengthen the tools in your tool bag when you update that housing element for the sixth cycle would be looking harder at the percentage of units that you require in connection with new development, particularly new entitlements. It's a minimum of 15%. You're not limited to that. So I would encourage you to look at that as you move forward. And I happen to agree with Jamila that a more robust in lieu fee would also start to build a housing fund here. Right now you have a little over $1 million, and that's not enough to do a project. You may want to build that fund in a more aggressive way so that you could actually undertake as a county some affordable housing projects. The Riverview project is a nice affordable housing project, but there's not enough of them, in my view. And pardon me for speaking so bluntly when I'm leaving and won't be here, but I just think those are some tools you can look at. And then I happen to have a personal belief that the accessory dwelling unit issue is one that can really help with this matter. So those are 3 things that I recommend the board and the staff look hard at as you develop the 6th element for the affordable housing. I mean, the housing element, excuse me. And with that, I thank you for your indulgence on this matter and all the others that you have taken the time with today. I really appreciate the way you all listen to the public.
Madam Chair, can...
Yo, please.
So, Benny, do I understand that prior to now, you haven't been honest with us and direct?
Right.
It's only now?
No, but I'm sort of dabbling in public policy now, and so that's, I think maybe that's the difference.
I understand. Let me ask you, are there, and I understand there's situations in the county where it's not practical for affordable housing to be built on site. So there you go with the in lieu. Are there opportunities for us to do it on site? Because sometimes I think, I agree that in lieu makes sense, and it certainly makes sense to bump that up. But I think too often it just, kicks the can down the road further. So I'm just curious about your thoughts on that. Also, your thoughts on, and I know you're concerned about this in other areas, but your thoughts about reinstating maybe some incentives in regards to the impact fees.
Right. I'll take the first matter first. I think we, and I use this in a collective sense, not we San Benito, but we're a little soft in general on requiring inclusionary housing to be part of the development. And I think one of the ways that you can do that to incent that is create a robust rental assistance program, so that I have a personal belief that those affordable housing units can and should be part of the single family development, and they don't have to be done somewhere else. When I was in Monterey, I had the good fortune of being part of the last entitlement for Pebble Beach, and the board was tired of just taking in lieu fees and having the affordable housing take place elsewhere, out on the peninsula. And so they insisted that Pebble Beach would have inclusionary housing in the last element of the last entitlement for the Pebble Beach development. And I thought that was a really great policy move. I just think we're a little soft on that in general, and there are other ways to incent it, like using rental assistance. On the impact fees, pardon me for being so opinionated about all these things, Madam Chair, members of the board, but I do have some opinions about it all after a long time of doing this. I don't think that's the way to encourage economic or other development, is to soften up on impact fees. The impact fees are needed for all the purposes that they're designated for, and they're still not enough. And so I'm sort of skeptical about whether or not that's effective.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
He smiles when he says that.
I've been waiting for this one for 6 months. Okay, so I'm gonna try to be as quick as possible here, everyone.
That means it's going to be long.
No, it won't. I'll talk fast. So I want to be clear. I'm not anti-growth. I think, you go through these campaigns and people put you in one side or the other. I'm all about smart growth. I know that's a cliche. I think people on the pro-development side tend to use it a little too much. But the problem in this county is the imbalance of housing. It's not, there's a lot of frustrations in our community. When I went door to door and I talked to people, and even going back further, it doesn't take a genius to realize that the vast, vast majority of our residents are extremely frustrated with the way that we've been growing and the lack of infrastructure that's come along with that. So we need the infrastructure to go with the housing, and we certainly need more affordable housing. So there's often this argument from the pro-growth side about
advocating that you need more supply, and I know this comes down from the state, it's all about supply, just keep building and somehow the price of a home will go down. And that is a false reality. I think the history tells us that in California, we've actually had a population drop in the last 10 years. And we know that housing prices have not dropped with the population. And so we're in a regional and state housing market. Our numbers here, we can't build ourselves into cheaper homes here in San Benito County. If we build 3,000 or 5,000 more homes, it's not going to put a dent in the supply and demand factor. As far as we're not going to see this precipitous drop in the price of a home. So that, I think, right there is a fallacy that I need to sort of stomp out. We're a rural county. Unincorporated areas are not meant to grow the way that we've necessarily been growing in the unincorporated areas. When you get into the subdivisions that we've seen, the problem, as we all know, when you build outward, away from services, you have to pay for that at some point. There are infrastructure and service costs that come with that. So I would like to just see us look at growth and be smarter about how we grow. I would say that historically, the policies and decisions we've made have just not reflected the way that people around here feel about housing. We all say, oh yeah, we hear you, we got to slow down, but then what ends up happening is people get elected to these boards and these councils, and they just end up essentially rubber stamping the vast majority of developments, and the policies aren't in place to require the developers to put in the affordable, to put in the infrastructure. And that's the biggest problem. And that's where we've gotten ourselves in such, a bind here with the imbalance of infrastructure and housing. It's led to poorly designed subdivisions. It's led to legal fights with developers. We have some of the worst infrastructure in the state, and we have costs that we can't keep up with. And so, do any elected officials historically here drive on 25 in the morning or the afternoon? Has anyone seen 156 lately? That's going to get worse and worse. I live right next to 156, and it's bad. It's backed up all day, essentially. I mean, you try to go to Hollister from San Juan, good luck. On a Friday, you're not going anywhere. So we have a problem, and we need to address it. And I just have to ask, do we care more about representing the 99% or the 1% going forward? And so just a few numbers to throw out. We have 2,700 approved homes as far as the last count that I got, single family homes just in the unincorporated area. We have about 1,800 more that are being proposed. I think we had a recent presentation on RENA that showed the number. We're well on our way to meeting the current RENA mandate. Please correct me if I'm wrong. We have another 3,000 or so homes in the city of Hollister that are approved already. Right now, that's close to 6,000 homes. That's close to 20,000 more residents in the next several years. We don't know the exact time frame on that, but we're going to see that growth right now without really having adequate infrastructure to support it. Yes, 156 is being expanded. That's exciting. That's still going to take a couple years, and we still have a Highway 25 problem. We have a Fairview Road. We have a Fairview problem. We have a Union Road problem. So we're not getting out of this bind anytime soon.
Nope.
And so why can't we just trust elected officials, to make the right decisions? Because frankly, there's just a track record that it doesn't work. There's social pressures, there's legal pressures, there's pressures from developers, there's pressures from others in the community, and it just hasn't worked. We need policies in place that set the tone. And so I think indicative of this sort of battle, I asked for and then nothing against staff here, but I asked for a specific discussion on a growth cap, and it felt like I was pulling teeth just to get that discussion on the table. And I know I'm not the only board member that supports at least looking at, slower growth and looking at policies to support slower single-family growth, not permanently. I'm not saying we need to stop growing. Like I said, we have 2,700 homes already on the way. I'll be proposing here today from a policy perspective, and if I don't get support, I'm open to talking about how we can otherwise address the issue. Or if you don't like the numbers that I propose, can we sit down and talk about those numbers, and maybe we can find
common ground. So as you all know, I proposed a 1% cap on single-family market rate housing with exemptions for all inclusionary and multifamily housing because we need more of those. I'd like to eliminate the in lieu fees except for situations with smaller subdivisions. So I don't think it's realistic to eliminate them altogether, but if you have, say, 5 or under homes, it's not realistic to require the person to build 1 unit or a half a unit or whatever it may be. So in that case, the inclusionary or the in lieu fees would make sense. But I go back to policy-wise, the in lieu fees just haven't worked. They just haven't. And I know we could increase the amount and we could hope that somehow solves the problem. But for me, I want to see affordable housing built. I don't need the fees. I need the homes. And so I think we need to not only put in a cap with exemptions for inclusionary and multifamily, but to also increase the minimum requirement for affordable. I appreciate Benny Young mentioning that from 15%. I don't know what the exact number is, but what comes to mind, 25%. And that's something that we would have to discuss if there's willingness on the board to discuss it. But 15% is not enough. We have a huge shortfall here, and a big affordable housing problem. And then as far as just this notion again that I don't think this should be permanent. What I'm trying to do is and I keep saying, pump the brakes here so that we give ourselves time to catch up on infrastructure with Highway 25, Highway 156. So I'd be open to a sunset on such a proposal. If there was even willingness to go into discussion and ad hocs and whatnot for this sort of policy, I'd be open to a sunset because we just need to set the tone for the future, and we need policies that are sustainable long term. But we can't stop growing. I understand that. We can't stop growing. But we have to acknowledge at some point that we have an infrastructure problem here. It's not a housing. I don't think it's a housing issue. It's an infrastructure issue. We don't have the infrastructure. We have 2-lane roads. We're a farm town, and we're growing as if we're suburbia or some metro suburban area, and it doesn't add up when it comes to the infrastructure. And so I'd be open to a sunset, and then I'll just finish real quick. And then as we get closer to catching up on our infrastructure, then maybe we can revisit the policies and what policies would work long term. But short term and medium term, in my view, we do need policies to, like I said, pump the brakes on the single family market rate housing. I don't know how many times I have to say it, we've got close to 3,000 of those coming already. And that's not just we all know that's not 3,000 people. That's close to 10,000 people. And so that, and then I would also, I would like to, if there is willingness, I would like to see if there's a willingness to set up an ad hoc, whether it has to do with a percentage cap and the things I talked about with affordable housing, to at least talk about how we can develop better, more sustainable growth policies, whether it's a growth management ordinance or whatever that may be. I'm not just putting my foot down and saying growth cap or nothing. We have to do something. And if somebody has a better idea as far as how we address, because I think we've all acknowledged we have an issue with housing here, and we're not going to solve it unless we improve our policies. And then otherwise, I think that's more of a long-term thing. I have a feeling we're going to need a 5th board member here to really make a decision on this at some point. It's a big issue. It's complex. Maybe I'm wrong. I think that's more of a long-term thing for when that new board member comes on. In the short and medium term, though, I really would like to bring back the affordable housing ordinance as soon as possible, for amendments, such as the impact fee waiver, such as the minimum percentage in subdivisions, and such as I think I mentioned the impact waiver, right? The impact waiver, the minimum percentage, and the elimination of in lieu fees. I just think we got to get rid of that aside from small subdivisions. Otherwise, lastly, I've talked about this before. We all know I think we need
more farm worker housing. I like that Buena Vista site in particular. I don't know how we go about taking those steps toward potentially doing something there. Maybe we can involve our lobbyist and try to reach out to the state. That seems like an area where particularly our state representatives would be very interested in helping us get some outside dollars to do a farm worker housing project. And that Buena Vista site that we own seems to make a lot of sense to me. I like the ADUs, and I've talked in the past about also being on board with workforce housing. Thank you very much.
You stole my thunder. Because almost every single item. Supervisor Hernandez, did you want to go ahead and go next?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question. When you mentioned Supervisor Kozmicki, the sunset clause, are you talking about a moratorium?
So if we... thank you, Supervisor Hernandez. So if, for instance, there was an agreement to put in some sort of a policy, a cap, I know I know Supervisor Tiffany has, and this is honestly, to me, that was kind of the way that I wanted to respond to that, because I'm not anti-business and I don't want us to be tagged as being anti-business. So if you have a policy that says, look, we've got a lot of homes on the way, businesses, you don't have to worry, we're going to grow. In fact, we have 6,000, in the next several years on the way. So I don't think there's an anti-growth thing here. It's going to happen. But if you put in a cap and you put in a sunset that says we're going to revisit this in X number of years, 3 years, 5 years, that also sends that message that we're not an anti-business board. We're a pro-responsibility board, and we're pro-smart growth, and we understand that we have an infrastructure problem here.
Okay. So yeah, without saying it, sounds like you're kind of talking about how to set a limit and then put a sunset on it, right? You're gonna
to revisit it.
Yeah. So my only thought is, well, so there's a lot of things you said, which I appreciate, and I agree. There's got to be a way to manage growth. What is that? And smart growth is such a subjective term, right? And that's the hard part is, if you're looking at even the development of our community as people move into there's all these reasons why they move in. I know as a longtime resident, I struggle with my community having a lot of residents basically transfer out to other communities because they can't afford it, and then all of a sudden we have a lot of new folks that can afford it, and it really changes the dynamic, right? I think there's got to be a layered approach where you have the ability for folks to be able to transition into maybe a single farm market rate because they're in their career path, right? So they can start off at a lower income rate because they're barely out of college or whatever. So there's all these different variables basically is what I'm thinking about. And I do agree that the in lieu fee is an issue. I know at one point in time it actually came to us to consider to have a very high in lieu fee, and I know that the developers had an issue with that. I think we probably should have supported that element because it pushes them to either make the decision. If you're really about supporting affordable housing, then you're going to do it. And the only thing that I think has been missing in the conversation, but I don't know policy-wise or legally how it would apply, there should be an expectation when the development happens that you don't put the low-income houses at the back end of the development cycle. It should be at the beginning or to the expectation where it's parallel, right? A percentage of the development has to include, so when you put 10 houses up, you put one affordable or something to that effect, right? A percentage. But yeah, the in lieu fee I think should be higher, a lot higher. If they're willing to subsidize ultimately the development of an affordable home, I'm not necessarily opposed to that because I know from the business side, there's got to be some flexibility for them because there's timing, there's market costs, there's all these things that fluctuate in their consideration of why they develop or not develop or hesitate. I know that there's been an issue at one point in time with even folks buying property, right, and they're sitting on it because they're waiting for the market to drop, and then all of a sudden they start to develop the cost of goods, materials and all that. So anyways, I think this is a very involved, I think the best thing that came out of what you just said is it's very complex and it needs to be very thorough, the conversation. I think that I'd like to know more about the impact waiver itself as it pertains to the development of these houses. But also zoning. I think zoning is one of, where do we want development? You mentioned only close to infrastructure. I agree, that makes sense. I personally, one of the big things that I'm starting to realize, right, is there's development starting to happen closer to South County, and I'm not a big fan of developments towards our backyard, I call it, but, the pinnacles and Hollister Hills, there should be a prioritization of certain areas that should be off limits, right? Preservation of our beautiful land and things that pertain to maybe other opportunities for our community to benefit from, not just houses. So, it's like diversifying the assets in our community, I think, is my point. Alongside growth of when it comes to housing, there's got to be a consideration for commercial developments, right? Because that becomes the ongoing revenue, not just one-time impact fees. So that way it feeds into the county coffers to be able to support services and roads and all these other things, right? I've said for a long time, the fact that we become very dependent upon the state is the problem in and of itself, because the state makes decisions, they change their minds. At one point in time, Supervisor Gilly, who was sitting in your chair, Supervisor Tiffany, was going to Sacramento, trying to fight with the state about them changing the formula on our SB1 funds, our gas tax funds. So all of a sudden there was a chance that we might not get as much road funds, right? And then all of a sudden there's a chance that we don't have the money to be able to, which that in Measure G and all the cost, right? Measure G and the inflation rate has been impacting our ability to manage growth. So all in all, 100% agree. There's a lot of layers to this. I think it's going to take a long conversation. What that means, I'm not sure, but I'm fully supportive of trying to manage growth. And I do want to preserve I think there needs to be a focus on affordable homes. I want my local residents that can't afford to live here to be able to stay here and not say I have to move because I can't afford it anymore.
Mhm.
I think that's a problem. So those are my long-winded final thoughts. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, this is a really difficult conversation. I think we all agree we need a more affordable housing for sure. I think we all agree infrastructure is a huge problem in our community. And I think I agree. It's not a housing issue. It's a infrastructure issue. I think from my perspective, and you guys have heard me say this before, when I was business counsel, et cetera. One thing I would say is I don't think you ever want to use the M word, moratorium. Okay, that's it sends a really terrible message. And usually I was in front of the city council talking about that when that was being discussed. They didn't use that word, but that's really what they were kicking around, I think.
Years.
And, I just saw what happened when it wasn't a policy decision, but when we had a moratorium because of the sewer issue, and I saw what a huge impact it had on our community from a business standpoint. And it's not, and so, a moratorium is definitely not something that we want to go there as far as I'm concerned. A cap, we can talk about it. I think a 1% cap in my mind would be too low, but we can certainly discuss it. The concern is whether, if you're talking about a cap, you don't want to, it's not so much the concern I have about the impact on residential, which is I know what you're trying to get to, but the impact it may have on business development, bringing in business, and you want to always be, as they say, open for business. And just when we have a chance to start seeing more businesses come in, we don't want to send the wrong message. So that's one comment I would make. The other thing is, I think we're all supportive of affordable housing, but the math has got to work, So, we can talk all we want about affordable housing, and I do think there's things that we should address. I would tend to agree we need to, I don't know about eliminate, but certainly increase in lieu fees and really push to a lot less in lieu, and try to push the affordable housing within the projects like you were talking about, Supervisor Kosmicki and Benny. I think we should look at all of those, things. But if it doesn't work out, if it doesn't pencil out for the developer, they're not gonna build. And so then there's no affordable housing. So that's the tricky thing. And obviously this is nothing new. I mean, this is why everyone struggles with this, is because, the developers got to, they're not going to do it if they don't make money. And so if the percentage, if there's a cap or whatever, if it's too low, then we may not see the housing, but we won't see affordable housing either. So, you know, that's the thing that we got to be mindful of. I would like to, and maybe we've done this before or past boards, but this is a really difficult subject. I'd like to think maybe there's some communities out there that have had successes with affordable housing, and maybe, and I don't know if you know of this or Benny, but maybe we could look at other communities that, you know, have been successful with affordable housing. What have they done? Because so many communities in California have not been successful, and we obviously haven't been. So anyway, that's just a question I'd like to look at. Those are my comments.
Quick, to what you just mentioned, Supervisor Tiffany, and it actually, as it relates to what Supervisor Kosmicki mentioned, GMO growth management ordinance, I'm not too savvy on the details of that. I'd like to know, because I just think there's probably a lot of layers to what it means to manage growth versus actually just setting a straight cap. But one of the things that just came to me is with this conversation, I think it's my assumption, right? The board could disagree with me, but it sounds like what we're talking about is scaling back the business of development in a way that doesn't create a bottoming out effect, right? Because if you just set a cap, it's like people run to the hills, right? It says we're closed for business, right? But if we scale it back in a way that's manageable, there still is a layer of development, but within that context, the chemistry of that development, these developments now are going to be different, because it's going to include affordable housing. It's going to have a more focus on the location possibly, right? So that's what I'm curious about the GMO, and if there has been successful counties that have applied it in a way that hasn't created a negative effect to their economy.
Super great question. I think that was one reason for not fully addressing it in this board report today. It's a very complex ordinance, and the city of Hollister did try to institute a similar policy, and though the county requirements may be different than the city from the Housing and Community Development Agency, the state of California, but they basically denied the city of Hollister the option to provide or to institute a type of growth management ordinance, even when they did exempt affordable housing and other options. So I think, just on a personal staff opinion, I didn't want to come before the board without lack of full legal knowledge, and not present something that I'm not fully confident in either. And so I will be honest, that type of policy don't have enough information. And I think that's something, based on recommendation today, that we will be able to put forward, working with our legal counsel, and come back and be able to provide more information as to what that would look like. I honestly only have the city of Hollister, what happened with their progress versus San Benito County's potential.
And if I may clarify?
I'm just trying to get my word in edgewise. I think sometimes when we're up here talking, the gentlemen here are so passionate, you'll respond to each other's conversation, and then you'll forget that I'm up here and I'm waiting my turn. And so I'm going to say no to you, Supervisor Kosmicki, and I'm going to go ahead and chime in. So I realize that this is just a report right now that you're giving us, but it sounds like we're on the same page in terms of we have a wish list. And obviously, you've heard at least more than one time, and I'm going to echo that, workforce housing. We have to find some way to make sure that we work on that. So I know that you're only 50% with the city and 50% with the county, but I'm sure that might be an item that you can work with the city also. Sweat equity, would that be through your department, or would that be something else that we have to go through, maybe Health and Human Services and Enrique's department? Because I would love to work with more nonprofits and get some sweat equity programs up and running. I would love to see affordable homes and maybe grants for first-time home buyers, if that's something within your purview. And if not, then we find some other way to achieve that. I loved your frankness, Mr. Young. 50% is at a minimum. I appreciate that. And I wish we would have heard more of your frankness. You're so quiet most of the time, and all of a sudden with one foot out the door, you're just like, you're brazen. And I love the brazen attitude, but I would have loved to hear it more, while you were here. But thank you for at least being honest with us. And so the accessory dwelling units, I want to be able to jump on that. I know Monterey County, you can go into their planning department and pick out plans and decide what you're going to do, and they have it laid out, and a customer go in and pick, I want this house, so many square feet, and this, and then they take it and they build it. I would love for us to be able to do that. And so that way, in a sense, those homeowners that have homes currently can go ahead and expand on the housing without really building additional homes. It'll just be more homes on that one lot. And so I would love to see that one expanded and fully developed out for us. And then some mixed use development. I would love to see that. So I don't know how much of those that I suggested are within your purview, but that's where we need to go. And we need to look at all of that.
May I answer
yes,
some of
please.
those? Okay. So workforce housing will obviously be kind of a combination of both Health and Human Services and Resource Management Agency. Resource Management Agency, for the completion of building permits, planning checks, confirming that it does meet requirements. And then it will probably be a joint effort. We'll see as we move forward with different grant opportunities. A lot of times, though, workforce housing grant opportunities are competitive. And so, again, that's the difficulty is, where do we fit? How does this project fit with what the state of California wants? And a lot of times one of those is ownership of land. So, whoever may be building it, does the county own it, or does the potential nonprofit or other developer own it? So that will probably be a future joint. With the sweat equity, the Riverview 2 project, which is basically a sweat equity program, it did begin in the Health and Human Services Division through the home grant. But with the completion of the MOU with my position and the previous housing coordinator, the responsibilities of the home grant did fall under now my position. And so in the future, my position will probably be, or at least the department will be applying, but again, too, we'll probably be relying on information from Health and Human Services as well. Specifically with Riverview 2 project, it's kind of a dual project. The sweat equity comes from the approval of the USDA type of lending. So the home grant, the 1.1 million that Riverview received, is actually a first-time home buyer program. And so the residents who are eligible and need that extra financing, basically, that's where my position will be able to approve eligibility, determine eligibility, and then further monitor. But again, that type of specific program does come from USDA lending, and if the project works out that way. So again, a little bit of a dual purpose. And like I said, with the first-time home buyer program, yes, that will be in the responsibility of myself and our department. And then ADUs, how you described it basically is the goal of the
Yes.
Resource Management Agency. As simple as it sounds to pick A, B, or C, that's literally how simple we want it to be be able to
Yes.
save time, money on everyone's part, because at that point, the county has already approved the plan. So there's not needed extra time for plan checks or anything like that. And along with Monterey County, it's actually the city of San Jose is where we'll refer to a lot of great success when it comes to ADUs, because they even have, I think it's Tuesdays, obviously pre-COVID, but they did have an ADU day where they had dedicated staff to assist. And then I won't necessarily be able to answer regarding mixed use, partly because with the next housing element, these are a lot of items that we will be addressing in terms of zoning. So that will actually be a big effort, not just on RMA staff, other departments, the board, but also community on where we'd want to see that, where it could work, et cetera. So, but I think I answered
You did.
your points. Okay.
Yes, you did. Thank you. So Supervisor Kosmicki, if you want to go
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just trying to clarify earlier, Samuel County is exempt from SB 330. That is a very, very clear thing. It's a fact. So just, as far as the comparing Hollister and Samuel County, I can get you that list if you like.
No, I do have it. Thank you.
There's a list the state put out. And just to kind of recap, I'll be quick here. I appreciate the talk about in lieu of fees being higher, but for me, it just doesn't, it hasn't worked. And it's not going to solve the problem. The developers have to drive affordable. If we think we're going to save a few extra dollars and be able to go out and build these massive affordable projects. It's just not realistic. I mean, I appreciate all the things that, for instance, Enrique's department is doing, but then we come back and we're talking about a few houses at a time. And I would like to get a lot more substantial affordable than a few houses at a time. And you can't do that with the limited dollars. We all know how much it costs to build. And, I just don't feel like the in lieu of fee system works. And then lastly, again, we have 6,000 homes approved. How many more do we need in the next 5 to 10 years? I just don't get it. If we put in a cap and we had, for instance, 75 to 125 or so single family homes a year, can you imagine how good those projects would be? First of all, we'd get really high quality projects while we're having to go through the development of these other 2,700 homes on top of this 3,000 in the city of Hollister. And I just have to remind us all here, we are a rural county. We are not supposed to be building these. I'll go back to Ridgemark and Stonegate and Bennett Ranch, and we're not supposed to be doing these subdivisions. It doesn't make any sense. We're acting like a city, and that's not our role. And we know that there are costs that come with that. We should be doing very limited development in the county. And if the city's got its own issues, but if the city wants to do development in the city, that's another issue. But as far as the rural county, I just think that we've got things backward culturally around here, and it goes back decades, and a lot of it has to do with elected officials being too close to developers, to be real frank about it, and it just has to change. And I don't see that changing unless we put in a cap or some other very good policy that if somebody else wants to throw it out there, but to me a cap seems to make sense. Thank you.
So we were just receiving this as a presentation. It's obviously going to have to be an issue that's going to have to come back because there's a lot of wants that we put
I
on
had a
there.
couple recommendations in there, though. I don't know if you as the chair could address first of all, the affordable housing, if we could
Well, and that's what my want list was.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
okay.
you got them. So anybody else want to add to the want list? I think I kind of, that's why I said you stole my thunder.
As far as ad hocs, is there interest in
Well,
sending?
let's kind of see where she's going with this, and that's why I had listened to from the presentation. What else did you pick up that we were asking for you to do? Because we were all over the place.
Yes, to be very specific, at the end of this presentation, I would, as a staff member, like a majority of what each of you would like. Maybe not necessarily each of you, but recommendations and items that you as a board would like to see reviewed. So that would give me, as a staff member, clear focus on what I will be researching and what I, can be able to specifically present at a later time.
Okay, so then give me a minute.
As a full board of supervisors, if there are recommendations that you can specifically provide, that would be helpful, so that we can know moving forward, yes, these are the 4 items that you as a majority of the board would like to see, so that we could set clear timelines, clear dates, and that I may not be so I'm not working on something that the board doesn't really want to proceed with.
Okay, so when I went
That
ahead
helps.
and listed the workforce housing, the sweat equity, the affordable homes, accessory dwelling units, and then the mixed use that you said you really couldn't do, you want something like that without any kind of explanation and kind of see where we're going with it? Okay, so then I'm going to say those are my 4. So what are yours, and see where we have any double up so she can take direction. So we'll go to Tiffany first, Supervisor Tiffany, then to Hernandez, and then to
At
Supervisor
this point in the
Brennan.
evening, you can call me whatever you want.
Bob.
So, yeah, I would just say that the broad statement, I agree, we need more affordable housing. I guess that goes without saying, everyone wants more affordable housing. Once again, I would not be in favor of a cap.
No explanation, remember, just a list.
But anyway,
Bob.
we can look at whatever. I'm in agreement mostly. I think there should be some exceptions, but I largely agree that where at all possible, we should not have in lieu fees. We should actually have affordable housing being built. I think we should more aggressively look at zoning for ADUs. I think there's an opportunity there. And also I think the idea of increasing the percentage from the 15%, at least on the surface makes sense. The last comment I would say is I would like to, and I hear what you're saying, Colin, in regards to being too close to developers, but we also, whether we're talking to developers or we're looking at other communities, I think we really have to make sure whatever we come up with, the math, like I said, the math works, because otherwise we're wasting our time. We're not going to get the affordable housing. So there's got to be a balance there. Anyway, that's what I would have to say. Thanks.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Supervisor Hernandez.
Yeah, just two items. Just want a comparison between no in lieu fees and high in lieu fees. What are the, if you walk that down its consequence, what does that look like? And then the growth management ordinance, how has that played out across the state? Those are my only two.
I appreciate that. And if he mentioned growth management ordinance, if we could, maybe there's a way we could go down developing a proposed ordinance through an ad hoc. That would be my suggestion. I personally would like to be on there, but that's not my call. And you heard what I said earlier, whether it's a cap or whether it's some other policy we come up with that promotes smarter growth, focus on infrastructure. We got to pump the brakes here for a while we catch up on infrastructure. I'm open to that. So some sort of slower growth, smarter growth policy. And then I think more urgently, we have to bring back the affordable housing ordinance as soon as we can. And I think there seems to be a lot of support for that. And so I support increasing the 15% number. I support bringing back the impact fee waiver for affordable. And I want developers to build affordable. The in lieu fee system just hasn't worked for me. I don't think we should be in the business of being responsible for fixing the affordable problem. That should be on the developers. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, I do think there are some resources that we may want to, and I'm sure you're very much more familiar than I am, but I know that, for example, Seth Capron, who's,
Yes.
he's kind of retiring, but he's got a lot of experience in this area, and I've had conversations with him. I'm sure other people up here have. I know that what is it, Monterey Bay, I'm going to get their acronym.
Economic Partnership?
Yes, I get it wrong. We have a forum with them actually on housing, but I know they look at affordable housing really closely in the Monterey Bay. So anyway, I think if we don't have to totally reinvent the wheel, it makes sense.
May I comment on the two references? So yes, Seth is actually working directly with the Riverview 2 Estates
Yes,
project.
Right.
So we do have many conversations regarding that project specifically. And then with Monterey Bay Economic Partnership, they are very responsive and want to stay in the loop basically of what the city of Hollister and San Benito County is moving forward with. And I do actually meet regularly with them. So I'm on a couple different committees, one related to the housing element, and then during COVID, they had one related to rental assistance. So yes, both of those are really great resources that I continue to use, but they also continue to support the county. They do come to meetings, provide input. So I do appreciate you mentioning those two as well.
And then lastly, I think there's already an affordable housing ad hoc.
Yes.
Because you put yourself on it, I believe.
Well, I was attending meetings as I was supervisor-elect when Mark
I
was on
want to
it.
say that I think it may be you and Colin, but at any rate, I was.
Send it back. Let's have a discussion. Sorry for interrupting, but let's have that ad hoc discussion about how we can bring back some specifics to the board for consideration. I think we can find consensus here,
yes.
even with four of us. I don't necessarily think that's the case with the growth management ordinance. I'm just being realistic. I think that's a little bit longer term. But I do think we should bring back the affordable ordinance in relatively short term.
And something that Supervisor Kosmicki had mentioned earlier, and I wrote it on the margin rather than down as a bullet, but farm worker housing and Rivas's bill, because there are funds available for us to access affordable homes through that method too, as farm worker housing. So if that's something within your purview that you can do, yes.
Yes.
Okay. So do you at least have an idea of what we want?
Oh, it's written down.
Okay. Well, wherever you find double up where you have two or more, you know that we all agree on that.
Of course, thank you.
Sorry. Well, thank you for your presentation. It was very informative and
Open to the public.
lively at this hour. You know?
One last comment.
yes.
I'm getting this input from my predecessor. It's a good point he makes. He said if we're talking about affordable housing, you also have to make sure the homeowners association buy into it, because you have, Ridgemark's a good example. And I'm very familiar with it. There's a potential, additional development that has been okayed by the homeowner association, not approved by the county yet, but they don't have affordable housing approved in their homeowner association agreement. So anyway, I think the point is that, we've got to make sure that we also, that's not a problem. And I think that, and there are also, secondary units, things like granite units, ADU units. A lot of these homeowner associations, they don't, they have this negative view of them. I don't think that's, just because it's affordable doesn't mean it's not a good project. So, but anyway, there's that component too. I'm sorry for jumping in.
So, Madam Chair, just a couple things. One is, you are correct. It is Supervisor Kosmicki and Supervisor Gonzalez. They're on that committee, so we'll make sure staff works with that. And then if we can open it up to the public, Madam Chair.
Thank you for the reminder.
Members of the public who wish to speak, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon. We have no public comment via Zoom.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Okay, I think I'm the only public one. Oh no, there's an attorney back here waiting for Stonegate. Okay, so real quick, Measure U. You guys must all remember Measure U. That was a moratorium. Okay, so slow growth. It depends if I'm saying slow growth or if Colin is saying slow growth, right? So here's the thing: if you want to do some kind of a cap, it's what you're asking for is too low. But again, you have to remember that these projects and all these homes that you're talking about, they've been in the works for 30 years, 40 years, 20 years. So it's not all of a sudden they just happened. So if you're going to do a sunset clause, you say you want to do a sunset clause, but you want to include the, infrastructure. And we're talking about 25 and 156. So if you want to do a sunset clause, you're talking about you want to wait till 25 gets done? Well, it's going to take 20 to 30 years literally for 25 to get done. It's not realistic for people to say that the 25 is going to get done in 10 years, because it's not going to. So you have to be really careful of what it is that you want to say if you're going to go forward with setting a sunset clause. Affordable housing for teachers, firefighters, and police officers. Affordable housing for people who work at McDonald's. Affordable housing for people that work at Target. Those are the people that are in this community that give economic development to this community, are those low-wage people. The people that are working in Santa Clara County and in Monterey County, they're spending their money over there, and then they do their shopping over there, then they come home. So we need to look out for our local residents who work here and cannot afford it because of the wages that they make. I've been for years, prior to any of you on the board, coming up here and speaking against developers when they don't keep their word and they dangle that carrot in front of you and say, well, we're going to do affordable housing. But the affordable housing gets put in the way in the back. And we got that project's going on right now with Santana Ranch, who's been going on for years. And that's the apartments building that they're doing back there and stuff like that. So you have to, there's 11 units is the number that's exempt from the in-lieu. So you didn't know what the number was. So it's 11 units or under. So we have to be really careful on, you're saying that you want to slow it down and you want to do a cap. But if you've got a major corporation like they say that Amazon is coming, and you want to invite more people, and we're going to talk later about doing the sewage plant so you can develop over there.
You have to build homes because their companies want their people to be able to work locally. So you've got to take that in consideration. And thank you for bringing up the farm workers money from Robert Rivas, because that's a great idea.
Thank you. Any other speakers in the room? Okay. So that was just a report on item number 47. All right. So we are on, and we don't need to vote on it. Okay. So item number 48.
Good evening, Chair Gonzalez, Board of Supervisors. I'm going to introduce the dynamic duo over here, Selena and Ariel. What this item is so this is effectively an environmental policy. We need to create a sustainability master plan. Not only do we need to get our work done, but we also got to coordinate with the 2 cities within our county. They'll give you the details, but this item requests some funds as to be used as needed, not to exceed, so that our in-house staff, because we actually have experience and expertise, can go ahead and put together this master plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Supervisors. My name is Selena Stotler, and joining me today is Ariel Goodsteed. We are presenting on behalf of the county's Resource Management Agency regarding a county-wide sustainability master plan. Ariel is going to kick it off with some background on sustainability planning efforts, legislation at the state and local level.
Thank you, Selena. So, California revolutionized climate change policy in 2006 with Assembly Bill 32, the California Global Warming Solution Act, that requires us to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions to the 1990 levels by 2020. Since 2006, the state has enacted several additional bills and executive orders, including reduction to 40% below the 1990 levels by 2030 and climate neutrality by 2045. And climate neutrality is essentially a net zero CO2 emissions. So in addition, our county-wide general plan includes many policies and programs related to sustainability, including adopting a sustainability master plan. It also has other programs such as climate change impact monitoring and a multi-hazard mitigation plan. So local jurisdictions generally choose one of 2 plan types. One is a climate action plan, also referred to as a CAP. The other is a sustainability plan. Both plans' goals are to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The main difference is that a sustainability plan also includes looking at economic, environmental, and social equity impacts. So it's a little bit more comprehensive than just a CAP. So there are 5 main milestones into putting together a sustainability plan. The first is conducting an assessment. So this is something such as greenhouse gas emissions inventory. A greenhouse gas emissions inventory is basically a breakout of our emissions by sector, such as transportation or the landfill or other items. And staff has basically reviewed AMBAG's draft greenhouse gas inventory, and we'll be getting that final inventory in the upcoming months, and we'll actually be bringing it back to the board to report on. In addition, the other 4 milestones include establishing goals, developing the plan, implementation and policies and measures, and evaluating progress and report of the results. So currently staff is in this pre-milestone planning where we're organizing a team. And today we're here looking to our elected officials to make the sustainability commitment. So I'd like to turn it back over to Selena.
So in addition to meeting state mandates and implementing our general plan goals, sustainability efforts are strong and growing in support in our community. We see this through elected attendance in regional climate action planning programming, such as that Central Coast Climate Action Summit, as well as an environmental town hall that took place last year in partnership with our Chamber Green Committee and Assemblyman Robert Rivas. Since then, the City of Hollister has made its commitment to include a climate action plan as part of its general plan update, and San Juan Bautista has also expressed great interest in adopting a climate action plan. More recently, the Intergovernmental Committee met to discuss in length regional planning for climate action, and all committee members were in strong support to align their efforts.
Yes.
While there are more limiting approaches the county can take in its development of a sustainability master plan, such as the plan focusing solely on unincorporated counties, staff recommends our plan implementation approach is comprehensive of other county agencies. Additionally, seeing how our two cities have a desire to pursue more sustainable planning efforts, we are requesting board approval to pursue an MOU or a comparative for a county-wide sustainability master plan. This regional approach in partnership with our two cities and county agencies would make the largest impact as a region, as emissions have no boundaries. And we thank you for your time and look forward to this continued discussion.
Thank you for this. When I attended the town hall, it was pretty interesting, and so I'm glad you brought it back to us. Any questions or comments from the board?
The only comment I would make is I think it's definitely something we should pursue. I think it's certainly needed locally and globally. Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you. So you're looking for direction on climate action plan versus sustainability master plan?
No, we're looking to pursue the sustainability master plan. I think what we're looking for direction on is that we approach this regionally and not just as a county agency.
Oh, yeah, no, I think that makes sense, but there was some distinctions between climate action plan and sustainability, you know, getting in definitions, and you mentioned the City of Hollister. I'm well aware they're looking at the climate action plan, and San Juan Bautista is looking at a climate action plan. So my thought is we should all be on the same page with that when it comes to the specific type of plan that we're doing.
Yeah, so the sustainability plan will still have those greenhouse gas emissions, inventory, and impacts. But, you know, the impacts of greenhouse gas in the county would be, you know, our transportation, you know, 25, 156, everyone commuting. It would be the landfill. But infrastructure would be more within the city limits because, you know, they have more infrastructure than we do. But overall, the emissions, it's comprehensive. So we're going to address their emissions and their reduction strategies as part of it. It includes all the different ways that emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, and goals to reduce all.
I'm just trying to.
Can I interrupt? Can you go back to page 5 of your presentation, because that has the bullets for climate action versus sustainability right there in one spot.
Yeah. So we got to do one or the other. Am I missing something?
So how I would define the sustainability plan is it's inclusive of those climate action goals, but it's more.
It's more.
Yes. And it's already part of our general plan.
And we could still be in line with the cities.
Exactly, and that's what our goal is to bring in the two cities to, if they want to pursue the climate action plan, regardless of our county plan, our plan can be inclusive of theirs.
And you're saying it also just includes economic, social equity, and what was the third one?
And environmental impacts.
And I know we recently in Intergovernmental, we've had a presentation. Leslie Austin had a nice presentation. I just want to make sure that we're in line with, that we're not veering too far from what our advocates locally are looking for and what the cities are going forward with. I just want to make sure that we're following in the same path of responsibility, I guess, and not veering too far. That's all.
No, it's the same, and then some. If you look at the bullet points, it's more comprehensive. The sustainability plan.
So this would be kind of an umbrella plan, and then the cities would fall underneath it potentially. Is that how it would work?
Yeah. So our plan would make sure to include not just greenhouse gas emissions that are directly related within the county area, but also greenhouse gas emissions that the cities have identified. And so it would be all inclusive.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other concerns?
Well, I would offer distinction of opinion just because I've had this experience, and I know Selena well. She's tried to coach me on a lot of these sustainability elements. It's just, I in theory, I totally support it. Obviously, it's good to preserve our environment, to not pollute our waterways, to reduce waste going into the ocean. Like, there's a lot of good things within that sentiment. It's just the practical outcomes is what scares me, because it's the idea and then the outcome are two different things. We've had the thing with the plastic. I know the city of Hollister and I weighed in individually apart. I never mentioned my supervisorial position. As a business, I just spoke, and I basically said it's an awesome idea to try to come up with ways to not have plastic going to the landfill, but nonetheless, it's just not. It's not a practical outcome, because you have businesses that have they have custom cups that were already paid for. They have hundreds of cases. How do you basically create exemptions for it? There's all these questions. So all I'm saying is, I'm very leery about supporting something that I don't know what it even is. It's an idea that you're going to vet. If the goal is eliminating greenhouse gas emissions and that's it, then it begs a lot of questions down the road for the future of sustainability, even affordability of the idea, right? I mean, I know to a certain extent it's the whole idea of sustainability with methane gas emissions in the landfill that has really ratcheted up our costs in the landfill, right? And then we already have issues with our own community paying we're paying higher rates than out-of-towners. So there's all these concerns that an action plan is an idea, but the actual outworkings, I don't know what that means, and it scares me to think that I would support something that ultimately ends up hurting our community more than it helps. I would imagine there'd be a subtle nuance of help and hurt. I think something, it's especially because it becomes a community-wide thing. It involves businesses, right? Different industries, organizations. It's just such a huge umbrella with so many variables that I would want to know what I'm signing on the dotted line for before I.
So you would want more specific details?
Yeah, I want to know what are we talking about? I mean, I can't say yes to an idea. I can say yes to what the application of that idea, because ultimately I think let's put it this way. I think it's only fair if I've had an issue with the state mandating, ultimately laws that the county pays for, right? Because they don't fund them. I sense a lot of this is kind of similar when it comes to a climate action plan, because it's an idea that it's gonna be a rah-rah session, awesome, we're gonna try to help the environment, and then all of a sudden the community pays for that some way, shape, or fashion, and that concerns me. Because that by default is unsustainable, right? People can't pay for it. They end up moving out of this community because it becomes too hard to live here. There's other reasons, obviously, but that just surmounts already the issues that we're dealing with as a community. So it's not a simple cut and paste for me. That's, I guess, my.
If I could maybe just add up something. So I think we'd be giving direction here is just a very broad, moving forward on a very broad concept, and you would have the ability, if you didn't like the finite details later when that product comes forward, if you don't like the plan, then I would say that makes sense to say I disagree with that. But to just say I'm not in favor of at least looking at how we can be more sustainable as a community and more responsible with the environment, I don't think we're at that point. That's all I'm saying. I don't see us being at that point of, I don't like this. I think the details come later is basically what I'm getting at.
Well, I mean, and why recreate the wheel? We can go over an action plan that's already been implemented in other counties, and then we can think about how that applies, how there's, at least have an understanding of what it means as far as the application. I think that to me would be wiser.
Yeah, I think this it's a start is what I see it as, and I think there's plenty of time to flesh it out. The other, I'm assuming you will, as part of this, you will be looking at other areas and what they've done, and I don't know if there's an opportunity for us to make input on this as you go forward. But, and I understand, you know, you gotta look at the cost to businesses and things like that, but it's such a critical issue that I don't think we can ignore it, and I think we should be moving forward. But it's a start, the way I see it.
Yeah, I just was pointing out that we're not asking to take any action that's going to place any new regulations upon anybody tonight. What we're asking is to start the process of the outreach to develop the community's plan.
And I guess the other only element that I was considering is I struggle with the idea, especially having a small experience with JPAs, for other counties to weigh in on my county as if we're equal. You know, when it comes to the demographics, there's so many differences that, you know, when you're sitting in a room and there's 10 people and you're one person representing your county and they're weighing in on decisions that impact your county, it really put a bad taste in my mouth to say I really don't have a vote here, because ultimately, even if I say no, or if I say yes and everybody else says no, then the vote is dead on arrival. So there's just all these details that I feel like makes it really hard for me. Let's put it this way, I'm more than willing to support talking about this and talking about a climate action plan brought forward by other counties, and weighing out what that means as far as the implication. Like, they've already gone through it, they've already applied it, these are the pros, these are the cons, before we get into that route. It's just, yeah, there's a lot of questions.
So one of the first steps, as I was mentioning, was conducting an assessment. And I think it would, we were going to bring back our greenhouse gas inventory report, but I think that it's probably very prudent that we bring back, in addition, a broader assessment, and that you are a part of the process. And one of the other things too on why doing a sustainability plan and compared to just a cap is that economic is very important. It has to be a balanced plan. You can't be sustainable if you're not addressing all of the different factors that go into it. So that's why staff was recommending following our general plan program that was laid out, and doing something a little bit more comprehensive. And each step that we go through, each milestone, is going to include, you know, the public. It's going to include the board. So we can just start with milestone 1, conducting the assessment, and bring that back.
So what is the will of the board then? The staff recommendation says to approve the staff.
Madam Chair, can we open it to the public?
Public comment. I'm so sorry. Okay.
Members of the public.
All right.
Members of the public who wish to speak on this item, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Sorry to interrupt you. This is Leslie Austin, a Romus resident. Madam Chair and Board of the Supervisors, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of a policy to develop a countywide sustainability master plan, one that's designed in collaboration with the cities through an MOU or comparative, and aligns the climate action goals of all 3 jurisdictions. To be clear, the answer to the question, can we afford sustainability, is that we can't afford not to be sustainable. Choosing not to be sustainable is to choose a worse outcome. And so we definitely can afford it. And the way to know how is through economic modeling and efficient regulations. I just had to add that in really quickly because I know that's a big concern. From my perspective, today the Board of Supervisors has the opportunity to take a first step to meet not only the state requirements to reduce our emissions by 40% before 1990 levels by 2030, but also the opportunity to meet the requirements of our general plan. And the way that you do that is by giving staff direction to move forward on a sustainability master plan proposal that ensures a vision for the county that addresses the societal challenges that are posed by climate change. And when I say that, I mean drought and heat and fires, and one that also prioritizes resilience and addresses racial inequities by serving historically marginalized and vulnerable community members. You know, I do think it's true that the only way we know where we're going is to build a roadmap. And as a member of the community, it's my hope that you will not only build the roadmap, but you will also monitor our progress against the roadmap, keeping it on board agendas so that all of the critical work that is done in collaboration doesn't collect dust on a shelf somewhere. And if as a result of all that study and effort and modeling, you find that, or the staff finds that it's important to come forward with a request for a possible staff position, I hope that you would sincerely consider that request and find a way, maybe with the two cities, to ensure that that work moves forward. I'm not sure where I am with the time, but I do want to say in closing that I would ask the board and staff to commit to 4 themes when setting the vision and goals of a possible sustainability plan. The first would be to make commitment to equity. The second would be to make a commitment to collaboration with county departments, cities, and other public agencies within the county, as well as businesses and nonprofits and community leaders. The third would be to explore partnerships that open us up to new tools and technologies. And the final would be to empower all county employees to be sustainability practitioners who continually.
Thank you. That actually explained a lot. And so, are there any more?
We have no more public comment via Zoom.
Oh, okay. No more comments via Zoom? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Leslie Austin is a jewel in this area. She knows exactly what she's talking about. And I appreciate the ladies here with this report. And it's exactly what it is building a roadmap. I mean, Leslie couldn't have put it any better than that. You have to start somewhere. And there are businesses here that are already doing this. And I think that the only thing that we can do as a county is go forward with this. You cannot say that saving our planet is spending money today to save the planet not worth it. I mean, there's an issue with recycling. You know, we pay the state because it's mandated by the state that we recycle, and we've got these recycling bins. We don't use plastic bags anymore, plastic straws anymore. There's a reason for this. Going to electric cars. The electric car was killed back in the 1980s by Lee Iacocca. That's my opinion. We would be so much more far advanced have we been using all these things, conserving energy. It's just common sense, and to have have all 3 municipalities work together can only make our whole community better. And being able to get the education out to the younger kids in the schools would also be really great. So I don't know how that works along with this, but there are parents out there that their children are more economically or environmentally more savvy than their parents are, and are actually teaching their parents, you know, how to be better for the environment. So thank you.
Okay. So then, what is the will of the board then?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve the staff recommendation of moving forward with the Sustainability Master Plan.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposing it?
No.
Okay, so that's a 3-1. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Now, I'm looking at the time. It is 6:39. Can we take a 5-minute potty break?
Sure.
A bio break.
Okay.
5 minutes.
2 minutes, just kidding.
We stood out to a public hearing.
So, the board would like to table item number 49 to the next meeting regarding board rules and procedures pertaining to consent item and to adopt amended rules if desired. And I think there was a desire to adopt some a variation of different rules. So we'll go ahead and table that if that's fine with everyone. And I don't need to take a vote on that, do I? Okay, good. So that takes us to item number 50. 50 of 52. Okay. County Council, is that yours?
Yes, it is.
Yep. This is the fireworks ordinance. I just, it was on at the last agenda. There's two options for the board today. The first one would be to adopt the ordinance that was previously introduction and waived reading and accepted the introduction at the last meeting and continued to today's date. But I'll turn it over to the supervisors, but I know that there might be some changes that are requested by at least one or two board members. The first one, which was incorporated into the staff report, was a change that's going to be, I believe, requested by Supervisor Kuzmicki, and it reflects additional restrictions on the state and federal responsibility areas. I just passed out an amended ordinance today that adds a few additional words to clarify and specifically indicates that the safe and sane fireworks restrictions in the state and federal responsibility areas would apply to those portions of those areas which are in the unincorporated area of the county only. Then there was an additional change that might be requested by Supervisor Hernandez, and I don't actually have language in the draft ordinance that was passed out today, but the ordinance change, I have to come up with the exact wording, but I'll paraphrase here, that no property owner will be responsible for a violation of 11.05.002A if the property is subject to a lease and the control of the property is vested in a tenant rather than the property owner. And I can pull up the exact language, but I wanted the board to consider that amendment to the ordinance because if the board wanted to, because Supervisor Hernandez was concerned about a property owner where that property owner is leasing it out to a tenant and they have no...
they want the tenant to be responsible as opposed to...
They want the tenant to be responsible. That's a different situation than if the property owner is at a party with some of his or her friends and there's fireworks going off on site. So I'll pull up the exact language for that, but I'm throwing those considerations out for the board, and I'll let the board discuss those. Otherwise, the ordinance is the same. So those are two alterations on the ordinance. Otherwise, the board could adopt it as it was previously introduced at the last meeting. So I'll throw that to the board.
Those changes are in this current document that you just passed out to us then?
Just the first one, not the one with the property owner.
Okay.
Yeah.
That came after the posting of the agenda.
So the thought with that is, and I know that it's not going to necessarily rub well with the fire department. Two things. One is Charlie Bedoya, had mentioned that he was okay with safe and sane, and somehow all of a sudden that changed, and that inconsistency I think is concerning. Not for any other reason, but it creates confusion. I mean, the application of this thing should be very clear. And the reason why I brought up as the property owner is it would probably be easy to just pick on the property owner, but by default, again, me trying to encourage unity versus division, if you go after a property owner for something that he had nothing to do with, especially if he's off-site, right? I would imagine folks that have properties, they're not living at these properties, right? They're renting them out, and my point is it's going to be easier for the fire department to go after the property owner. I don't think that's fair at all. The individual committing the act is the one who should be held liable. If it's illegal, they shouldn't be doing it. And then ultimately, I'm a little bit confused as far as, and I know Supervisor Kosmicki wants to ban safe and sane, but it creates confusion to me that, you're just going to apply it carte blanche to the SRA region, which is pretty much the whole county, it seems like. I know there's subtle nuances. So I just think more specificity should apply. I'm more about being due diligent. At the end of the day, yes, I want to prevent fires. Yes, I think we should ban illegals. Safe and sane, it's just not an easy statement to say, just ban them. Because technically, if we're going to go down that route, then we need to make sure that no one's doing bonfires. We need to eliminate barbecues. There's other reasons that cause fires. And I think it's just, if we're focusing on fireworks, then I think there should be more specificity, especially to this. Otherwise, it's just, if we want to check a box, then I would say then the resolution makes sense. But if we want actual results to prevent fires, then I would say there should be a lot more clarity, specificity. In that point, the liability lands on the perpetrator, not on just the community, under a lot of assumptions. Those are my thoughts, Madam Chairman.
Okay, where exactly would that provision take place? Is it gonna be section 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Is it gonna be a separate section on its own?
It would be right under, it would be D. It would be now section D, and it would, I'm trying to find the exact.
Section D under then, or section 2 would be D under section 2 then?
It would be section D, or under the section 2, it'd be a subsection D under the section 11.
Can you find the language for us so we can hear it read at least?
Yes.
Well, quick question. Under the ordinance, the way it is written, I don't have a problem with that. I think the person that's doing it should be the one that gets dealt with. But
Right.
how is it written right now? I mean, is it necessary, I guess is the question. You have to catch the person in the act. So if the person is a property owner and they don't live there, you're not going to catch that person in the act. Or does it read that if you catch someone setting off illegal fireworks on someone's property, the property owner is the one that's liable, as opposed to the one that does it?
The way it is now.
Is that the way? That is the way it is. So we have to make that clarification. It sounds like not just for this, but also for the one we passed before.
Right, after this
If we
one.
want to go after the person that,
Yep.
Is actually doing the lighting.
Colin, you were the one at the fire safe meeting.
Yeah. Am I okay? Okay. Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
Thank you. No, I
That's
appreciate
okay.
that. First off, just for clarification, maybe there was a misinterpretation, and I know Charlie's on the line, it sounds like, so it'd be great to hear from him. But what he told me initially was that we should look at the state responsibility area for safe and sane. Do the illegal fireworks, look at the state responsibility area. I just didn't think we had support for an urgency ordinance, so I didn't even, and we didn't. I think that's clear. We didn't have support for it as an urgency ordinance, so I didn't really push it. In the meantime, I met with the Fire Safe Council Thursday night. Charlie was good enough to go along with the CAL FIRE chief, and there was broad consensus. The concerns that were expressed there were that we just didn't go far enough when it comes to these areas that are of particular risk. And this would be like the San Juan Canyon area, one of the highest risk fire danger areas in the entire state of California. You have a lot of issues there. If you have something happen with evacuations and such, it's a very, very iffy place to be really dealing with anything that could be risky when it comes to fire. And then a lot of the South County areas that tend to be very dry areas are in the state responsibility. It wouldn't include, for instance, Ridgemark. Those suburban areas, the areas that are more subdivisions, are not part of the state responsibility area. So we wouldn't be stopping families from going out in the street in their subdivisions and doing safe and sane. This would be up in the hills, up in the foresty sort of areas, and then these other very dry areas in the state responsibility area and the federal responsibility area. So I take responsibility if procedurally maybe we didn't do this perfectly, but it doesn't necessarily to me mean that we shouldn't make this better. And so I support the Fire Safe Council's recommendation. In the letter that they sent out, they mentioned there have been 23 structure and vegetation fires related to misuse of illegal and legal fireworks last year, 4.4 million acres burned in the state. And then, as far as calling for the ban, we have to ask ourselves, is it worth the risk to allow, the safe and sane fireworks in these high fire danger areas? Is it worth the risk to allow folks to shoot off these fireworks? We live in California. The fire season is much of the year now. It's not like the old fire season where it was a few months. It's prolonged. We know that this year is going to be a particularly bad year, maybe the worst, at least projection-wise, in the history of our state as far as risk. We saw what can happen in Paradise and other communities, and I just feel like, we should take this step to protect our community. And then, so lastly, the last thing I want to request is to sort of avoid going back and forth each year. I'm hoping that we can allow the Fire Safe Council to maybe give an annual. These folks are the ones that are on the ground. They really are passionate about the issue. They have more of the details down because like I said, it's an area of particular interest. So I'm hoping we can set aside one meeting a year to give a brief presentation. Here are our recommendations, and then we could digest those as opposed to going back and forth in these series of meetings. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we also have our interim fire captain on the phone. Could we get Charlie on the phone to comment? I know he has his hand
Thank you.
raised. Yeah.
Hi, it's me. It's Charlie Bedolla, the acting fire chief. Your acting fire chief for the county. I do appreciate it, and thank you. You guys are super troopers for today. My hat's off to you. I got to you, and I apologize that you guys haven't yet. So, but this is something really good. It's not inconsistent. If it was up to the fire chief, he would ban fireworks altogether throughout the county. This is the responsible thing to do, to ban the fireworks in the state responsibility area. Honestly, it's basically anything that's out in the country in the hills. It's not like Colin was saying, it's not your Ridgemark, it's not your Quail Hollow, it's not your Oak Creek, and it's not the other ones within the city limits where it's safe to do it. And if it comes down to it, we are enforcing bonfires. There's a certain, there are rules to bonfires. We do enforce them. So we do go out there and we are regulating them as they come in. And we are putting them out. And if the bonfires do out of control because people are not doing them the proper way, they could get cited and they could get fined, and CAL FIRE could take them all the way up to the cost of the airplanes for being negligent on that stuff. So, and in conjunction with that, I am working on an ordinance, a county-wide ordinance that helps support the property lines, the plow lines. That way we have something throughout the year to force on. It's not to completely weed abate the whole things, but to hit your perimeters, do some fire breaks throughout there to help put it at a stop. Because honestly, no matter what, no matter who's doing the fire protection here, we're a small county. We have limited resources. So we need to do our due diligence to help prevent the big one from happening. As far as the fireworks, as far as the property owners, so what we usually do is, and we find plenty of people, I've been doing this for writing tickets for 28 years on the illegal fireworks. And what happens is there'll be a party at a house. We see it go off. We witness it. We go up to approach it. That person denies it. So we go, okay, well, who's the resident? Who's the resident of the home? That's where we go after the property owners or the renter of the home, and we'll cite them. And that's usually when the other person comes up, or the person, the host of that party that's having the party, we cite them for it. And they usually take the fall for that. So that's kind of where we go on the property owners. We haven't mailed out tickets to property owners. We just haven't done that part of it. It's usually the renters or the owners that are there on site. So we haven't gone and mailed it off to the property owners that aren't even there. But I think that's a good idea too, because it'll help get them compliance and everything. But that part we don't do. So if we have any other questions, let me know.
So, Charlie, this is Supervisor Gonzalez. I'm looking at the alternate fireworks ordinance. Have you seen a copy of that?
You know, this happened so fast. I'm really grateful that this is going in, and I do support the ordinance to ban them in the state responsibility area. I did get support from CAL FIRE on that. Honestly, it just makes it a little easier, and people shouldn't be doing them out there. And we have people doing them that are illegally doing it. It'll be a lot easier if we see them out there to go enforce it, because basically it's everything on the east side of Fairview that turns into state responsibility area, everything that's kind of out past Tres Pinos. So, and not the city limits of Hollister, Tres Pinos, this other area like that. So I've seen bits and pieces, but I haven't seen it fully, but I support what's going on with it. And I thank Colin and the Fire Safe Council for their support on this also.
The only problem I have with it, if we're looking at it as a regular ordinance, it won't go into effect until, what?
After July.
Yeah, July, well after July, so it'll do nothing for the 4th of July this year.
You know what? That's okay. As long as we get in and we're moving and we're showing progress, I'm okay with that. At least we got it in, and we're moving. We're taking steps forward. It's like you got to look at one step at a time instead of the whole stairway. Is that how it goes? And we'll take it little bits at a time. And we can always, if people are going out there and there's fires out there, we're going to hold them accountable, because honestly, it's at our. We can declare what's legal and what's not, and we could make it stricter. We could say, hey, we could declare it a hazardous area out in that, and we could send out a public announcement per the fire code that says, and the public resource code that says, yeah, it's up to the fire official to go ahead and say what's good or what's not good. So this just backs us up in the future with that too. Honestly, we are way overwhelmed, and we have a meeting about this tomorrow with in San Juan with law enforcement and everything on seeing what we can do. But people don't think that we are, but people are calling 911. We're going out there and we're trying and doing our due diligence. But when we have hundreds of people out there and just at the most 20 people out there enforcing it, it's hard to catch them all. But we are doing our due diligence on that part right there. So it's okay if we could go ahead and pass it and move forward. I'm okay with that too. I'm totally okay with that. And then it gets people used to it, and we get the PSAs about it and say, hey, just for information, honestly, CAL FIRE will love that too, because it'll make it easier for them, because it's just getting worse and worse. The fuels are drier and drier, especially with the lack of water. That's not helping it either. And the weather, the humidity going down too. So there's a lot of dangers that are associated with it. So we'll be busy that night running calls, but every little help that you guys can give us would help us out a lot.
We have buy-in from the fire department here locally and CAL FIRE, then it's kind of like a win-win. It's not going to do anything for this 4th of July and all of the concerns that the residents are having now, and with the animals being disturbed and the veterans with post-traumatic stress. And so I again, my bad, I just looked at the agenda last night for this one, but I thought we were still looking at an emergency ordinance. And so we... Okay, so. Okay, so this is just long-term then?
This is long-term.
Long-term with the federal responsibility area included in this one?
State.
Okay.
And so let me.
State, sorry, and then,
State.
and then your section D. So can we read section D before we?
Yeah,
Section D would be added. A property owner shall not be responsible for a violation of this section if there is a written lease in effect and the property is controlled by a tenant or by the tenant rather than the property owner.
Okay, that sounds good.
And if you needed me to get a copy of the state and federal responsibility areas, I can pull it up on the website. It does cover most of the county besides right around the urban city of Hollister area.
Yeah, I was just, Madam Chair, I was just looking, and I'm totally in support of this, but like in my area, as the acting chief was saying, it doesn't, for example, Ridgemark, it doesn't fall Ridgemark or Oak Creek, et cetera. But for example, Heatherwood Estates looks to me like, looking at the map, it would fall in the state responsibility area. Now that is kind of it's somewhat it's residential, but it's also pretty rural. So that it may be appropriate anyway. My only concern was, and of course this is going to be dealt with if it's not an emergency ordinance, is that for some people, like maybe someone in Heatherwood Estates, they bought the Safe and Sane, they don't know about this, and suddenly they get cited because we
fairness of
suddenly
it.
changed this. So, but I guess that will take care of itself, you know.
Okay.
Anyway.
All right. Any other questions or concerns?
Yeah, just my only final thoughts, because it sounds like you guys are going to support it, is if you look at the map, the SRA map, it's literally the whole county. There's like maybe 10%. If you do a 100% match, it's probably about 10% where it's going to be safe and sane as allowed, but the rest of it is gone.
Pretty much all the city.
The whole is, and with subtle nuances, but yeah, you're right, Supervisor Tiffany.
I'm gonna, okay, I was just gonna highlight, I think that, there are, I mean, I think you had mentioned Ridgemark, but I guess the SRA, the way it's written right now, it would affect Santana Ranch.
Yep.
Or some of these CSAs that we have that was just brought up, so.
Possibly CSA 30.
Possibly, yeah, so.
If I personally can't support it because I feel like it needs more details. I just recommend is the board consider if you're gonna, just even to make sure that the property owners, because I'm not trying to just make excuses for property owners. I think they should be understand the process, and they should be involved with educating their own tenants that they can't be doing this. Otherwise, they then at that point maybe they can be liable. But ultimately, that's kind of my only thing, is the blame should be on the person that's perpetrating the crime. But yeah, 90%, there's gonna be, but.
And
Now-
was
now
there any,
this
let me,
came-
can I ask a question to Supervisor Kozmicki? I was not in that meeting. So was there any discussions with regards to the CSAs that we have in our county, was excluding the CSAs and the CFDs that we have? Because a lot of that, there's a lot of roads, there's a lot of pavement, there's a lot of housing that's it's almost residential.
Yep.
So I was just kind of curious.
Stonegate, probably.
Stonegate, right.
You're right, Santana Ranch.
That's
So-
not all Oaks developed.
Just Charlie, real quick, if I could answer that. So CAL FIRE updates their SRA area periodically. We're not going to go enforce Santana Ranch because that's within the city limits of that area right there. Stonegate, honestly, that whole back of the hill burned from a tractor spark back a few years ago. So that would be one of the places where you don't want to do it with that wind going up there and the sparks that do it. And hopefully they're responsible. Everyone's responsible enough and to know when you can or you can't do it out there. And that's where we could hold them liable for that. Like I said, the last few years ago, Stonegate got started from a little spark from a tractor and it burned that whole back of the hill, and the winds just ripped it all the way through, all the way south for a few miles. So we know not to go enforce like Southside Estates on those because they're within the city limits area, within that sphere of influence. We know Santana Ranch is not one of the ones. So we're not gonna just hammer down on that, and as it gets updated, we know. But if you're going like somewhere on Fairview, out a little farther out there, out in the country, we go out and we enforce their bonfires, because honestly, your bonfire is only supposed to be no bigger than 3 feet tall. So when people are trying to go do a big 4, 5, 6, 10-foot bonfire with the wind ripping on there, and you have all the neighbors calling on them, yeah, we're going to go put it out and we're going to hold them accountable. Usually they get a warning first, but then after that, CAL FIRE will step in and they'll cite them automatically. They're not as nice as us.
Who the hell would
So
do
we
a
do account for that.
bonfire?
And Santana Ranch, yeah, they're okay.
This was being drafted on Friday.
Right.
So there was like, because it came out of the Fire Safe Council, the one thing that you also could do if you wanted to would be saying excluding on residential lots less than 30,000 square feet. And that would be an exclusion for the density, city level density. I'm just throwing that out there. Whatever the board wants is fine. But there is ways to draft it so that you can have most of the area except urban level density in the county covered.
Madam Chair, I'm just wondering, and I don't want to, I'm totally for this, but since we're not doing it as an emergency and we're not going to make 4th of July anyway, maybe we come back to it at our next meeting and make sure we tie all this down better. I don't know. Colin, you're the one who brought it forward. I'll support you either way. I'm just throwing that out as an
That was my
idea.
thought too, because it's not complete. And we're going to be voting on something that is
I
incomplete.
mean, realistically, when would this be taking effect if, let's say theoretically, we voted on it today?
If it would be adopted July 27th, and it would go into effect August
27th or 26th.
And are people realistically still using Safe and Sane at the end of July?
For the illegal ones that are
guess-
out.
I don't know if Charlie
Yeah,
Padola might.
safe and sane is a short period of time.
Safe and sanes are only allowed through the 6th.
Allowed is the key word. Yeah, I'd be fine with that. If that's, I think if we need to tie the loose ends, that would seem to make sense to me, as opposed to continually coming back and reworking this, since we're really looking at more realistically next year's fireworks season.
Well, I like the fact that you brought in the Fire Safe Council advice in terms of getting what they wanted, and it's meeting the needs of the community and firefighters at the same time. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
After we hear from the public, though, if we could have some specifics about how the board would like it drafted, that would be helpful.
Okay, so do we have anyone from the public that would like to speak?
Members of the public who wish to speak on this item, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon. We have no speakers via Zoom.
I was just going to say, anyone in the chambers, come on up.
I don't know who that would be. Anyway, the only thing that I would like to see added, I think would make sense for what Supervisor Hernandez is trying to say, is that he doesn't want the property owner to be responsible if it's being rented, if it's a leasee or whatever. But I somehow the property owner should get a letter that their tenant was cited, because maybe the property owner should know that their tenant is placing their property in danger of a fire, coming up. So I would like to see that. So thank you.
Because that could be a cause for, breaching the lease of the property. Yeah, I agree with that too.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
Do we need
sir.
to do an ad hoc? What's the best way to do this going forward?
You brought it
I don't know
forward
the
from the
details.
fire safe, and what are we lacking on this, other than
No, I
section
just,
G?
well, I need to know
It's
what
just
you
juris-
want changed when it comes back. Do you want to allow the CSAs in? Do you want to allow certain properties under a certain size to have safe and sane fireworks? Like you want properties within 2 miles of the city limits? I mean, what is the parameters?
Okay, let's go back to Kosmicki, Supervisor Kosmicki. You're on the Fire Safe Council. Are you the only supervisor on that?
Oh, I'm not on it. They
Well, they invited you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
They invited me too, but I was out of town, so.
Well, guess who's gonna be on it? Okay, I'll let the two of you be on it, okay, and then go ahead and take it.
That's fine.
Since
And-
they extended
and-
the invitation to you anyways,
Yeah.
and it's
And
your
I-
rural area.
I'm thinking maybe we get Charlie involved in,
Okay, so what?
I
ad hoc is
understand
this
he's not going
called?
to enforce certain areas, but maybe we want to be more
Just so
specific.
we can have clarity, and I agree with Supervisor Hernandez as well about the property owners, and I agree with Elias Salinas' point about the letter as well. I think those would be reasonable.
Okay.
Yeah, and just to be clear, what I mentioned was with the property is, I think it should be the property owner in advance knowing and them being part of the process of helping some way, maybe educating their tenants, hey, just so you know, I'm not gonna be liable, so if you guys are lighting fireworks and they come out, then, basically, either you fess up to it or, cause I'm not, I don't mind, if it was my property, I'd be like, you made the decision to do this, I'm not gonna be liable for your decision. So somehow an engagement process for the property owner. I know they got letters, but
I think if you put the residents of the residents or the tenant of the home, that releases the property owner, and that's pretty consistent what we're doing now and have been doing.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Both Supervisor Kosmicki and you are on the fire protection committee, so maybe
Oh.
you guys, there's already one created, and
There you go.
We wear so many hats.
We haven't met yet, so.
It's Supervisor Gonzalez and Supervisor Kosmicki.
Okay, and what is that ad hoc called again?
Oh, God, I just turned.
fire safe.
Fire Protection Committee.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Sorry, Bob.
Fire suppression.
Damn. So much wanting to be on.
She can defer to you.
Can I defer to it? Would you like it?
It's the will of you.
Was that damn facetious, or
Joking, but I'll do it either. I don't
do you
care.
want it?
I'll give it to you because we
Well,
counted the tallies of
it
your
might
committee
make
and
s-
you're
It might
gonna
make
get-
sense
It might
based
make sense only
in this
because
particular case.
Colin handles,
And
he's
yours
got
is
San Juan
property.
Canyon.
And you have
I
so
got the
much-
South County.
yes.
I think we're in the two districts.
Wait,
where
I will
most of it
defer
lives.
to him then, so we'll just go ahead.
Yeah,
and-
that's fine.
Yes.
Yeah.
God, I
Okay.
just crossed out my name. I gotta put
Yeah,
it
we'll
back
just
in.
we'll switch that up if that's okay. We'll
Just
just do
change a
that.
B to Bob.
There you go.
B, easy.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Good, so we'll see this on the next agenda item, or the next meeting. Okay, 7. All right, so that takes us to the hearing, right? Public hearing? Nope, we have to go to, do we went to public? What do we have to do, vote on it?
Comment, yep, I think
Oh, we're deferring it,
Yep.
to bring it back,
Yep.
right?
So 51, we're on item 51, Madam Chair.
Okay.
We have our RMA Director, Benny Young, here.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'll try to keep this as simple as I can. It does involve water, and as Mark Twain said, out west, whiskey's for drinking, water's for fighting. So in my own peril, I will try to simplify this. We're in a drought. All of San Benito County is in a severe drought, as a matter of fact. There is an area, CSA 51, commonly referred to as Stone Gate, that receives a blue water allocation annually because they don't have their well is not adequate to serve the needs of the area. And they get that from the San Benito Water District, of course. Last March, 2 months ago, roughly, you approved the water allocations for the water year that begins March 1st and runs through the following February 28th, 21, 22. Subsequently, as a part of the overall drought management plan for the area, the San Benito Water District has reduced their allocation by about 25%. So we're asking you to pass an ordinance which is a water conservation ordinance that requires the users of the system within the CSA 31 Stone Gate to reduce their water use. And that's what this ordinance would do. They have a domestic well that is also supplemented by ag water. But in specific terms, their allotment is dropping from 55 acre feet to 41 acre feet. So it's a substantial drop. You need to adopt a water conservation ordinance. There's one small complication that I need to make you aware of. Yesterday, it's not really a complication, it's a good thing. Yesterday, I received a call from the general manager for the San Benito Water District, Jeff Catano. He indicated they're going to make an additional 5 acre feet available in the interest of public health and safety. And that makes sense. And I at first thought, we're going to have to redo these allocations. But the homeowners association weighed in late yesterday and said, just leave them alone. We support the work that's already been done because it was done in consultation with the water district. So you can adopt this ordinance, and what they want to do with the extra 5 acre feet is use that as kind of a domestic reserve to supplement the well that they have, which is a poor performing well. So if needed, it'll go to essential services, domestic water supply, and reserve for fighting fires and so forth. And I think that's a good solution. I recommend it to you. So at the end of the public hearing, we recommend that you adopt the ordinance that's in your packet with the revised downward allocations for Stone Gate. And they will get an extra 5 acre feet that will be used. They already have to have a reserve, and so this will supplement their reserve in case they need it for the well. I'll be happy to try to answer questions.
Go ahead.
And I'm wondering, should I wait for the public hearing, or I've got some comments, because I've spoke to several.
I should have hit the gavel, and we are in the public hearing, sorry.
Maybe after the public hearing?
Okay, I'll wait till after the public hearing.
Okay. So then, anybody want to chime in?
You can go ahead and open up public
Okay, let's
hearing.
go ahead. Okay, so let's open up the public hearing at this point. Go ahead, at 7:19 PM.
You could bang it if you want.
How's that?
Wake us up.
The coffee did that for me. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Gracie.
Members of the public who speak on this item, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon. We have no speakers via Zoom.
We do have one. Now, I take it you're one of the attorneys, correct?
I am an attorney, but I'm not here in that capacity. I'm here as a Stonegate property owner.
Okay,
All right, I was under the impression you're an attorney here on your attorney time and your client's time. And I'm like, wow, what a bill you're going to have sitting through our entire. So if you want to come up, since there aren't any on Zoom, I'm assuming that you filled out a speaker card at one point, correct?
I did.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to think back a few years when I first met Barbara Thompson. I think she was Assistant County Counsel at that time. And we had the dubious honor of putting our heads together, working together between the HOA at Stonegate, the county, Board of Supervisors, County Council, Department of Public Works, the Water District, etc. And all we were trying to do was something very, very simple. Stonegate had run out of water, or more or less run out of water, from an ag water capacity at that point, and leading up to that point, 2008, 9, and 10. And all the county of San Benito was going to do was very simple. They were going to loan some money to CSA 31 so that CSA 31 in turn could drill a well across the street on the Granite Rock Aquifer on the other side of Airline Highway. And then we were going to build a pipeline going from there to our properties, all 71 units. And we had a great presentation over a period of maybe 2-3 months between County Council, the Water District, the engineering firm that was going to take the lead on doing the project. There was so much disclosure, so much information given to all the homeowners. And unlike what's going on now, pretty much all 71 of the homeowners would attend those meetings because the issue was so critical. And it worked out such that of the 71 homeowners, 70 agreed with moving forward with the plan. There was one whack job, I won't mention his name. He filed a CEQA action for very, very illegitimate, frivolous purposes. I mean, we all know what the purposes are now, but we didn't know at the time. And so, long story short, the county loaned CSA 31 $1.8 million, paid back over 10 years, to build the well and the pipeline, and ended up spending something to the magnitude of around $250 to $300, paying this other guy's attorney's fees that pursued the CEQA action against the county. So, but the homeowners ended up having to pay all that back, again, over a 10-year period, paying it back to the county of San Benito. Now, what we have now is something, it pales in comparison to what was going on back in the 2008, 9, and 10 timeframe. But I just want to point one thing out to the board that I'm thinking you guys probably are not aware of. I am aware of it, and it's a problem, and I wish it weren't the problem that we have. But we have this gentleman talking to the HOA at Stonegate, to Mr. Catano. I think that's a wonderful thing. We need that ongoing dialogue. What you fine folks don't realize, however, is that there's this contingent of people in the Stonegate community. I'm not going to tell you it's 5 or 10, but there are people, and there's a storm brewing from a litigation perspective. They feel that their property rights are being taken, that their property values are being lessened by this decision. Another reduction in the water allotment after it was just done 2 months ago, as this gentleman just indicated, back in March of 2021, and now it's being done again. So the question is, okay, is it going to happen 2 months from now again? Or 3 months from now, or 4, or what's going to happen? So all I'm saying, it's a very, very simple, just a good old boy practical suggestion. Not coming as an attorney, but just as a good old boy in the community. Consider this. Instead of adopting this amendment today, impacting the water allotment, and then having perhaps Supervisor Tiffany and Mr. Tanya go out and tell the HOA meeting, where I promise you, all 71 of us will come and listen to it about why the county had to do that tonight. Consider just doing it the opposite way from a timing perspective. Consider simply having someone like Jeff Catania, for example, go out and not pitch the argument, but at least make a presentation about why there's a need to do this, why the county, why the water district has no option but to do it, et cetera. In other words, at least plant the seed in the community's mind about the urgency of the problem. And I'm thinking you probably I can't guarantee it. You'll probably stave off some of the people that are contemplating, doing some type of CEQA action now, right, over something like this, like was done back with Mr. You-know-who back in 2009 and 10. I just don't want to see that happening again. I don't want Stonegate being perceived in the county of San Benito as being the most litigious CSA.
Yes.
And that's pretty much all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. And the reason I let you go, it's so late in the hour, and what you had to share was informative. I worked for Pavetti, Coldwell Banker Pavetti Realty with Candace Cutchow when they were selling the lots out there. I was her escrow assistant, and so I remember the issue of water. And when this came up a few meetings back, I remember as we talked about the water the first time. And so I guess my question is not to you, sir, but in terms of staff, why? I understand we're in a drought. I understand the blue water valve issue. I understand that there's allocation, but why are we here today in terms of this meeting? What's the crux? What's the factor? And is his recommendation or suggestion to meet with the members of the CSA something that we can do? Because obviously a public hearing is to go ahead and get to the crux of the matter and find out where the parties are. I would hate to see some sort of litigation simply because we're doing something at a fast pace or without consideration of the homeowners. So can you elaborate a little bit on that? And only because I'm talking, I have 20-something years, if not more, well, almost 40 years experience, because it was in the 80s, right? When Candace was out there in the 80s. So 40 years knowledge that there has never been enough water. I can't say we because I do not have a real estate license. The agent that I worked for at the time sold these lots under the full disclosure that water was an issue and was going to be resolved. And I imagine that's why you bought your property. Water was going to be resolved, and it's still 40 years later not yet resolved. So,
Madam Chair, when Benny and Mike are done talking, I'd like to weigh in. I spoke at length to Jeff Catano and
Good, okay.
and also the homeowner association. But anyway,
okay, thank you.
Benny, go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I guess my perspective on this is that the county is kind of an intermediary here. We don't set the water allocations, they're set by the San Benito Water District. If we delay implementing the reduced allotments based on the reduced allocation from the water district, we potentially postpone the necessary water conservation measures that the homeowners and residents and owners in the Stonegate need to effect immediately. And so I view that as the urgency associated with this, that the sooner the water conservation measures start, the better. I don't know whether there would be a premise for litigation against the county in this case. I would, as an engineer, I'll give you my legal opinion. I don't think it would be a very solid case if it were against the county, because we are just passing this information on, so to speak, not making the decision with regard to what the allocation is. But I'll defer to county council on that, and I do believe the homeowners association supports the action that we've recommended for you.
Yeah. Madam Chair, if I might, and by the way, sir, what's your name? Just so
I'm Ted Mitchell.
Ted Mitchell. Okay. Well, I appreciate, Ted, what you had to say, and I'm still getting educated on this. This is in my district, and I'm sure the communication could be better. I was contacted by one resident that's not on the water committee, which is an adjunct of the homeowner association, but also spoke to one of the members of that water committee, as well as exchanged emails with another member. And they both contacted me. They asked that I speak to Jeff Catano, who's the operations manager or the executive director of the San Benito Water. I mean, there's no question that long-term this is not a great situation. That, as you were saying, B, this is something that has been around a long time, and year to year, it's if it's a wet year, there's not a problem. If it's a dry year, it's a problem, and And it's because they really don't have a good secondary source. They have this well, but it's not a very productive well. That was supposedly going to solve the problem, and it hasn't. And now they're at the mercy at the Blue Valve water and San Felipe water. And of course, in a drought now, there's such a shortage that that's why, we passed this in March and now it's back here in front of us. But basically, as Benny just said, the homeowner association, we're just the messenger here. They've come to us, and the water committee, they're very involved in this, they're the ones that contacted me to say, please be sure that you go forward and get this passed, because if we don't get it passed, then we may run out of water. And so they're the ones that are encouraging us to pass this. I do feel like long-term, and this is something that I've got to, try to take on and see if I can get in the middle of it, but long-term, there needs to be a better solution. And I know others have worked on it, so, I may be naive about it, but whether there's a way to get Sunny Slope Water involved, whether, there's, I know Tres Pinos Water, they came up with an agreement, but that's not, it's complicated. So, but I think short-term, as Benny said, and although I appreciate what Mr. Mitchell said, I think they're saying, don't wait. We need you guys to pass this tonight.
And if I could interject as well, I also spoke with two of the HOA members, and I do understand the concern of the property owners, because this has been an issue that's reoccurred, and I'm happy to speak to them, offline at some point. But I did speak to the two property owners, the HOA representatives. It has less of an impact through July. It does reduce the allocations that would be given in July. I compared the original allocations versus the allocations now, so it does start reducing it. The biggest effect would be, August to the end of the water year. And I do think that there's some chance to, address long-term solutions, whether that can be discussed at a future point. But we've come up to the situation before that if we do not have water restrictions by the end of July, people might be going over the allocations that we actually have to run the system. And certainly by August, I think that it would be above what the allocations calculated are. I was texting back and forth and emailing Ron Ross, and it turned out that that the water reduction, I believe that when the documents were first prepared back in March, that it was believed that there was a 41.25 acre feet that were going to be allocated this year, but that actual allocation as of beginning of June was 27.675 acre feet. And I compared the allocations that were given over the number of years, and that's in a different email, but the allocations have ranged, around 100 for a couple years. Sometimes they were over 200. I think the lowest allocation I saw, so it went back to 2016, I think it might have been 84. So there's a drastic reduction this year compared to prior years. And their concern is that if you don't have the restrictions, people will go over the usage, and then there's no way to reacquire that water. And they could theoretically run out of water for both their allocations, and that they do have a very small reserve that they do keep in effect for fire suppression as well. So, I mean, and for line breakage and emergencies. So they are interested in having an allocation because of this very drastic reduction this year as compared to the years prior back to 2016.
Yeah, and let me just add, in speaking to Jeff about this, he said, this is, he's probably never seen it this bad. He says water is incredibly precious right now throughout the state. You can't you know, you have to pay huge amounts of dollars in order to get additional water. So it's a huge problem. The other thing that, in addition to the drought, the other thing that over time has affected this is that now the Hollister Water, Sunnyslope Water, San Benito Water District are working together, and they're blending San Felipe water with groundwater, which wasn't happening before, but to improve the quality, because groundwater has a lot of salt in it. So because of that, there's more demand, you know, from that factor as well. So that's also putting more strain on, you know, there's more people at the table to get this water. But Jeff did make the comment to me that with this additional 5 acres, this is actually over and above. He said that actually Stonegate was getting probably comparable to what the average home in Hollister is getting in terms of water. The problem is they don't have a secondary source, not a good one. Plus, Stonegate is much larger lots, of course.
5
And so it really comes down to, we're doing this to ensure that they have, that they have domestic water, drinking water, but then, they probably don't have enough to really deal with all their landscaping out there. And that's just, part of the development, the size of the development. So anyway.
Madam Chair, if I may, Supervisor Tiffany, the only thing I would add is that I do think it would be good to work on a longer-term solution. And I do believe that this CSA would be likely willing to do that, and they may have a little more financial capacity for getting into that backup solution or long-term solution than most of the CSAs. So I do think that's the way to go prospectively. But I'm still of the opinion that you should adopt this tonight. And that's my recommendation.
Any other comments? Did we? I don't know if we went to public comment already on that.
Yeah, we went to public comment.
Sorry.
And
Madam Chair, could I read the ordinance for the record?
Yes, please.
An ordinance of the County of San Benito establishing a water conservation program for the area served by County Service Area Number 31 for the 2021-2022 water year.
Okay. What is the will of the board?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt this, the resolution.
And there's some additional items as well.
Oh, with the additional items.
Yeah,
Is that
per staff recommendation.
per staff,
There's a
per staff
resolution.
recommendation? Is that good enough? Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Any further discussion? No. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
I'll say no.
Madam,
Do we need,
I believe that this is going to be a 4/5 vote.
Is it? I don't see it on there.
I don't see it on there either.
I think I saw it.
Because if I see it on there, then I would have to reconsider my vote. I'm standing for the principle of it. It's just been an ongoing problem. But if it's 4/5 vote, I can't not do anything about it. I'm looking at the staff agenda. I did not see that because I highlighted, I circle when it's a 4/5 vote. Can you check to make sure?
Yep.
And Mr. Mitchell, I feel for you. I feel for all the residents out there. And I look forward to a long-term solution. We had a few other items that were 4/5.
I don't see 4/5.
I don't see 4/5 either. It's not listed.
Why did it need 4/5, Barbara? Is it urgency?
No, it may not. I just wanted to verify.
Okay. Because my no vote is primarily just for the sake of, we got to do something about it. But if my no vote requires and stops the process, then I have to reconsider my no vote.
Why computer letting me type? It's not letting me.
We still have one more item.
I know. Colin's gonna be too late.
California Water Code 375.
Why don't you just vote yes, and solve the problem?
Because sometimes you have to stand up for your principle, and this is my
Yeah,
principle,
it's not
sorry.
working.
Last time I stood up for my principle, I got crucified, so.
I don't know why it's not doing it. Try California Water Code 375.
I didn't crucify you. I was gonna leave you alone.
Enemies out of friends that they were my friends, and nothing I could do.
Heavy as a crown.
You know what? I said that in LAFCO. Richard Betancourt didn't want to be the chair, and I'm like, Richard, heavy as a crown. We just all started laughing. Cliches actually come in handy. Colin, remember I told you I talk in cliches? Sometimes just a few words will get right to the point. Game changer.
It doesn't say 4/5.
Can I keep my 1 no then? My 3 to 1?
I'm just doing a search, a word search real fast.
Can she make a no vote contingent on?
It's not in there, so that's fine. It's a
Okay.
unique code section, even though it's, goes into effect, immediately, there's no 4/5 vote.
Okay, so then, we don't see that it's 4/5 required, so then you have a 3-1 vote with me, the no. And that will close this one hearing, item number 52, or 51, 3 to 1 on that one. And so that takes us to item number 52, another public hearing for Health and Human Services Agency with Tracy Belton. So we're open the second public hearing at 7:42 p.m.
Thank you very much. And good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, and members of the public. My name is Enrique Arriola, Deputy Director with Health and Human Services Agency. This agenda item is to receive a report for the 2022 and 2023 Community Action Plan, open a public hearing, and approval of the 2022-2023 Community Action Plan. Any agency, community action agency that receives community services block grant funds is required to complete a 2-year community action plan. And this is the purpose of this public hearing. A community action plan serves as 2-year roadmap demonstrating how community services block grant eligible entities plan to deliver its services to the community. A community action plan identifies and assesses poverty-related needs and resources in the community and establishes a detailed plan, goals, priorities for delivering those services to individuals and families most affected by poverty. Community action plans must adhere to certain federal and state laws, including compliance with the federal law, Public Law 105-285, which pretty much says that community action agencies must complete a community action plan, and that's what we've done. Compliance with state law, which gives direction on development of the process for assessing poverty-related needs within our community, available resources, feasible goals, and strategies that yield program priorities consistent with the standards of effectiveness established for the CSBG program, and also compliance with the CSBG organizational standards, which this is due early in August and was submitted today. So the CSBG funds are used to support activities for low-income families and individuals, homeless families and individuals, migrant or seasonal farm workers, and elderly low-income individuals and families. These funds help by removing obstacles and solving problems that block the achievement of self-sufficiency. Here is a list of services that we currently offer. It's not the entire list, but the majority of the programs that we provide, including homeless services, the operations of the emergency year-round shelter, hotel vouchers, hygiene kits, supportive services, rental assistance and housing programs, including the management of the Migrant Center, which includes housing, 67 housing for migrant seasonal farm worker families, and also the labor camp, which consists of 272 maximum for unaccompanied adults. Also providing rapid rehousing, housing navigation, transitional and permanent housing. LIHEAP, it's the Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program, provides PG&E assistance, propane or wood, utility assistance, water, sewer, garbage, emergency winter shelter for homeless families during the winter months, food vouchers as funding allows, youth services, including enrichment activities, homeless services for this population as well, and summer youth employment program and work experience program, and also volunteer income tax assistance program. This provides free tax preparation services. How our needs are determined, the Community Action Board and Community Service and Workforce Development staff utilizes information gathered from key sectors of the community, including community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, private sector, public sector, educational institutions, and the general public. How is the information gathered? So we gather it through several ways, including surveys, public hearings, forums, client surveys, and focus groups. This is the survey that we are underway, and it includes results from the 2019 and also the current one. We ask the public to rate the different needs within the community, which include youth activities, housing assistance, homeless services, job training, drug, substance abuse services, prevention, access to food, medical assistance, domestic violence, gang issues, veteran services, library services, foster care, and child protective services. The top four for these two surveys include number one, youth activities, family recreation sports center. That is one that the public said is a priority. Number two, housing assistance, low income housing is second. And third, homeless services. And fourth, job training and job placement. And here's just a diagram that shows these top four. And they're all pretty close. When you look at youth activities, that's 30%. Housing assistance, low-income housing, that's 29%. They're neck to neck. Number third, homeless services at 22%, and job training at 19%. So the top four are pretty, it does show the needs that the community addressed here in the survey. So we are required to hold two public hearings. The first one was held April the 8th at 4:30 p.m. And some of the highlights that were discussed by those that participated included the lack of housing stock, lack of rentals, need for landlord buy-in or rental programs. And individuals pretty much here expressed that it's really difficult for them to secure housing, and there's stigma with landlords and they need assistance to get into housing. Housing for youth services ages 17 to 24, in particular parenting, foster youth, affordable housing, mental health issues due to COVID-19, especially among the youth population. So this is the second public hearing before your board. Strategic planning, the Community Action Board made its priority to hire a consultant to develop the 2021 and 2023 strategic plan. The strategic plan was completed, started last summer and was finalized in December. The Strategic Planning Committee meets on a quarterly basis to review and update the strategic plan activities and its goals. And the Community Action Board, through the community input process, identified a number of priorities in the different activities. And these are the top ones that were recommended. Ongoing, one is on youth services, ongoing with continuing recruitment of youth for Youth Advisory Committee and development of youth programs. Strategy 2, transitional and permanent housing. This is extremely important. It was discussed a lot, and there are some other activities under this one. And then also strategy number 5, sustain youth programs and apprenticeships. So this is in the areas of employment services for youth. So that concludes the overview of the Community Action Plan, and I'd like to open it for public comment.
Do we have any speakers on the phone?
Members who would like to speak on this item, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon. We have no speakers via Zoom.
Do we have any speakers in the chambers who would like to make a comment? All right, so since we have no comments by the public or in the chambers, gentlemen, we're still in the meeting. Some of you have packed up. It's like, wait, come on. Okay, so are there any comments from the Board of Supervisors as to this item? Thank you, Enrique, for the presentation.
Madam Chair, just want to thank Enrique and his team, and I want to give a sincere thank you to all the Community Action Board members, including the ones that I've appointed and all the others on the board. That's a really, really important board. They do a lot of great work. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Hernandez?
Ditto.
Absolutely.
Absolutely ditto, okay. Is that your comment?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. You want a motion?
Yes, I'll take a motion. I have no comments. Thank you very much for all that you're doing. I just would like to, in the future, and I'll go on the record for this, public hearings, since the public notice goes out and it says at 9 a.m., and I know this says, or as soon as thereafter, it is now 7:58 p.m., so that's not really as soon as after. So maybe in terms of the alignment of where we're putting these on the agenda as opposed to the end, maybe closer to the consent items, just for the sake of people who really would like to participate. And I know that poor gentleman that stayed here the whole entire 8-10 hours with us, just public hearing. Mm-hmm. And rather than it just being the appearance of, we actually have a public hearing where people can actually come within that time frame and participate. That's the legal part of me, sorry. It just.
It's got to duplicate Ray.
What's that?
That's fine.
It's got to duplicate Ray.
Oh, right. That was my thought about Nora. Okay, so no further comments. Just I'll take a motion on item number 52, and I'll take a second, and then we'll take a vote, and then you guys can run on home.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. You have a 4-0 vote on that one.
Madam Chair, can I say one thing?
Oh, yes.
No.
I know it's, and that's the reason why I just have to thank staff. They've made a special effort, and they've done a great job.
Thank
It's been
you.
a long day, and not only staff but all the speakers for being flexible, because we have a lot of speakers, and every single one of them made time, and I just wanted to thank everybody for that.
Appreciate that, Ray.
Question for you. Will our agenda start looking like this a lot more? I mean, I'm just trying to get the reality
Well, I
of it.
think after, we're just going to put everything on regular agenda, and we'll set them up for multiple days in a row. I mean, that's okay. We can do that.
I was trying to be fair.
The reality is most agendas historically, obviously, have been anywhere from 20 to 60, 70, and they fluctuate, they range, really dependent upon the year, the time of year. Obviously, right now,
Just before breaking for summer.
before the new fiscal year, you have more contracts, so that's what we're seeing a lot of those
Right,
items.
and the budget
that's-
and so forth.
Yeah,
Okay.
so there's, yeah.
Well, let me end this public hearing. So at 7:54, that ends. And so the final item is, can I get a motion for adjournment?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Have a great evening, people.
Yeah. Have a good night, everyone.
Yes.
I'd say that.
Is there anything for me to sign?